Do your business systems make life easier or more complicated? Are your different departments using their own specialised systems that don't talk to each other, so you end up using spreadsheets, costly bespoke integrations and manual workarounds to see the full picture? Data gets duplicated, you get frustrated, and worst of all, it starts to affect your guests' experience. The Fuse Metrics system brings everything together. It's been designed from the ground up as one easy-to-use system with everything from finance to HR, ticketing, tills and your CRM. It's a smarter way of working, so your team can work more efficiently, with each team member just seeing the parts of the system they need to do their jobs. Fuse Metrics even integrates with your website to bring your online ticketing, retail, membership and other data all into the same system. Fuse Metrics is one system, so your staff will have a more consistent working environment and a single point of contact for technical support. Training staff becomes faster and easier with all departments trained in the same work environment. It just makes sense. So end the web of subscription costs, support calls and hair-pulling frustrations of multiple management systems for different jobs and let Fuse Metrics streamline and simplify your leisure business, letting you focus on what's really important. Fuse Metrics. Do your business systems make life easier or more complicated? Are your different departments using their own specialised systems that don't talk to each other, so you end up using spreadsheets, costly bespoke integrations and manual workarounds to see the full picture? Data gets duplicated, you get frustrated, and worst of all, it starts to affect your guests' experience. The Fuse Metrics system brings everything together. It's been designed from the ground up as one easy-to-use system with everything from finance to HR, ticketing, tills and your CRM. It's a smarter way of working, so your team can work more efficiently, with each team member just seeing the parts of the system they need to do their jobs. Fusemetrics even integrates with your website to bring your online ticketing, retail, membership and other data all into the same system. Fusemetrics is one system, so your staff will have a more consistent working environment and a single point of contact for technical support. Training staff becomes faster and easier with all departments trained in the same work environment. It just makes sense. So end the web of subscription costs, support calls and hair-pulling frustrations of multiple management systems for different jobs and let Fusemetrics streamline and simplify your leisure business, letting you focus on what's really important. Fusemetrics. Do your business systems make life easier or more complicated? Are your different departments using their own specialised systems that don't talk to each other, so you end up using spreadsheets, costly bespoke integrations and manual workarounds to see the full picture? Data gets duplicated, you get frustrated, and worst of all, it starts to affect your guests' experience. The Fusemetrics system brings everything together. It's been designed from the ground up as one easy-to-use system with everything from finance to HR, ticketing, tills and your CRM. It's a smarter way of working, so your team can work more efficiently, with each team member just seeing the parts of the system they need to do their jobs. Fusemetrics even integrates with your website to bring your online ticketing, retail, membership and other data all into the same system. Fusemetrics is one system, so your staff will have a more consistent working environment and a single point of contact for technical support. Training staff becomes faster and easier with all departments trained in the same work environment. It just makes sense. So end the web of subscription costs, support calls and hair-pulling frustrations of multiple management systems for different jobs and let Fuse Metrics streamline and simplify your leisure business, letting you focus on what's really important. Fuse Metrics.
Good morning and welcome back, everybody. This is day 2 of British Indoor Skydiving Nationals 2022. Welcome back, Laura.
Day 2 and the final day. It's so sad. It's gone so quickly.
Super fast, super fast. It was a super exciting day yesterday. Lots going on, and we're going to give you a full recap as the day progresses on Saturday. The 3rd of December, I believe we are. We're in iFLY in Basingstoke. I think it's actually going to be a sunny day today, so that's a good thing. Not that we'll know. Not that any of you at home are concerned, because you'll be full eyes on the tunnel and what's going on today. So I think we're going to have a quick recap of the scores on the boards from yesterday. We're going to look, I think, at the four-way. AAA first, I believe. And here we go. Laura, over to you.
Wonderful. So, as Ray has already said, an exciting day for us on day 1. We are halfway through the competition, so we're getting a pretty good indication of how the podium is likely to be looking. But remember, we're only halfway through, so it is still all to play for. NFTO, the current world female champions, are holding the top spot at the moment with a score of 126, having pulled out a stonker of a round in round 5.
That was really impressive. I mean, we're going to be looking at some of the videos a little bit later on today, looking at where the competition is. We'll be looking at some side-by-side video later on, which is very cool. A good way of showing you the differences in technique and how the teams are getting on. But definitely on round 5, NFTO pull one out the bag, which we will talk about later.
Absolutely. And there's been some other engineering choices being made between the top teams. We've seen a few different options being taken that are resulting in some better scores, some not so much. We've got quite a tight race going between FCGB, Weenby and Apex at the moment, just 3 points between those two teams. But of course, Meraki as well, they represented the UK over at the Indoor World Cup earlier this year, and they'll be hoping to pull out a few more points and hopefully close that gap with NFTO as well, I think.
Yeah, I think definitely the rounds that are coming up, I think, Laura, and I know you're going to talk about these in depth as the day goes on, they're getting a little bit more technical, I believe. So I think we're going to be seeing, we could be seeing some interesting scores. It depends. We saw a lot of variety in engineering, as you mentioned yesterday. And I think today is going to be a very interesting day to see what engineering the top teams put on the table, to see if they, if they want to get some gains in efficiency, or if they want to go for what they know and are comfortable with.
And of course, going into day 2, we've also got the mind games of the scoreboard. So these teams potentially have gone home last night, had a look at where they are on the scoreboard, and they'll be coming in hoping to either move themselves up the board or knowing that they really need to protect their position. So it'll be interesting to see how each of the teams deals with that as well.
Yeah, and I think definitely that overnight, having that sleep, that break, and we talked again, we said it yesterday, that today is another day.
Yes.
Right? They're going to be coming in, it's going to be a completely new competition. I know it's day 2, but you've got 5 rounds and it's all to play for. So they're going to be taking every round as if it's a new round, and to see how many points they can eat back on the people that they're closest to. So, you can have a dip in form in day 2 as well. So who knows what's going to happen, but it's super exciting. Right?
It is super exciting, and I think we can hear the tunnel is starting to start up for us today. So we'll be kicking off with the AAA. FS 4-way AAA will be starting us off with teams Say It Again But Slowly. We've then got Omni Tummy Edition and the Silver Lining. So Say It Again But Slowly, they are one of the Bradley twins. They're one of their teams, aren't they, Ray? So how do you think those guys are feeling today?
They would have been tired. I think between them they did 10 rounds, I think, yesterday. Oh no, sorry, between them they were doing 20 rounds.
Yes.
Both Vic and Bex on different teams. So they'll be a bit tired, but you know what? They're seasoned competitors. So it's going to be really interesting to see what they say, how they get on. But this is a team that I believe one of the team members is flying in a AAA team, but also flying in a rookie team as well.
Yep, Sophie's flying in a rookie team as well in fledglings, I believe.
Yeah.
So here we are, first into the tunnel, and Say It Again But Slowly kicking things off for us. I believe we are on A521 for this round, so it's a fairly straight up round. There aren't too many choices. There might be an alternative A that people want to take in order to favour the points position on the build of the 5. But it looks like these guys are going pretty standard. 5, of course, one of these slot switching blocks.
And slot switching just for the front piece, I believe. Is that right?
Absolutely,
for
yes.
block 5.
Yeah, so slot switching, for anyone who doesn't know, in 4-way, in FS 4-way, we've got 4 positions that are occupied by these 4 individual flyers that you can see here. And for the majority of the teams throughout all the different categories, they stay in those positions for the whole time. However, in AAA, there are certain formations that require them to swap places with one another. So what that effectively means is that they will be flying one set or one page of the formations in one position, and then the next page of the formations in the other position.
Which can be, for those teams that are new to AAA or they are generally not as comfortable with it, you're effectively having to learn the whole dive pool in a different slot, especially if you're on the front piece.
Oh my
which
gosh.
is different pictures, different things to see. So we've got Omni Tummy Edition in the tunnel now. They should be used to slot switching from VFS, but obviously different pictures that they're looking at now.
Absolutely. So Omni, of course, the reigning VFS national champions, the vertical formation skydiving. So they are much more comfortable on their heads and on their feet than they are on their bellies. But we've seen them really progress, especially from February when we last saw them compete to now. They've clearly put some training in.
They have. I mean, I think they've flown 1 hour, not as a team. They haven't flown together. I got some info yesterday that they'd had 2 hours booked in for the FS. And unfortunately Sarah was unwell, so couldn't make it. So Anna stepped in, Anna Hicks, for 1 hour, and they free flew for the rest of the other hour. So if this is their training, it's not bad.
They're absolutely phenomenal, aren't they? And just it's such a fantastic example of, skydiving is a whole sport. There's so many disciplines within it, but it's all just flying your body at the end of the day. And the fact that these guys can turn their hand to any discipline. They're also doing dynamic, right, Ray?
Yes, they are. They're doing one of them. I think it's only Marta that's competing in the dynamic.
Okay.
Oh no, they're also doing 4-way dynamic as well. So who knows? Actually, there's 2-way and there's 4-way dynamic.
There's a lot
get
going
back
on.
and come back to you, but they are definitely competing in all disciplines. Not freestyle though.
Not freestyle.
There's an opening there for them in
Lazy.
freestyle. They should get on with it, right?
And here's another team where having a little bit of a struggle there. Unfortunate for these guys because they will be hoping to pull out a few more points against their closest rivals today. The Silver Linings. We've got another person in this team who is in multiple teams. So Fab is competing in a team with no name, which I believe is in the rookie category. So he's here in AAA and he's also in the rookie category at the same time. Nice to see these different angles on the camera as well today. So we can see that these guys are not just having to fly in relation to one another to build the shapes, but they're also having to try and fly on the same level the whole time. How did you find managing that as you moved between different teams, Ray? Was it always difficult to try and work out what your fall rate was?
Yeah, it's difficult. And I mean, it's not difficult per se, but you just have to relearn how to fly with new teammates, right? And we talked about, again, it's something that we mentioned yesterday, it's finding like the lowest common denominator in everything that you do, right? You need to be comfortable. Each team member needs to be comfortable in their own fall rate. And so you need to use those beans in your bag or those tools in your toolkit to get things out like weight belts or baggier suits or tighter suits, you know, depending upon who your teammates, who you're flying with. And it does take some time for that to settle. I know you yourself, like with Chimera, you had a change in your tail slot.
Yeah.
For a while, I think when you moved Will into the team as well, bigger guy, bigger, and you had to change suits. But, you know, you have a different dimension or different dynamic, right, in how you fly.
Yeah, exactly.
So you have to accommodate that.
And that's what we're seeing from all of these flyers today. So for anyone who's not familiar with indoor skydiving, there is an element of having to work out how best to fly with the other people. And some of our competitors, you'll notice today, are wearing weight belts. Yes. So belts around their waist which contain lead, which just give them a little bit of extra weight to help with that balance. But then there's also other people who'll be wearing baggier suits. That extra drag will help them to slow their fall rate down. So for each one of those teams, they will have spent some time working out how do we fly at the same speed together. And speeds of 90 miles an hour plus.
Yes,
we think
that's right.
Maybe the lowest speed is going to be the mini jets.
Yes.
Slightly lower than that, but the majority of the teams flying at about 65% of the tunnel's maximum ability, which is approximately 90 miles an hour.
So next in we have Team Peregrine. This is a team that Laura has been coaching.
Indeed.
And
I handed them over to James last night, though. Oh, I was so tired. But here they go. So here's Team Peregrine. So there's the A into the 5 and then moving into the 21. I know these guys were saying last night, we had dinner with them, and they were saying that they were a little nervous of having to do the 21 in the B slots. But in spite of that, they hopefully, let's see them. So this is their first B slot 21. A little bit less symmetrical than they were on the A slot, but then only 45 minutes of training with this team. So it's completely fair enough that they've not seen these particular formations in this lineup that many times.
I mean, I think they're doing a fantastic job. You know, 21 is one of those blocks again. It's I wouldn't say it's a boogie block, but it's one of those blocks where, you know, you learn early on. It comes in the dive pool, and you can break it so many times to fix it. You know, you're constantly through your skydiving career with different teammates, but on different teams. You just have to keep breaking it to get that. What's the word? Synchronicity or
yes, yeah,
yeah. So you know you can step out, the centre step out at the same rate, and the pieces turn at the same time. Oh, there we go, Pete. Thank you very much for extending those legs and flying out the tunnel.
That was a pretty good round for those guys. I think you could see a couple of moments where they were unsure as to what the next formation was, and we see those hesitations, particularly up in the front piece where the slot switch, it is difficult to get your head around, but they're having a nice big hug in the antechamber. They look happy with how things have gone. And our next team then, the Foreigners.
I mean, I remember having those conversations with myself when you slot switch on the front piece, and when I was slot switched constantly, like through a double slot switcher that you might have, and I would find myself always out on the point slot. I'd always have this breathe a sigh of relief. It'd be like nice to hang out here. I don't have to pick up too many grips. I just have to sit here and look pretty and sit still, you know. This is good. So yeah, it's a lot to learn, the slot switching when you move up into the AAA category, and I think these teams are showing us that it can be done very well if you learn the right technique.
Absolutely, and different techniques and different strengths and weaknesses required in each one of these slots as well. So for these teams, they will have played to their strengths when they were deciding who was going to occupy which slot, but then they potentially have to learn from their weaknesses when they move into the other slot. It's a tricky thing. It's a tricky thing to get right.
It is really hard, but you know that's what training is for, and
Absolutely.
That's why we have this category system that we have in formation skydiving, so that you can learn progressively, and it's not too overwhelming. And you can see that, you know, the basis. We will see this in the categories that are coming a little bit later on, like the rookies and the single A and the double A, that you can embed some of the good skill set, you know, within your team to then build up, so you can take on those new blocks in the AAA dive pool.
Did you progress through? Did you go rookie, A, double A, triple A?
I did indeed, yeah. I might have I didn't hang out in rookies for too long.
Yeah,
probably started out competing in single A.
Fair enough. I did single A first year and then just went straight to triple A.
then you are a ninja, as we said yesterday. We didn't introduce ourselves very well this morning, but next to me in the studio I do have Laura Hampton, who is a ninja.
Thank you very much, Ray. And I am also next to an amazing skydiver, incredible host. And here we have, speaking of amazing skydivers, R4MJ. So a couple of coaches in this team. We've got Matt Cumming and Jodie Lee Foster. They do a lot of FS coaching. A lot of teams here are being coached or have been coached by them. So a huge amount of knowledge. Renata, I remember her from being in Fend for Yourself many years ago. So a lot of experience there. And then John Welsh in the red helmet. He's done a lot of his training with BISA. I believe he heads over to Belgium fairly frequently to train with the multiple-time world champions. And of course we've got Dave Growls here in Basingstoke from Hayabusa, who is working with Meraki.
Yeah, that's right. And it's really good to see that people, like you mentioned, that John he goes back over to be trained and coached doing 2-on-2 or whatever that might be with some of the world's best. It keeps you current. It keeps you on top of blocks, so then you can come in and pick up a team.
Yeah,
like
absolutely.
Many people are here. So never sit back, never rest on your laurels. And it's a good example of saying, okay, you need to be up to speed, keep up to date with what's going on in the world, and fly it, and know how it works, and then you can just pick up a team and crack out some amazing averages. So it's a good lesson to learn there.
Here we've got round 6 up on the screen for you then, so if we can just keep that up for a little bit longer, it's good to talk through what we are actually looking at here. So for those of you who are skydivers, have done indoor skydiving, these may look familiar. For those of you who have not, let's just have a quick recap of what we're actually looking at here. So the first point there, a unipod, that is what we call a random formation. That just means that it's a static shape, and you can see that the skydivers are going to create that shape by holding on either to each other's arms or to each other's legs. The next point that we've got, point 5, is a block, so it requires them to build that first shape, to perform a move, which is the inter, and then to finish the shape with the opal there at the end. And that's one of those slot switches that requires the team members to swap places with one another. So here we've got Apex coming into the tunnel. Apex, another one of our AAA teams, recently competed over at Wemynomics. Did very, very well. How do you think they're feeling this morning, Ray?
I think we bumped into them at breakfast. I think they're feeling good. Had a little bit of a debrief, I think, from yesterday. I think they're still learning. They're still creating their foundations. They've all switched slots. So a lot of the pictures are relatively new to them, but they know each other. Well, they're flying. Their skill set within this team is immense. Well trained.
Oh, bit of a glitch there.
Yeah, but they know how to fly. It's just to get the training in to see what those pictures are, and they need to train that together as well. So I think next year will be a big year for them.
For sure. I think they've definitely got the skill there as a team. A little bit of imbalance there in the block 21. So block 21 being a symmetrical formation, you really need to allow, there we go, really need to allow to see the pictures. And you can see, obviously, good friends. No qualms there with taking each other out. A nice bow there from Dave Rogers as well. But yeah, certainly a team who are well trained, very experienced. We were talking over breakfast about how much they understand the theory of competitive skydiving, of sports psychology. They've got a lot of techniques to help get themselves in the right zone, and I think the only thing they're missing is the experience as a team.
Yeah, and that's going to come with time, right? They're going outdoors, I think, next year, so it'll be good to see. And FCGB Wimby, so the French Connection GB Wimby team, these guys are very close in a battle with Apex, and you can see the indicative scoring on the right hand side. We have Brian coming here. Thank you very much, Brian, for coming and doing this. Big shout out to Brian. He's currently counting down the scores, putting the points on the board for you, so you have an idea of what those scores will be when the judges have officially judged them. So Wimby here, FCGB Wimby, doing a great job. This isn't the fastest of rounds, so we expect anywhere between a 22 to 24, and they're doing really well, clean as well. It looks at the moment. So
interestingly, so far nobody has taken the other A, which which I think I would definitely have had a look at. And maybe I'll be able to find 3 willing volunteers to creep it with me later, because I am interested to see if you bring the point into the middle of the A, then they're out facing for the beginning of the 5, but then potentially a blind step out into the beginning of that block.
I'll tell you what, I'll creep it with you later.
Let's do it.
Yeah, let's do that.
So here we have Meraki, sorry.
Meraki, yes.
Meraki. Sounds like maracas. That's how I remember. That was Pete Allen yesterday gave us an introduction to how to say their name. So Meraki, here they are entering the tunnel. So Pete Allen, of course, multiple-time world champion, competed in a lot of teams. Liz Nuttall, similar situation. Female world champion?
Yes, that's right.
And then we've also got Kate Lindsley and Kath Leather, who have done a lot of training with top teams, similar to John Welsh. They've done a lot with BISA. They also train a lot of teams themselves. And as you can see, they're bringing their Meraki style, which I think is very calm, has the potential to pick up a bit more speed, and we see that in some of their rounds. This is a little quicker, which is nice to see, but they're just clean, aren't they, on the whole?
Very. And this is what, and you said it, and it is exactly that point. They have the potential to go faster with more training. You can really see them. You know that there's more in them. They're not really at the max of what they want to do, but they're at the max of where they want to be for this competition, and they're happy with that round.
Yeah.
Good high fives there from Meraki as well. So they'll be pleased with that.
They will, and it is difficult when you are trying to find that balance between putting out something that is going to be very, very quick, but also not breaking it. There's always a line that we're working towards, and the ideal is that we are towing that line the whole time. We're so close to breaking it that we're going as fast as we possibly can without the whole thing breaking down. And what I mean by that is that if certain team members start to go before the others do, or if we see people not being on grips together, that's where we can lose a lot of points. Looking at the indicative scoring, though, these are the unofficial scores for us at the moment as it stands. Team 109 on 24 points. Team 109
that's actually round 5 that we were looking at there. So just ignore those indicative scores. I think that from my memory, at least, that we have, I think Meraki scored a 25 indicative score on that round. I think Wimby had 22. I think Apex were in the same range as well. So it'll be interesting to see what the next few rounds come in at as well.
Well done, Ray. So we had a little glimpse on the screen there as well of iFlyworld.co.uk is the website that you can visit to access the live stream. Of course, if you are watching this, then you already know where that is, but please share it with your friends. We had, I think it was 2,000 people watching us at one point yesterday. Me and Ray love it.
Yeah.
We'd love to be seen by more. Get our faces out there.
We're wearing pink t-shirts today, everybody. So this is it's a good thing to be showing you. So come in, watch us, join the live stream whenever you like. Drop in and see what's going on. Just for everybody at home, we want you to know that the AAA category is brought to you by Fuse Metrics, suppliers of state-of-the-art business management systems.
Oh yes. There we go. So here we have Team Jeanette Wimby are in the tunnel. So one of 2 French teams that are competing here at the British Indoor Nationals. Their scores will appear on the league tables, but they will not be eligible to win medals here today, and they will also not be classed as part of the UK Skydiving League. But it's a good opportunity for them to come and get some experience competing, and for us, of course, to see the French way of doing things, which for anyone who doesn't know, usually means that all of the formations are mirrored. Why is that, Ray?
Yeah. Because they in France they jump out of left handle, right handle, right handle. So I have to remember here, right? Because I've spent a little bit of time in a left-hand drive country and a right-hand drive country, so trying to remember. But they basically have a door on the other side, so they exit the plane in a different orientation. So the point is that they mirror everything to how we would mirror everything that we would see in the UK or I guess or in the US.
And here we have NFTO entering the tunnel. So NFTO, of course, the current world female champions in 4-way, entering the tunnel, currently top of the leaderboard as well, with a total of 126 points. An absolutely stonking round on round 5, where they brought out 29 points on that round, 5 points ahead of their newest competitors. And here we see another quick round.
Yeah, I mean, I think they're. It's amazing to see how quickly they're on and off the keys. It's like, Libby isn't new. It's very much like it's watching Kath in there as well. So they're very comfortable. They're very comfortable with each other. Very well matched team. They know, how to fly. They have that confidence from winning that gold medal inbuilt in them, and there you can see that from that indicative score of a 29. It's really good to see. It's 29 indicative score. pretty much equaled their round 5, and we said this was a slower round.
So a little bit of a glitch there at the end. It looks to me like they were more comfortable in one slot than they were the other, presumably their A slot for the 21 than their B slot. Just a bit of imbalance there in how they were executing that move, but probably out of time.
Yes,
and a good number of points anyway. And this is what we're talking about. You want to be flying as close to that line as possible without breaking it, and sometimes we go over the line and things go a little bit wrong, but I think that would be a nice round for them.
Yeah, and that would be good. I mean, as the indicative scoring gave it a 29, so let's see what the judges come back with, the official scoring, but that looked like a very good round for them. And I think, as we keep saying, it's like we contrast, we compare between the teams that went before or the teams that are closer in scores, and they just look like they're really in sync with each other, and they're coming on and off those grips all at the same time and moving on and ahead in a very symmetrical fashion and at the same time. And it just looks really good. Okay.
So here we've got Boom Entry, who are very close to silver linings in the leaderboard at the moment. So a far less experienced team than the few that we've just seen going in. Boom Entry, Shane, Chris, John, Kev, coached by Vic and Bex. So we're going to talk about Vic and Bex quite a lot today, so we'll tell you more about them later. But here we've got the indicative scores, the unofficial scores for round 6, and that's Team 111, NFTO, on an indicative 29, followed by Meraki on 24, and then FCGB Weenby on 22, and in fact Team 107, which is Apex, also on 24. So it looks on the indicative scores like Apex may have taken a couple of points back from Weenby.
Yeah, which is great. So there's only 1 point between them on the unofficial scores that we can see at the moment, which means that competition for that 3rd place is definitely hotting up. It looks like NFTO have extended their lead that they already have over Meraki. But these are, as we said already, these are the unofficial scores. They're the indicative scores. The official scores will follow later. So we have the AA coming up now, and the AA draw will be coming up on your screen. You can see that. So that is the Caterpillar mixed accordion. So 15 and 13, so 2 blocks.
Yeah.
Laura, did you want to talk us through the complexity of this round?
I would love to talk us through the complexity of this round. Thank you, Ray. So Caterpillar, which is block 15, will require all of the formation's team members to do a 360-degree turn at the same time. So the trick really to success in that one is making sure that you turn together. One person might be faster than the others, but going faster than the rest of your teammates on this block won't help you at all. It's all about being in sync. Block 13 is another one of the symmetrical block moves. So much like block 21, here's the 13 start. There should be a start, there should be a middle point, and there should be a finish, and that should all be symmetrical. So we're looking for everyone turning together at the same time on 15, and we're looking for symmetry in the block 13.
I think I remember when I started out looking at block 15 as the outside centre, you always want to turn really quickly, but you can see that the outside centre generally just keep looking in before they present those their grips to the point flyer, just to make sure they're in the right place, and it's not too difficult for the point flyer to pick up those grips.
It's about discipline as well on the grips. So if we know that the outside centre flyer is only going to close those grips once they see that the tail flyer is present, then we can all agree where the last grip is going to be. We know as soon as we see that final grip, then we can move on. That was IBME. Who have been a team for quite a long time now.
Yeah.
I think they've been around since 2012, 2013. Not in that lineup, but they do like to bring new people and have another go, and I think quite a nice round for them.
Yeah, and next in we have Team Grenade. This is an all-female lineup, and they're currently, I believe, on the top of the AA leaderboard after 5 rounds. Fighting it out with a winged hussars, which is really good to see. A bit of competition on the AA leaderboard, and I think the next few rounds, well, the 5 rounds that we have today, that I think they're going to be playing it out. We might see some movement around that top of that leaderboard. So here's hoping that Grenade have a great day, and they're looking good so far.
Absolutely. A team that has been together for a short amount of time. We've got Danny, Teej, Claire and Lucy here, coached by Debbie Lamsley and Varna Parker. Varna, of course, currently in NFTO. Debbie previously in NFTO and teams like Savoa. So they've got some good people leading them, guiding them along the way. Formed as an all-female 4-way FS team at the start of 2020. So just as things were starting to kick off with COVID, which made it all a bit trickier. And I understand Teej lives overseas. I think she lives in France. So I think this team team have struggled to find much training time ahead of this competition. They should be pleased with where they're ranking with all that in mind.
I think so. I think they're doing really well, and you can tell the claps from outside, but super happy with themselves as well. And it's great to see this in the AA category. And for all of you at home that are watching, the AA category is in association with Semantic, websites that mean business.
And it's probably worth mentioning, actually, the effect of the pandemic, I think, on skydiving as a whole, because, of course, we couldn't go skydiving. No. We couldn't go indoor skydiving. We couldn't do anything. How do you think that you, as a competitor, would have dealt with that?
I found it really difficult. And the funny thing about it is that different countries were open in different ways. So, you know, there was lots of drop zones were open across the US. So, you know, you can see that, I think, reflected maybe a little bit in the Project 19. Yeah. The 100-way, majority of it was US based, and I think the reason for that was that people were still able to jump in the US, even during times and you know, when we had COVID as well. I think I would have found it very difficult not to be able to fly and compete, and just not to be able to be around other people, which is not just a skydiving thing. I think it's generally how do you put it? It's everybody went through the same experience, right, at the end of the day. But I think the different countries with different lockdown rules meant that, you know, some teams could train in tunnels, some couldn't. Some could train in the sky, some couldn't. And as a competitor myself, I would have found it really difficult because, you know, skydiving is a big part of our lives when we're competing, and we put a lot of effort into it, a lot of energy, a lot of our spare time goes into it so we can show what we can do at our best. And I would have found it pretty tricky. And I think, Laura, you were competing, right, with Chimera, or you were training at the time. So you must have found it very difficult between yourself
really
and the
hard,
team.
yeah. Really just sad. Sad was the main feeling. We just wanted to go skydiving, but of course there's a lot that you can do outside of the tunnel and down on the ground to help you along the way. We did a lot of visualizing, a lot of keeping fit, and a lot of keeping in touch with one another. So for these guys, building that team relationship, that camaraderie, is a huge part of being a competitor. So just keeping in touch was so important too.
And I think we learned a lot about, as skydivers, we learned a lot about mental health.
We did.
And about how we are within ourselves, what we need. You know, it's skydiving or flying in general is, it's a relatively extreme sport. You know, it attracts a certain type of person to come and do this sport, and you learned a lot about not being able to do it and how that can affect your mental health in many ways.
Absolutely. And that was Sora just flying there for us. So Sora very close in the table with Birds of Paradise. Sora managed to pull out a 15 over Birds of Paradise 11 on round 2, but then Birds of Paradise 15 on round 5, Sora 13 on round 5. Currently 61 points to Birds of Paradise and 60 to Sora. So it looked like they had a few moments where they got a little bit stuck, but hopefully that'll be enough to kind of see them through and get over those first round of the day nerves as well. Now we've got quadruplane. What is a quadruplane, Ray?
Oh, it's 4 wings on a plane.
It's a biplane with 2 levels. Come on.
Thank you. Sorry. I'm a lot older than Laura, for those at home, and I can't quite remember.
So here we've got quadruplane. Quadruplane, of course, currently holding up the bottom of the table for us on a total score of 51. But they had a nice round 5. They managed to take 4 points over IBME, who going into today were 6th place. So they've definitely shown us that they've got the speed and they've got the potential. Little bit of level issues that we're seeing here, though, from the side cameras. They seem to be struggling to stay on a level with one another, but also to stay a little bit lower down in the tunnel as well. Why is that so important, Ray? Why do we want to be flying quite close to the net?
It's where you have the strongest airflow, right? These are diffused tunnels at the end of the day. The higher up the tunnels you go, the less wind you have. So you want to be in a place where you have the consistent wind flow. So therefore, for 4-way teams, and we saw it with the VFS yesterday as well, you don't want to be flying too high in the tunnel. You want to be using, I guess, where the space of the glass is. And for these FS teams as well, you want to be flying your max fall rate. I mean, not your max fall rate, sorry. You want to be flying your most comfortable fall rate. And that is just above the net, a little bit higher than the net. So you've got the ability to take into account for verts or verticals, a slight bit of vertical that you might want to put into for certain blocks. So flying pretty close to the net, but not on the net. is the best way.
There's so much to think about, isn't there?
There is, and that's why we train, right?
That is why we train, but also such an accessible sport in so many ways as well. Of course, iFLY as a brand, pretty well known, I think, in the UK now. iFLY tunnels all over the country, here in Basingstoke, also Milton Keynes. We've got one up in Manchester, one in Birmingham, and then a new one opening up soon at the O2, right?
Yeah, very much so. The one in the O2, I believe, is due to open in February.
Fantastic. And we've got some indicative scores, some unofficial scores here from the AA so far. So at the moment, Team 202 Grenade on an indicative score of 11. Team 201, which is IBME, on 10 there. So going into the next set of 3 teams here, we have got Birds of Paradise, just a point ahead of Sora going into today. Birds of Paradise, another one of the teams that includes the Bradley twins. So I think, Ray, we're going to talk about the Bradley twins a lot today, just
Always.
Because they are in 95% of the teams that we're going to see.
But not only that, they're incredible humans as well.
They are
and,
fantastic.
They really give a lot to the sport, and with so much passion and so much energy as well. They bring so many people along in the sport. Very inclusive of it doesn't matter about background, where you come from. They just very much want to get people involved in the sport as well. So for that, what they give is very special.
Absolutely. So Vic and Bex Bradley occupying the centre slots there. So twins who've been in the sport for a pretty long time, and as Ray says, just they do a lot of coaching. They do a lot of instructing, AFF instructors down at Skydive Simpson, I believe, and they have brought in 8 teams to this competition, some of which both of them are in, some just one of them. And there are also some teams that they are coaching along the way. So a lot of people in the current FS scene can owe where they're at to the Bradley twins.
That is very true. And I think we were talking about a few iFLY fun facts. So I'm going to give you a few.
I love an iFLY fun fact.
So if you visit iFLY, you might find yourself rubbing shoulders with celebrities from the worlds of sport, music and TV.
Oh, imagine.
So high-profile TV programmes and celebrities have flown with us in the UK in the iFLY tunnels. That include Dua Lipa,
Okay.
David Beckham,
Right.
Victoria Beckham,
Gosh.
Brooklyn Beckham.
Did they come together?
I might have done. A Question of Sport's Matt Dawson and Phil Tufnell. I hope they were doing some two-way opposite each other. You gotta love Daws and Tuffers. And iFLY have even welcomed Guy Martin for his Channel 4 programme Speed.
Oh, Guy
Amazing.
Martin came to Langer as well.
He did, didn't he?
Oh, he's got a great job, hasn't he? So here we've got Squad Game. Wonder if they would fly with the Beckhams. Why if all 3 of them have been, why have we not seen a Beckham team?
I don't know. Maybe Brooklyn wants to join with it. No, actually, he's not a junior anymore. He's probably in his 20s by now.
Well, we'll give him a ring, or if you're watching, David, Victoria, Brooklyn, just give us a call if you want some coaching. Me and Ray here, ready to do that for you. But Squad Game, a nice round for them. I think they've maybe got a little bit confused at this point. What's happening? Are we in the tunnel?
Oh, no, that's okay. They're out of time anyway. I think they had a pretty good round, and I just bumped into Jason just coming into the tunnel. And he said, we didn't have the best early rounds, but definitely picked it up on round 5 yesterday, and hoping they start off strong again today. So let's see what they can bring to the table. Of course, next in the tunnel, we have one of our favourite teams. It is indeed the Winged Hussars,
who we had the pleasure of having dinner with last night. What an amazing group of people they are. So much energy. So each one of them originally from Poland. A huge amount of passion for bringing Polish skydiving to the forefront. And of course, we have had competitions over in Poland.
Many.
I did an indoor meet over in Poland a few years ago, which was brilliant. Really enjoyed that.
I've done a lot of talking at some meets in Poland, and I've done a lot of competing as well. And it's good to see. I mean, that they're putting the FS back on the map for Poland. And you can just see we're talking about the 15s. And how they can be a little bit crunched on the close. It's individual flying, but you've really got to make sure that you're placing yourself in the right place, especially as the outside centre, to wait until that point can actually pick you up.
And we saw that there for Mac in the outside centre slot, perhaps just turning in a little bit early and causing their point flyer to have a little bit of an imbalance. And it's really difficult when you're in the middle of that 15. You've got someone's holding onto your legs, someone you've got to hold on to them at the front. There's their coach, James Woods, just walking through. He should be fairly happy with that round. And team 202, 207 and 205 all on 11. So 202 is Grenade, 205 is Birds of Paradise, and 207 is the Winged Hussars. So a nice round for all of those teams, I think. Mac just peering back into the tunnel. if he's lost something there. But yeah, those guys coached by James Woods this weekend.
And I believe that they're in a battle of the winged hussars with Grenade. And
Indeed.
I think there's only 2 points or a point in it. And I think
there's a point in it going into that round.
And if we look at the indicative scores that we have here, it's that 1 point lead from Grenade will continue. So I think they're going to be continuing to fight it out in the rounds that come up. And we'll be giving you round by round information as and when they come up through the day. So have no fear. We'll give you an idea and an idea of what that round's going to look like for each of the categories, and where we could have some different engineering or some efficiencies to be made. Lots of clapping going on in the tunnel back there.
Everyone's excited. How did you cope as a competitor, Ray? Did you look at the scoreboard or did you try and avoid it?
It depends upon which part of my skydiving career I was at, or which competition, and how I felt as a team. And generally speaking, the early years we used to do some scoreboarding when it didn't matter too much. And I think in the later years I tried to avoid scoreboarding altogether, because I realised in time that it did actually affect my mood, and it did make me, I did bring whether it's good or bad energy into the next round if I knew what that score was. So for me, it wasn't that important.
Fair enough. We've got the Chili's now here into the tunnel, Team 208. So the Chili's and then Vortex will be the last of our AA teams before we start on the single A. But the Chili's yesterday, a total score of 55, so 8th out of 9 teams at the moment. But very, very close to Squad Games, just a point between them, and then just a couple of points above them is IBME. So even though they are at the lower end of the table, there's still a lot to play for there as well.
Yeah, they're doing pretty well here. You can see that the 13 is going to be, relatively new, not trained as much for these teams, but the 15 should be, and they executed the 15 pretty well actually. This is Chili's, right?
Yeah, Chili's. I think the Block 13, we've talked about it being a little bit newer, but it's still been around for a couple of years. I think the early days, so for those people who maybe don't know, the formations are updated from time to time just to keep things fresh, and particularly formations where it's maybe considered that they've been done as quickly as they possibly could be, or maybe they bring in complications like old 13. Hammer was a complicated one to fit into the dive pool. So they do get changed from time to time, and when the new Block 13 came in, there were a few different techniques being tested out by the top teams. I think now we're fairly confident on what the quickest way of executing it is, but yeah, these teams potentially not as familiar with it as they are with other formations.
No, and I think when I say it's relatively new, I think we're still tweaking and still playing with the best technique.
Yeah,
I think for a 13, I think we saw it from the AAA teams yesterday. There's still, when you're comfortable with that technique, you can move on and off very quickly from the 13. But I think certain teams are still playing with what's best, and there's a variety of different coaching techniques out there for it in the moment. And it depends upon how it's being coached, what input you're getting. And I think we're still learning about the efficiency of Block 13.
Yeah, for sure. And Vortex struggling a little bit with it there. I would say if I was coaching them, just the lack of symmetry is a bit of an issue for them. But we saw it yesterday with Apex, of course, with their high grips, and then other teams with the low grips. And some people are verting it sort of sideways, some people are going straight forward. So yeah, you're right. There are still different techniques out there. Moving into the single A though now, so the first of our single A team will be Children of the Corn, who apparently are actually called Children of the Headcorn.
That's right. So I believe they're a team from Headcorn.
That makes sense.
It makes sense, right?
Oh, it's all coming together. Children of the Headcorn. I get it. That's clever. Subtle.
Children of the Headcorn. I do like that. They've had a little bit of not the best set of rounds from yesterday, so I'm hoping they pick up their game a little bit, and they look to be doing that right now. So the
round 6 here is going to be EFH, so it's an all random round for these teams, which means that they will just have to perform these static formations, no holding on to each other and doing little spinny moves like we saw with the other teams. So that's an F, that's an H, E, F, and H. And the way that these guys score points, for anyone who's unfamiliar with four-way FS, the way that points are scored are by showing the camera, and therefore showing the judges, each one of these formations in turn. And the formations require people to take hold of one another, either on their arms or their legs, and you have to make sure that that is shown. A little bit of a fumble there from Children of the Headcorn with some of those formations that will potentially cause busts for them, or certainly some missed points along the way.
And I think it's worth noting that the graphics will come up for each round as we're starting into a new category, so those of you at home can actually see what they look like. But for this round, this EHC I think it was, it's going to be a very fast round for the single A.
EFH it is for
EFH,
single A.
sorry.
So here we go. So there's the scoreboard as it's looking at the moment. Nemesis occupying the top spot by quite a distance. I think we are only halfway through. It's going to be tricky for Triple Trouble to get their score too much closer to Nemesis, I think. But we'll see. You never know.
Yeah, we know. I mean, it's. I think Nemesis definitely are running away with it, but it's. And you can see that the level of scoring is quite high. So I think that's an indication, Nemesis, that you should be moving up into AA next year.
Well, you say that next year. Is that now? For some of the teams here, so we did have an Indoor Nationals, which happened in February of this year, and we've got it again now because we have changed the format, or BISA, British Indoor Skydiving Association, have changed the format. So that means this is the second British Nationals of the year. For some of the teams, therefore, it will be the end of their season. For some of them, it's the beginning.
Yeah, it's true. And but as you said, I think we talked again about this a little bit yesterday. I think most of this team see this as a kickstart to their indoor flying for the year.
Of course, one of the downsides to the change of format is that we don't have the reigning indoor skydiving champions here. So not here to defend their title because there just wasn't enough time between the end of the World Meet out in Arizona and this particular competition.
Yeah, and we talked about this again. It's very much a case of you need to find out, which sport you want to compete in, because there's so many different competitions at the moment, both indoor and outdoor, and they are different disciplines. So you kind of have to choose, which one you want to invest in, which one you want to take forward, which one you want to take as you could take the indoor as a training tool, or if you actually really want to fully commit and compete indoors, it's another form of investment, which is quite a lot for these teams to manage, both outdoor and indoor flying.
Absolutely. And that was a team, who did we have there?
I believe that would have been
a team with no name.
That's the one.
A team with no name. So a team with no name yesterday. I think they were pretty happy. Caught up with them last night. They are currently in 4th place, very, very close to Team Tilstock and Team Live Laugh Low Turns. 56 for each of those two second teams there, Team Tilstock and Live Laugh Low Turns, and 57 for a team with no name. So quite a tight battle there. Fornado moving into them now, currently going into today 9th place on the leaderboard with a total of 49 points. Another Bradley Twins creation. So, but these guys, really great to see them coming in. I think we've got a fairly inexperienced team here. Player coach Bex, Maggie, Paul and Martin. Martin, of course, we spoke about yesterday, an experienced inside centre flyer. He's moved to point for this competition. And then Paul, an experienced point flyer, is somewhere else. So
It makes you wonder,
bold
right?
choices.
But it's good, you want to be challenged. You want to make sure that you can see the different pictures, so you can learn whether you're moving up into a category or whether you're flying with others. You want to have the flexibility and the versatility to say, I can actually fly in this slot. I have some experience of flying in this slot. You can get too comfortable, as with everything in life, in a particular slot or in a particular part of the formation. So it's good to see that they're mixing things up.
And it's a rare sport where you can compete at the national championships and use it as just a fun training exercise. You don't have to be a super serious team to be here. And hopefully that's what lots of the people watching at home will be seeing here, is whether you're a skydiver already or not, you could be here at the next British Indoor National Championships, whenever that may be. Let's assume December. Might be February. Might be 2024. We don't know, but you could be here for the next one. And here we have Rasper One Trick Ponies. They've showed us some tricks along the way.
They have a little bit of back flying.
This is looking very calm.
This is good, and this is actually a really good round to see this on. It was, I keep forgetting what the round is, but this here is EFH.
Yeah.
And it's a very much, everybody's looking in. There's small moves, to each of the randoms. It's all in facing, it's very round. It's really good to take it nice and calm. And as we see some of the teams progress, I'm looking forward to see what some of the other teams put on the boards, because it's very much, it could be a very fast round, and if you go too fast, you could lose your rhythm and
Absolutely.
get a few busts and get lost as well.
And here we have some indicative scores for that first set of single A teams. So team 301 at the moment, that is Children of the Corn on an indicative score of 23, followed by team 303, Fornado on 21, and then 302 and 304 both on 19. That is a team with no name and the Rasper One Trick Ponies. So pretty tight, pretty close on that one, but as Ray says, this round has potential to be very quick. When we talk about round formations and people being able to see a lot, what we're saying there is that everybody is looking into the centre of the formation. Nothing's too stretched out. The centre of everybody's mass is very close together, and that is a lot easier than some of the formations such as a G or even an A or an N, where we've got out-facing people. The centre points of each of those bodies are spread apart, and they can be much more difficult to hold together. So really there is the potential for us to see some quite high scores on this round.
Very much so, and I think the next few teams that we have coming in should be Nemesis, Shock and Awesome, and Team Tilstock, and I think we have Team Nemesis coming in now.
Yeah, so Nemesis currently top of the leaderboard by quite a significant amount, but very, very humble with it. I was speaking to them last night, asked them how it was going, and they were just like, yeah, it's all right.
You can see, it's amazing to see. There's a little bit of reaching going on the E's, but you can see that's probably just due to body size, but they're keeping it nice and centered. There's not much movement, and nice and calm as well. They're not really going over the line. The points are racking up on the board. This is going to be their highest scoring round.
This is a nice one. And something else that we've been looking at over the past couple of days is how that axis, the point-tail axis of the formation, is affected, particularly shapes like an E, where people are turning and having to present their legs. We often see the formation rotating round as those points are being built, but here we've got a slight bit of rotation clockwise in the team, but not too bad. And actually the way they were building that E makes me laugh, because it looked to me like their outside centre, Dave, just wasn't really presenting his arm to their inside centre, Laura, which is something that I always did with James in Chimera. He would always say to me, get that T-Rex arm over here.
Yeah, exactly.
But when you're in that outside centre slot and you're turning back and forth, sometimes you are just flying your body, and you just hope for the other person to be able to reach across and grab what they need.
You also need the point flyer, I think, to a certain extent, just to step forward there, as you can see, just to make sure that, you know, we saw that so it doesn't turn backwards and it doesn't go around the axis. So these things are quite important. But you're seeing it here as well. You want that outside centre to present that hand.
Yeah. And this is Shock and Awesome, another team including one of the Bradley sisters. Shock and Awesome yesterday, not a bad day for them. They're at the bottom of the table, but I think they came into this with the expectation that they would probably be there. But they're giving it their best shot, and they're learning a lot from it. They've got, here we've got, oh no, that's Fornado, that's the wrong set. We've got player coach Vic, David Knox, Chris Holland and Shane McKeon in this team.
It's a really good team. The good vibe across this team. I think I bumped into them yesterday as well. But they're just here to have some fun, which is very important. Next in, we should have Team Tilstock.
And there is their coach, Rich Cotton, in the pink hoodie that we can see on the screen now, watching them. What kind of a role do you think he'll be playing here at this competition, Ray?
I don't think there's much you can do while you're in the tunnel. I think it's in between. It's definitely watching things on the creepers, the angles, but also just like putting a collective hug around the team, making sure they're hydrated, making sure that, you know, they know what their timings are, they know where to be, and making sure they're all at the right level as a team, you know, just before they go in, and just to make sure that they're all calm and in the right place, wherever that might be. You don't necessarily need to be calm, but wherever individually you need to be in your headspace, but as a team where you need to be.
Absolutely. A bit of reaching here for Team Tilstock. That E in particular, the E formation, there's quite a reach coming through. We can see it again there, and having to take some quite high grips. So I think potentially they could improve, or certainly they could improve by just squeezing those points and keeping the centre point of each individual flyer as close to the centre of the formation as possible, just so that no one's having to reach and no one's having to cover any unnecessary distance. But not a bad round, very calm.
No, not bad at all. But, you know, I think Nemesis, when they gave us that round that they just had, I think, you know, definitely they're going to be a little bit further ahead when we look at the indicative scoring for it. But you can see how you can keep it tight. And as you said, I think you need to keep it centered, and all the flyers need to make sure that they're presenting those grips in the right place.
Absolutely. And these all random rounds come with their own complexities. Here we are looking at the unofficial scores again, the indicative scores. Thank you, Brian, for these. You are a legend. Team 305 Nemesis on 36. The next closest is Team 301 Children of the Corn on 23. An extra 13 points.
Yeah, I think Nemesis, definitely time if you're hearing Nemesis to think of moving on up. I'm going to say that a few times now. But yeah, no, really good scores. I mean, that is, you know, when I look at that draw, it would be, a rookie team would be happy with that round. So we're expecting very good scores from the teams here.
When we talk about moving up in categories, so for anyone who doesn't know out there, the idea of the way that these categories are set up is that the experience level should increase as you move up the categories. So the rookie category intended for people who are rookies. So anyone who has their formation skydiving qualification to be able to jump with other people in the sky, or anyone who has signed off to do four-way in one of these iFLY tunnels, can come and do a rookie team, and you don't have to have any experience at all. Then we've got the single A, where you should be slightly more experienced, double A more experienced again, and triple A should really be reserved for those top flight flyers.
Next in, we're going to have three teams. First team that we can see here is Team Wind Kickers. And yeah, they're looking nice and calm. And just as I say that, you can see they're a little bit reachy with the grips. Now, Laura, this is a good one to watch, because we talk about coming on and off the grips at the same time, showing the judges where you're placing. You want to show clear separation in a formation, in a round like this, in between the points. Yeah. And because they're coming off not with the most amount of synchronicity, it's very difficult. The judges will go back and have a look at it, because it's fast as well, to say, are they all on and off the grips at the same time? Is this a team speed? Are we looking at that, or are we not showing clear separation?
Absolutely. We've got an indicative score there of 24, though, which would put them 1 point ahead of Children of the Corn, but still nowhere near to Nemesis. Nemesis doing a cracking job. But yeah, you're absolutely right. There is benefit in what we would refer to in Chimera as quiet flying. So there's no unnecessary energy, no unnecessary movement being used. It's all just very calm and together, whereas that was quite a noisy skydive, I think. We had people on and off grips at different times, and it just makes it difficult for the judges to know what's happening and what's the point.
Yeah, and it's that thing, isn't it? You need to show the judges. It's an expression that we use. If you do it on round one, it means the judges are less likely to look at you in the future rounds. So really show the judges what you've got. If you show them rounds where you're not, where it's noisy, as you say, Laura, they're more likely to go, actually, did they get that point? Did they not get that point? And you can see here, this team, they are showing better separation. Just as I say that, but you know, they're trying to show separation between each point before picking up the next point. But
a nicer build here as well from 4-arch on the E. We've seen a lot of these teams so far struggling with just stretching that E out, but you can see even as they're picking up these different points, there is movement on their levels. Some people lower than others, some people higher than others. And I think the judging camera often hides these little issues that are happening. And when we talk about noise, changes in level within the formation also contributes to that.
Yeah, and you very much see that with the VFS, how important those levels actually are. And it's just as important in the FS as well, you know, because if you're reaching, if you think about how, you know, how much more surface area you're providing, if you're having to reach your hand up to pick up a grip, you're going to get more surface area hits the wind. That means you get a lot more resistance and lift from that arm, which is going to pop you up potentially and make things a lot more noisy.
Absolutely.
Which is you want to fly it nice and tight and all flying at the same level if you can, especially with an all random round where you don't need to introduce any vertical. You should all be flying nice and calmly and centered. And you know, if we get a side view of the triple trouble, we should see that this looks pretty calm.
This is looking nice. A bit of a stretch for Karina there, the point flyer at the top of the screen. We can see us building that E formation. Just could do with Cole maybe turning and giving his leg a little bit more, and Karina also just stepping forward very slightly as well. But this is a team that has a very experienced flyer in it. So Marcus in the red jumpsuit has been around the skydiving community for a long time, the son of a skydiver himself, and he has brought his son, Cole, who is in the outside centre slot opposite him. We've also got Tano Parker at the back of the formation, or the bottom of the screen, the son, of course, of Varna Parker, current world female champion, and Dennis Parker, also a highly decorated skydiver. So a lot of skydiving pedigree in that team. I was speaking to them yesterday. Cole, very competitive, very
can believe it.
disappointed with the number of busts they've been getting. What is a bust, Ray?
It's where, what's the technical definition of a bust? It's where you're not picking up, it's an incorrect grip or an incorrect formation, or what else can it be?
Centre point bust, incorrect inters.
It's basically where you're not showing the judges these pictures that you're seeing on the screen right now.
And these pictures then are the rookie round. So we're moving into the rookie teams very shortly. So we've got 3 more single A teams, and then the rookies will be doing FJL. So F can be an easy formation because everybody's in facing, but because of the nature of the grips, there's only one grip between each person. It can be a little bit more flimsy, a little bit less sturdy than some of the others. A J, everyone's primarily in facing, so we do have to think about where we're building when we're giving our legs whilst also picking up with our arms, but it's quite a nice round formation for the teams. The L, I think, is going to be the trickiest one.
Definitely. And so we just had a shout out from Cookie, or Jason Cook, who's actually saying, well, why aren't Chimera competing this weekend? Laura, do you want to give everybody at home just a quick update on why Chimera aren't competing in this indoor competition?
Of course. So we just felt that there wasn't enough time for us between returning from the World Championships out in Arizona just over a month ago now, and then coming to this competition meet here. For us, we gave all of our annual leave, all of our time, all of our spare time, and all of our budget to training for that outdoor competition, and there just wasn't enough time for us to be able to be prepared as we wanted to be for this one.
Yeah, that's fair enough, Laura. You want to be competitive, right? And we just mentioned it earlier today, you know, that the indoor flying and outdoor flying are actually 2 very different disciplines now, and that takes a lot of commitment to commit to both. And following the high over World Championships, you know, you guys did so well. Super proud.
Oh, thank you.
And, you know, coming back then to compete indoors, it was just too short on timing, I guess, for you guys. You wanted to, you know, you're going to be competitive. You want to make sure you can win it again.
Yeah, absolutely.
So you chose to opt out, which is completely fair enough.
And of course, NFTO, same situation, just back from the World Meet, just back from winning the female category at the World Championships. There they are, high-fiving Tano in the bottom corner. But they, when we spoke to them last night, they literally came off the plane from Arizona and went to the tunnel. It's a huge commitment, and you need to make the time for it. Here we've got Live, Laugh, Low Turns heading into the tunnel now. Dan Staples in the green helmet, of course, still sporting the jumpsuit of James from Chimera. Had a little bit of a malfunction with his own jumpsuit yesterday. So he's not only navigating this relatively inexperienced team dynamic, these competitive environments that they haven't really got much experience in, he's also now got someone else's jumpsuit on. But doing a great job. This is looking nice.
It's the magic of the suit, though. He's channeling his inner James as we speak. Right?
He is.
Which is good to see. And Live, Laugh, Low Turns, looking pretty solid. You know, really, again, yeah, you can see the outside centre coming on and off those grips as well, which is good to see. Really showing the separation. Oh, just as I say it, I'm jinxing everything here at the moment because it's just breaking down a little bit. But I think most of that is out of time. So, you know, they got through. They what's the expression you use? Learn it, earn it, burn it.
Yes.
Yes.
Oh, we're learning.
Good. Yes, slowly. Can't tell you what a quadruplane is, but I can tell you learn it, earn it, burn it. But you can see there from that team that very much they started off slowly, ramped it up, and then towards the end they were a bit over the line, but luckily that was out of time. So a good score from them from Live, Laugh and Low Turns.
And they'll be looking for a good score, very close to Team Tilstock. Same number of points coming into today, both on 56 points overall, and then a team with no name just a point ahead of them coming into today. So all of the teams will be looking to push their performance. The indicative scores then on the scoreboard there for us. Team 305, which is of course Nemesis on 36. Team 310 though, Triple Trouble, 35 on that one. Very nice from them. Then we've got the next team in that list is going to be Team 308 on 24 points, which is the Wind Kickers. So our top 3 teams from yesterday currently retaining the top 3 spots according to our unofficial scores.
Yeah, it's good to see. And the tunnel is ramping up again. I think we now have the rookie teams that will be coming in.
We do indeed,
and they will have I think at around, I can't remember what it is now. It's coming out, but we'll see it now as they get ready in the door. And the first team that we should have in is Team 404. team name not found. They should
Absolutely.
have found their team name by now.
You'd think they would have done.
Yeah.
There's been enough time. Come on, guys. But we have got the rookie round 6 here, which is FJL. So there's the F, the open accordion. There's the J, the donut, and then the L, the adder, which includes out-facing moves. As you can see for these guys, we've got one person who is not looking into the formation at all. They're going to try and keep as much of a visual across the formation as they can, but these out-facing moves are the tricky ones.
Yeah, they are indeed. It's that L that you keep saying, and I think it's a little bit of reaching going on.
The J as well, I think. So we saw there with the donut formation, it feels like it should be a straightforward one because you all just are 90 degrees on from one another, you make a circle and easy peasy. But then if you get too hung up on picking up the grip that you need to take on the leg of your teammate, you might forget about giving your own leg to your other teammate, and that's what we saw there with that team.
Yeah, we tend to, when you're early on and you're starting out, you tend to focus on what's in front of you, reaching for things rather than where you need to put yourself.
Yes.
And what you realise in time that the most efficient way for the team to perform is very much put yourself where you need to be, or put yourself where you need to be, that you've just crept, and then the grips will be there and you can pick them up at the same time and hopefully let them go at the same time and move on.
Absolutely. So here we have team fledglings. So we've got, I think it's Vic in this one. I could be wrong though, but we've also got Fleur in there. Fleur announced yesterday she's now sponsored by Vertex jumpsuits, so check them out. But we've also got in place, Fleur is in place of Samrina, who unfortunately wasn't able to make it for today. So we've got an alternate, so the minimal training that they did as a four-way, now even less so because they've got an alternate person flying with them.
No. Not the best, right? But they're at least here, they're flying, which is a good thing.
And this is the team which includes both Samrina and Laura, not yet qualified skydivers, so still learning to skydive through the accelerated freefall AFF way of learning, which means that they are going up into the sky with instructors to hold on to them and teach them, and as they progress through they pick up new skills. So not quite qualified skydivers yet, but doing a really nice job here in the tunnel.
And I still think it makes my heart, I don't know, it makes my heart sing a little bit to see flyers like this in here, that they have this community that they can come and fly with, and you kind of think, oh, I wish I'd had that.
Absolutely.
When I was starting out, because it's a really good way to learn, to see what the sport's all about, how much people are giving back. And again, it comes down to the twins as well, that can bring these people into the tunnel to fly into a team, really encouraging them to do it. Getting used to that whole big goldfish bowl, in about a few years' time, these guys will be at the top category, I've no doubt. Flying outdoor and indoor, and it'll be good to see. But this is a great atmosphere for them to learn in.
It really is. And here we have another one of the Rasper teams, the No Trick ponies, doing a nice job. I feel like these names are misleading.
I know. Well, I think the One Trick Pony have given us a few tricks through the competition. As I said, a little bit back flying and a couple of funky exits out the tunnel. The No Trick Ponies have not shown us any tricks, so I think they're
doing all right.
Up to it, yeah.
A tricky round one for the No Trick ponies. 0 points scored on that particular round. But then they've been picking it up. 6, 8, 4, 7. I didn't see the indicative score for that one, but it looked pretty calm, pretty collected. There's a balance to be had as well between investing in your own personal flying skills versus training in the four-way team. And I think something that many of our flyers will be seeing here today is that the more they can do of one-on-one stuff to accompany and enhance their four-way flying, the better.
Yeah, I think so. And I always believed, I think, all of us, whenever you do a team or you think about entering a team, I never wanted to be the worst flyer, if that makes any sense, in a team. I wanted to make sure my skills were where they needed to be so we could fly the best optimally for a team. So I would take myself off and do as much one-on-one as I possibly could to make sure the skill set was there, so I wouldn't be the weakest link, I like to call it. And if every team, every flyer of a 4-way or an 8-way or whatever team, a 16-way or a 28-way team wants to do that, that means that team will perform well. Because everybody has that attitude to say, I don't want to be the worst flyer. I want to be, I want the team to perform. And so you go out and invest in yourself to a certain extent. So you're investing for the team.
It's interesting, isn't it? Because I actually love being the weakest link in the team, and of course I never get to do that in Chimera. Thanks to James.
There you go. Thanks, James. Thanks for being that weakest link. And
I love you, James. You're amazing. They're all amazing. But there is a lot to be said for being in a position where you've got the most to learn. And I think for these teams with player coaches, the role of the player coach is to provide a stable base. But then you shouldn't be sat there thinking, oh, I'm not doing as well as these other people, because maybe you don't have as much experience, or maybe you just don't know four-way as well. But actually there's a huge learning curve, and you can really accelerate and power through that learning when you've got some player coaches there to help.
Exactly, and I think that is a good way of doing it. And there's so many people that give back now, as well as established coaches, and it's a great way, as you've said, Laura, to learn. And it's a great way to see different pictures. It's a great way to fly different slots, so you can see even more pictures, so you can be comfortable in what you're flying in. It's one of these things that you can pick up teams. You can be part of a community where you can come and compete in a variety of categories in a different number of teams. So, good way to do it.
And we can see as well with the No Trick Ponies progression through even just this competition. 10 rounds of competition, you can learn a huge amount as well. Kaleidoscope then, heading into the tunnel. Let's see what Kaleidoscope have got for us.
Kaleidoscope, I think, happily in second place at the moment. They're doing pretty well.
Fairly happily. 5 points ahead of their closest rivals, second date, but then 5 points.
This is a kind of round. Yeah, it could change, but they're doing a pretty good job here. Nice and solid. Good work. Oh, just as I said, I'm going to stop speaking, Laura. I might just leave it all to you.
Just trying to build that O. So we saw their point flyer on the front of the L there, arms out right in front of him. So the way that these flyers are flying is that if you've got your arms out in front, creating more surface area at the front end of the body, that effectively tips your body. So you're going to be creating backwards movement in that position. So that's why we can see that person sticking their arms out in front. And of course the flip to that is if they need to go forward, as they're doing to fly out of the tunnel now, a little bit of legs out and arms in. So it's all, there's a science to it, isn't there?
There is, very much so. And the physicist in me won't get into it because we'll be here all day. But the good thing about it is that you can actually see, you could see it working there, or not working as the case may be. And the side view as well, when we flick to it, will also show you what those levels actually mean and how they can hinder. If you're picking up grips with your arms outstretched, or you've had grips picked up on you already, and you're at stretch, it's really hard for you to pick up grips. And you can see here, even from the wavy whackers, a little bit of level issues in the formation. You can see that the back of the piece at the far end is a little bit lower than the front end, and it's working out well for them.
I'd like to see the top camera actually for these guys, because the wavy whackers currently at the top of the leaderboard. Thank you very much. Currently at the top of the leaderboard by quite a significant amount. We were very impressed by them yesterday. We're really enjoying their style of flying. I think actually today this is a round where they're struggling a little bit. 21 points for the wavy whackers on this round.
And maybe that confidence from yesterday has come in and overplayed them a little bit this morning. It's a new day.
Right? Is it the confidence, or is it the games of human Jenga that we heard they were playing in their hotel yesterday?
That might be it. That might be it. But you can be overconfident, and day 2 of a competition is a fresh day. It's Indeed. A new day, so you can't rest on your laurels. So wavy whackers, they will hopefully take this one, chalk it up, and say, okay, we know we've got to do better for round 2. Show us what you gave us yesterday, wavy whackers. So up next, we have a few more rookie teams coming up, and then we'll be going into the VFS draw. And you can see here that the round 6 for VFS is a cross, mixed accordion, and a top spot. So no slot switches in this round, very much straight up. The cross and the top spot both head down. Pretty simple blocks, not too technical. So I expect this is a straight up round, and I'm sure Omni will show us that. Not too many level issues in here as well, so I'm thinking that this should be pretty quick, and there'll be some confidence in those trained teams as well. We did see with the VFS yesterday that Omnia a long way out in front, in first place, with Pan 99 taking second place. But Rebellion, who fortunately at the bottom of the leaderboard had some not so good rounds 1 to 4, but really brought it back in round 5. So hoping for some good stuff from all of the VFS teams coming up in the next few minutes. But first in, we have the rookie team. Just trying to find the name.
Over the Rainbow.
That's the one. Over the Rainbow.
So Over the Rainbow making their way into the tunnel now. Another one of the Tilstock teams. So over the rainbow, and also Team Tilstock, of course. But here we've got Charlotte, Emlyn, Jackie and Stephen. I was actually chatting to Jackie this morning on the way over, asking how they thought it was going. And this is another one of those teams, of which we've seen a lot this weekend, who have done hardly any training. This competition representing for them the beginning of their season. So minimal training so far. I asked Jackie what the first round was for today. She wasn't quite sure. But a team that is just looking to really learn, and we can see already over the course of this weekend they are picking up more points as we go through. So round 1 for them was just 5, but then by the end of the day 9 points on round 5. So didn't see the indicative score for that one. Did you see it?
I missed it as well, unfortunately, but I'm sure it will pop up later. But I do love her jumpsuit. I love the different colours of the orange and the blue. The indicative score, I understand from that magical microphone in my ear, is 12 there for Team Over the Rainbow. And last in for the rookies. Oh no, sorry, yes, it's last in for the rookies. We have the Mini Jets.
There they are. So the Mini Jets, a youth team. The oldest member of the team here is 12 years old. So a team where outdoor skydiving not yet a possibility. Oh, a miscommunication on the door. So we had the team member there who was to the left of the door seemed to be checking something out on the screens and then just missed the entry count. These entry counts, we've seen a bit of variety in them as well, haven't we? So the idea here is that there is one member of the team who is responsible for letting the other members know when you're getting into the tunnel. So they should all be entering at the same time, because of course that's when the timer starts.
It does, and we're seeing this for the FS. The timer starts as soon as the first person has left the door and their body hits the airflow.
Yep.
Difference for the VFS. It's from when their feet leave the ground that we're going to see in the next round. And I think from dynamic it is the same. The clock starts as soon as the first person's body hits the airflow as they go in as well. So interesting that they had that miss there from the Mini Jets, but they will be pleased with the round that followed. And lots of clapping from outside, and NFTO giving their support.
Giving them a wave. We had, I noticed there was a photographer as well in the door there, and that was something that for us in Chimera was always a little bit of a controversial topic. How did you feel about having people photographing you on the way in?
I don't particularly like it very much. I find it a little bit, it disrupts your rhythm.
A bit distracting, isn't it?
Yeah, and it's very distracting, and knowing that somebody's there. For some members of the team it might work out quite well, but for me personally I didn't need it. It was an added distraction, especially if you were in competition. Obviously you're in competition with yourself and you want to do your best. You don't really train to have a photographer in the tunnel.
Indeed. And of course when we see a camera, what must we do? We must wave at it.
We must wave and smile.
So it can be off-putting. So here we have the first of our vertical formation skydiving teams, our VFS teams. This is Omni, the reigning national champions, currently top of the leaderboard. And VFS, of course, named that way because, as you can see, the flyers not using the belly-to-earth formation flying that we saw in the previous teams, but either head down or head up, which is really, really difficult. These guys will have done a huge amount of training to even get to the point where they can fly in these orientations by themselves.
Yeah, so just so the close of the mixed accordion there, where there's two pieces that split into, one is head up, one's a head down flyer, and then you have the top spot as well, which is you have all flyers are head down, and they split with one piece moving and two solo flyers. So interesting round from Omni. I think they scored really well, nice and controlled, and they will be happy with that round as well. Not the fastest of rounds, but also not the slowest. And I think generally speaking, this draw for the VFS is mixed. It's not the fastest. We've seen faster by a long run, but you know they're happy. You can control it. You can take your time with it. So they'll be pleased with that. And I think the indicative score is up on the board for that for round 6 is 20. We will have the next 3 teams coming in, so Pan 99, Enigma and Rebellion, and I'm hoping that Rebellion come back strong as well today, put some of those rounds, decent scores on the board to give Enigma a little bit of a run for the money and potentially close that gap to 3rd place. So good stuff going on in the VFS rounds. And for those of you at home, you might say, well, there's only 4 teams in the VFS. Why are there so many? For the formation skydiving disciplines, because you know with VFS you're flying vertically as well, and that takes a lot of additional training. It's a different discipline. It takes you have to go further in your flying career to fly the VFS. And it's also hard to find, as it's so difficult and so technical, you need to find like-minded souls that have the skill set to be able to do it, to fly it in a full way. And we just don't have as many of them, you know.
I do think, though, 4 teams here in the UK, given everything that you've just said of how difficult it is to get to that level, 4 teams is actually a good number, and that means there is competition for the podium. Sadly, it means only one of them not getting a medal this afternoon, but it's certainly one of the least accessible areas of our sport. But I think with all of these up-and-coming teams and the growing number of teams at competition, hopefully that will inspire more people to get into it.
And this is Pan 99 in the tunnel right now, and they're going to make this really good as well. Looking really good. Elise joining them as well, who's been competing in a few different disciplines. She actually managed to pick her head up out of her room tonight, you know, and get it through the door. So that's good, Elise. Good on you.
She got a heavy head.
Yeah, a bit of a big head, isn't it?
Is that what it is? Yeah. That'll be all the world records that she's been getting.
That would be it.
It'll give you an ego, won't it? You actually mentioned Project 19 earlier on. Tell us more about that.
Well, I mean, we'll come on to Project 19. It was a record attempt that just took place in Arizona, going for 100 women, head down record. They managed to score an unofficial 97, but the actual record now, they broke the record, sits at 80. Fantastic effort, considering that the percentage of women in the sport is 13%. And if somebody writes in and lets me know what the open head down record is, I'd really appreciate it.
Yeah, we should find that information. But marking 100 years with Project 19 since women got the vote in America, and really just showing that females in this sport, you know, the British female team are now world champions in the female category. It doesn't matter what background you come from in this sport, and that's gender or any kind of minority groups, you can come and you can excel in this particular sport.
Yeah, and Enigma there having a little bit of a blowout. They'll reset now. We go, and this is the top spots. Close of the top spot. Oh, I think they've just misplaced their order. I think, okay, now let's see what they've got here. It can be a little bit confusing when you've all broken off on one person, just corks a little bit, and then you have to get back into it. It can be, So we have some confusion as to what point we're on. I think they're trying to build the mixed accordion. There we go. Oh, I lost it again. Okay. So, unfortunately, not the best round from Enigma. You know, one cork. As we said, they were flying a little bit higher in the tunnel. When you cork, it means, you know, for those of you at home, when I say they cork, one of the vertical flies falls off the wind flow. And when I say they cork, they fall up and go up the tunnel, and obviously lose the airflow, and then have to rejoin the team. So not only do you have to find the level, but you also have to remember where you were in the round. So that can be quite tricky. So time for Rebellion to consolidate and maybe take a few points off Enigma. Here we go.
A little bit of a collision there as well for them.
Close a point. You can see the difference in the levels here, which is quite important to close those levels. They're flying quite high in the tunnel, and I think they need to bring that down a little bit. And there you go. There's a point on the board.
And of course, the different fall rates are created not just by the different body shapes, but the different angles that they're flying at. So when you're flying in a head down position, so upside down in the tunnel, that, I believe, correct me if I'm wrong, Ray, but that's the fastest way to fall. And then we've got the head up flyers. So when you've got a mix of the two, trying to stay on level with one another is really, really tricky. And then this idea of corking, of course, comes from those flyers then being on their backs, increasing their surface area, and that's why they start falling slower than the rest of their teammates. So a huge amount to deal with, but for inspirational teams, I think the fact that they can even do it at all is incredible.
It's very special, and we're going to be going straight to a break now, and we'll be returning to you at 10:26.
I'm checking out what the next round is, I promise.
See you shortly.
Do your business systems make life easier or more complicated? are your different departments using their own specialised systems that don't talk to each other, so you end up using spreadsheets, costly bespoke integrations and manual workarounds to see the full picture. Data gets duplicated, you get frustrated, and worst of all, it starts to affect your guests' experience. The Fuse metric system brings everything together. It's been designed from the ground up as one easy-to-use system with everything from finance to HR, ticketing, tills and your CRM. It's a smarter way of working, so your team can work more efficiently, with each team member just seeing the parts of the system they need to do their jobs. Fuse Metrics even integrates with your website to bring your online ticketing, retail, membership and other data all into the same system. Fuse Metrics is one system, so your staff will have a more consistent working environment and a single point of contact for technical support. Training staff becomes faster and easier with all departments trained in the same work environment. It just makes sense. So end the web of subscription costs, support calls and hair-pulling frustrations of multiple management systems for different jobs and let Fuse Metrics streamline and simplify your leisure business, letting you focus on what's really important. Fuse Metrics. Do your business systems make life easier or more complicated? Are your different departments using their own specialised systems that don't talk to each other, so you end up using spreadsheets, costly bespoke integrations and manual workarounds to see the full picture? Data gets duplicated, you get frustrated, and worst of all, it starts to affect your guests' experience. The Fuse metric system brings everything together. It's been designed from the ground up as one easy-to-use system with everything from finance to HR, ticketing, tills and your CRM. It's a smarter way of working, so your team can work more efficiently, with each team member just seeing the parts of the system they need to do their jobs. Fusemetrics even integrates with your website to bring your online ticketing, retail, membership and other data all into the same system. Fusemetrics is one system, so your staff will have a more consistent working environment and a single point of contact for technical support. Training staff becomes faster and easier with all departments trained in the same work environment. It just makes sense. So end the web of subscription costs, support calls and hair-pulling frustrations of multiple management systems for different jobs and let Fusemetrics streamline and simplify your leisure business, letting you focus on what's really important. Fusemetrics. Do your business systems make life easier or more complicated? Are your different departments using their own specialised systems that don't talk to each other, so you end up using spreadsheets, costly
Welcome back, everybody. It's good to see you back. That was a great round one that we had for the FS and VFS. We're going to give you a little bit of an intro now into what FS actually is.
Oh.
Formation skydiving. In four-way formation skydiving, the competitors fly in a traditional belly-to-earth orientation and are trying to build a sequence of predetermined formations. Teams repeat the sequence as many times as possible in 35 seconds working time. Each individual formation built in the sequence scores 1 point. 3 judges keenly watch the teams fly, making sure the formations are correctly built to award points. The four-way competition has 3 levels of difficulty: Rookie, A and AA. Flyers in the AA category have more challenging flying manoeuvres to perform and longer sequences than the A and Rookie categories.
Straight into the tunnel, you can see a very educational video from what FS actually is, and straight into watching some FS flying. So here we have round 7.
Round 7 of AAA, of course, 12, 18, 15. So a little bit of a fumble there, a little bit of a collision on the 18 there for team Say It Again But Slowly. As you were hearing about in our educational video, formation skydiving, four-way formation skydiving, 4 competitors, 4 team members having to build shapes by holding on to one another. And block 12, another one of those slot switcher blocks.
I love block 12, and the reason I love block 12, which will be coming up shortly, is because I used to really struggle flying block 12, and then I flew a little bit of block 12 with Kate Lindsay, and she educated me a little bit. She really helped me out with that, and I flew a little bit with some members of my BISA, and I learned to love block 12. It's one of those really nice things on the front piece where you spin the front piece 540, and the back piece have to spin a 360. And that's why it's a slot switcher. I think I got my angles right. I think that's why it becomes a slot switcher for the front piece, and only not a slot switcher for the back piece.
Absolutely. So now we have Omni Tummy Edition making their way into the tunnel. Omni, as we've already mentioned, the reigning vertical formation skydiving champions, likely to be named that again here at this meet, but giving flat flying a go, giving tummy flying, as they have called it, a go. So block 18 here, there are a few different techniques for block 18. Currently seeing everyone flying block 18 on a level.
Yeah, so this is what you call cogging. Block 18. So we see now that this is just finishing the 50. No, sorry, I think they've got. Was it 12, 18?
So AAA is 12, 18, 15.
Yeah, 15. So I think they've. Yeah, they are taking the right block now. So we'll see it with some other teams. So these teams not as experienced in flying these blocks. So block 18, you can cog that 18, so you keep it on level. And when you see the cog, we'll see it with some other teams go forward. It means that you have to cog it. You have to make sure you place the pieces in the right place. Otherwise, you're going to have some clashes of legs. Most of the senior teams we'll see will actually vert or make a vertical from the 18. And for some teams, if you've trained the 18 on level, it can actually be pretty fast and a lot of fun.
I think we'll see Silver Linings taking the vertical way of doing the block 18 though. But here we have, there's the block 12. So as you can see, the front pair having to perform a 540-degree turn. Oh no, actually block 18 they're also doing on a level.
Yeah.
Really interesting there. So it would be cool to see the side camera view of that, just so that we can get a real visual of what we mean by that. But the vertical, I believe, is always going to be quicker.
See, you believe that, Laura, but I remember competing one year with the 18, how now you can see it's on level.
There they go, just turning it on level, taking it in turns to pass through the centre of the formation so they don't just hit each other. But when you do the vertical style of it, the move isn't as big.
I know, but the interesting fact here is that if you've trained the 18 on levels, which some of these teams might not be as comfortable with the vertical. I remember one year competed in AA, and we, the team that I was on, we competed it, we took it on level. We cogged it per se, and there was a team in AAA that took the vertical, and we actually scored more.
Ray, I'm very sad at this revelation from you, because we've talked a lot this weekend about putting a team together, and I think it's not going to work.
That's right, this was like 10, 12 years ago, Laura. I've moved on since then.
Will you do as I tell you then?
Okay. So this is great. We have some side-by-side footage.
So this is going to be round 5 from yesterday. So we're going to have NFTO on one side and Meraki on the other side. So NFTO on the right, we've got Meraki on the left. And the reason that we wanted to bring this up for you guys to have a look at is that this is a round where NFTO scored an additional 5 points. We just want to see the comparison. Exactly
Indeed,
as
yeah.
we were talking about, Ray, they're straight through the door, straight on it for an FTO, and I think that's where they've picked up some of the time. They were able to just launch straight into that six.
That six was out of the door, and they were on it. And I think Marakia has, kept catching up, but just the closes of these 13s as well, you can see that they're just faster. As soon as they close the block, they're moving on. They're on and off the grip so quickly, and this is a true trained team. You can see really that they've got that confidence to do that. Maraki just taking it a little bit, slower, making sure that they consolidate, but moving just as fast. But you can really see that that NFTO got out the blocks.
I think they just lost, maybe a second on that entry for Meraki, which just meant that they were on the back foot. And then, as you say, just not quite as quick on and off the grips. Here we've got Team Peregrines then. So Peregrines coming in, doing the vertical on the block 18. So if we can have a look at that on the side camera, I think that would be interesting for us to see. But Peregrines so far at this meet have shown us some nice discipline. So there's the block 12, the slot switcher. Now moving into the block 18. So as you can see here from that lovely side view angle, we've got the team passing over one another as they perform this block 18 move, which does mean, despite what Ray said, it does mean that you can do a smaller rotation, which I think is going to be the fastest, and I think it's going to be the preference of most of the higher level teams that we see here. Nice round there by the Peregrines, nice and calm, and making their way out of the tunnel now. So good job by them. Next up, we're going to have the Foreigners coming in. So the next of our AAA teams. So the Foreigners on round 6 scored 15 compared to the Peregrines 13. So let's have a look and see what they can pull out for us. Foreigners going into this round in position 8 on the table, behind Peregrines in position 7. So there's that 12 as we go through the door. Nicely executed there.
Mm-hmm. And I think coming back to that 18 cogging and vertical,
cog.
I just want it to be clear. It's like if you train anything to a certain extent, you can, if you train it when you execute it well. I'm not saying the vertical isn't quicker; it is quicker. Mm-hmm. But if you're a trained team that's done that 18 cogged flat on level versus a team that's not trained the vertical so much of the 18, you can actually outscore them.
I guess it's one of those things that we've talked about in skydiving. You almost have this vocabulary or the number of tools in your toolkit, and for us, our vocabulary got larger the longer we were together. We had the ability to perform more variations on each one of the formations, and we could pull those out of our toolkit whenever we needed them to our advantage. But equally, if you haven't trained those different variations, it's not an advantage.
Exactly. But for all of those listening at home, I did move on from cogging my 18s with my team. We did move into the vertical
she's
space.
going back on it.
No, this was like 10, 12 years ago, but definitely moved on since then. But I'm just saying that for these teams that are learning, right, sure. Trying to take a vertical, some of the more senior teams might not be the most efficient move for you. You know, taking things flat, if you have the confidence to cog something, rather than not having the lack of confidence to vert something, then take what is you're comfortable with, because you can't always replicate what some other teams are doing, because you just haven't had the same level of training.
Absolutely. Now here we have R4MJ. So Renata, John, Matt and Jodie Lee in here showing us the benefits of their individual experience. I did have a chat with these guys last night. We were talking yesterday about how much experience there is as individual flyers here. Quite a lot of training with the top level teams. They've all been investing in their individual flying skills, getting one-on-one coaching, struggling a little bit to make all of that work in harmony. But actually that round for them I think was quite nice.
It was. Those 12s were really nice, and we've talked a lot about 18s. Maybe we should start talking about some of these 12s and the
Indeed.
as well.
Some nice moves on the 12. So there are options on the 12 as well. Before we talk about that though, let's have a look at the unofficial scores so far. Team 106, R4MJ, who we just saw there, with a score of 13 on our unofficial scoring. Team 105 with a score of 11, that's the Foreigners, and then 104 with a score of 10, and 103 with a score of 10, that is Silver Linings and the Peregrines. So yeah, there are different ways of performing block 12 as well. Namely, the front piece can either go forwards or they can go backwards. turning what we call a compressed, where those people are side by side holding onto one another's arms and legs, is a difficult thing to do, and some people do find it's a little bit easier in one direction than the other. I think the majority of the teams will see spinning this forward, but as you can see, round 7 up on the screen for us here. Block number 12, Bundy. So it starts with the team building that shape, as we can see, splitting into 2 pieces, one of which spins 360 degrees, the other 540, and then back. The block 18, another symmetrical block, so it should just be 2 pairs doing a 360 degree turn. And then block 15, an individual turn for everybody. Everyone must make that 360 degree turn, and the secret to success there is to do it in sync with one another.
Look for each other. You know, look at your cross partners, look at your piece partners, making sure you're putting yourself in the right place. And we're going to see some really good work, I think, here from Apex. And really look out now for those that are listening at home to watch that first block out the door. It's a long formation, but they're going to spin it right from the top. There you go.
They're spinning it forwards, as we can see. So they've started in what we call their B slot. So they've entered that 12 into the tunnel in such a way that that means they are moving into their original slot for the first page. So now here we are in B slots. So these guys having to try and recreate the experience that they have in their more comfortable slots in that second slot. And I'm not sure they quite managed it on that particular 18 there. But now we're moving back into A slot, so we should see a bit more comfort here. Here's that block 18, nice and symmetrical. And now the block 15, everyone should be turning together. Mark there on the front of the block 15 should be the last one on, and he was. And we can see from this side camera view as well, they're obviously all standing up now, but they're flying nicely on level together. There's a lot of skill in this team, isn't there?
There is, and I think what we shouldn't forget to say is that this team has all switched slots. Front piece has gone to back piece has gone to front piece, and it's really good to see, you know, and you could see the difference in their flying from the A slot to the B slot for the front piece. Different pictures for them, but they really slowed it down on that second page to make sure that they made the pictures that they needed to see. So really good work from Apex there.
Interesting speaking to Chris as well this morning from Apex. Chris, who used to be in Chimera in the tail slot, is now in the point slot in Apex, and he was saying how difficult it is moving into that slot, and he maybe hadn't realised before. It's good to get that appreciation. But here we've got FCGB Weenby who are coming in. These guys currently third, competing very closely with Apex after round 6, just 1 point between them. So we can see very speedy on the compressed turn at the front there.
But I mean, is there any variety and variation today? I don't think on Laura. From maybe you could take potentially a different L, if you wanted to.
There's not an L in this round. So
sorry, 15.
There is an alternative 15, but then we're moving into the 12 from there. I think the 15 that they've all chosen is probably the one I would have gone for as well, just to use the flow through. But we'll see what Meraki take here. So Meraki, of course, currently second in the table, going into this particular round. NFTO on 155 points. Meraki 16 points behind on 139. I think 16 points over 3 rounds.
It's going to be hard.
It's going to be really tricky to pick that back up. And I think for everything that they've said about how they're just competing with themselves, and I think they're going to be disappointed.
I think so too, but this is a great round to see. They started off well, just as I keep saying that. There's a little glitch on the 15. But they'll get it back together. They'll lock it down again, just slowing it down a pace.
Something that's interesting on this round actually already is if we look at the close of these 12s, I feel like there's some momentum going into them and a bit of a push. So sometimes in formation skydiving, we do use one another. We do have maybe not so much a push, but we certainly want to be solid for our teammates so that they can use us almost to bleed off a little bit of momentum and help them change direction. But there's been a couple of 12s here where it seems like there's excess momentum coming in.
Yeah, I'd agree with you on this, and I think that they'll be okay with this round. I think they'll think they could have done a little bit better. You can see there, not so smiley, bit of shakes of the heads, a little bit of disappointment in that round. But they'll pick themselves up and they'll move on to the next round. And just to say, you know, this is quite a technical round as well. There's not going to be much in it in between. So here we've got a little bit of a side-by-side shot from you, and I think this is round 3. I can't quite remember for Apex and FCGB Weenby.
It's round 5 for these guys. 5. So the same round that we saw for Meraki and NFTO. But this again is just where we had quite a close competition actually between the two of them. We had FCGB Weenby 24 and Apex also 24. Sadly, they've not quite synced up on the videos there, so we can't do the direct comparison, but we can at least look at the speed with which they're flying as we go through. So Apex a little bit behind at the moment just because that's how the video started, but as you can see, both teams looking very evenly matched here. I think there's potentially a little bit more pep in what we see in Wembley, and that's really just a feeling. The score that's come out at the end is very, very similar, and with these triple blockers, I don't think that either team really had much margin to get any more points out of it. I think they've squeezed it as much as they can. A little bit more maybe oomph from the tail slot on Apex going into that 13, but as you can see, a very closely matched team, and it'll be really interesting to see how that pans out through the rest of the competition.
It will be very much so, and it's panning out as we go through each round. So next in the door, we should have Team Jeanette Wimby, a team from France. Julien, I think, is a player coach, and I had the great opportunity to speak to this team last night over trying to order a beer at the bar, and it had a great catch up with them, and they're really happy to be here and just enjoying flying and competing. And slightly different, like we talk about the styles of flying. You can see that there's a little bit more energy from this team. And I'm not saying that's good or bad. It's just a slightly different style of flying. And as
incorrect.
That's a shame.
That's a shame. So just moving to the wrong formation there. Yeah, you're absolutely right. There's different styles of flying, and part of what we're seeing here is also the brain challenge. We're day 2 of the competition. Realistically, we're only flying 5 minutes of each day, but actually the amount of energy that goes into preparing for each round, the adrenaline rush when you've got that 1 minute in the tunnel and then the come down afterwards, it's exhausting. So coming into day 2, everyone here is going to be trying to keep their energy levels up and trying to put out their best performance.
And that's one of the things we, as a comparison from outdoor flying to indoor flying, you really can feel the difference. You've got the whole plane ride, you've got the whole canopy ride. In outdoor flying, to decompress or to forget about the previous round, you don't here in the tunnel. So in the door now, we've got an FTO. Let's see if they're just as quick out the door on these 12s. It looks like they are.
Nice. It looks like they are well trained on these entrances, which is something that requires a lot of time in the tunnel. You will put quite a few of your tunnel sessions towards making sure that each formation is going to fly really well. And with so many different... a clash there on the 18. That is a shame. So that's potentially going to have slowed them down a little bit. They'll be keeping an eye on the next 18 much more closely.
Uncharacteristic from an FTO.
A little bit more distance, I think, on that 18. They gave it a little bit more vertical space to avoid that happening again. Still looking like a nice round for them, though. It's certainly, I think we're seeing today the slot switches are revealing where they do have some weaknesses, I think, and that's undoubtedly something they'll be focusing on as they move into the rest of their season. They were talking about aiming for the top spot at the indoor world meet as well, so they will be looking to bring home another gold, but I think B slot is going to be somewhere they need to focus.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, you've got a new competitor in there with Libby on the front piece, and the front piece is very much all about the slot switches. You have more slot switches in the front piece. So yes, they'll have to train that going forward, and I think what's important for them is to, it's a new day, right? And we saw both Meraki and NFTO having some glitches on that round. Luckily, it's a triple blocker, so you can't get too many funky free points out of that. So it's kind of a leveler. So not too bad. I don't think too much was lost there.
And what we're talking about there is when we are discussing a triple blocker, what we're saying there is that every one of the 3 formations that they're having to make in this AAA draw is a block. Each block comprising, of course, of 2 separate points. So in AAA, the number of points that you have to show is either 5 or 6, depending on the draw. And if it's 3 blocks, because each one of those comprises 2 points, then it's a 6-point draw. And if we've got something like a random round, where each point is static, if you've lost a second, then you may have lost out on 3 or 4 points. But with a triple blocker, if you lose a second, you've maybe lost 1 point, just because everything's slower to complete. So that's what we're seeing here. And the teams, I'm sure, will have been pleased of the triple blocker to start day 2 for that reason.
Exactly, very much so. So that was the last of the AAA teams, and now we have the AA teams coming up in association with Semantic, websites that mean business. And here you can see round 7 for the AA. So this is A2211. So quite a tricky round for them. Unipod. T, Chinese T, Photon, Photon. Laura, what do you think about this round?
I think it looks like fun. I think 22 is always an interesting block because it requires the outside centre usually to step all the way into the centre of the formation, almost occupying the quadrant that point is normally in. So they've got to get all the way in and then all the way back out again for that block 11. So there's a lot of momentum change, and we may see that biting some of these teams if they're not flying individually as strongly as they could do. But let's have a look at what IBME have got to show us. So
Yes,
here we go with the A.
I bumped into them this morning, IBME, and said they didn't have the best start to the competition, but were hoping to come back a little bit stronger today. So that's a nice block 22.
Nice 22, and a nice move there by Ross in the multicoloured suit in the outside centre slot, just making his way almost, we used to refer to it as escaping out. So you have to go from there, he is occupying the very middle of the formation, and then he's really got to power on out of there, arms out, legs up, get himself backwards and out to make space for that 11 build. And these guys executing it very nicely.
It's good to see. Like, they'll be really happy with this round. I mean, it's there's a lot of move on. Photon is not the easiest block to learn or execute. You can often, that's block 11, have a little bit of infighting between the pieces. It's not the easiest thing to turn a compressed in any direction, so not the easiest block to execute, but they executed that round pretty well. So
they look happy as well, lots of hugs in the chamber. Block 11 as well, another one where we can do it on a level. The majority of the more trained teams will be putting in a vertical element whereby the front piece, the compressed, is going to float over the back piece. But let's have a look and see what Grenade, of course, currently still occupying the very top of the table, but closely followed. Oh no, in fact, going into this round, they are second, 77 points compared to the Winged Hussars on 78. So let's see how this is going to go for them. A little slower on that block 22. They're looking a little less comfortable. Point flyer there on the 11 could do with keeping their head looking in the other direction for a little bit longer, so not head switching too soon. Struggling, it seems, with the size of the tunnel as well, or in fact using the size of the tunnel. We've got both the point flyer and the inside centre flyer on that 22 squeezing themselves almost against the glass to get out of the way for that cat to spin.
Exactly. So just a shout out to everybody out there that there is a competition going on at the moment, the iFLY Gold Rush.
Also the British Indoor Nationals.
Of course, but this is something, if you're out and about and you bump into any iFLY members, please feel free to approach them for buying a ticket. All money goes to charity. It's a very large prize pot, variety of different things on offer, flight vouchers for all 3 iFLY tunnels in the UK, choice of a cookie helmet, a variety of different hoodies.
Here we've got, sorry to interrupt you, but we've got a side-by-side video for you guys to have a look at here. Birds of Paradise versus Sora. This, I believe, is going to be, is it their round 3?
Yes, that's right, they're round 3.
Round 3 for these guys. So Birds of Paradise scored 12 on this round. Sora scored 11. They were very closely matched coming into today in the competition. They remain that way, though. Birds of Paradise have picked up 5 extra points on them now. But as we can see, both teams here a little less well matched at this point. As we can see, there's a little bit more hesitation maybe with Sora, and that's possibly where we're seeing Birds of Paradise start to take flight a little bit more today.
And I think the unfortunately at the moment we're not getting the videos quite on sync, so we can't get the exit at the same time, which is a little bit unfortunate, and hopefully we can do something about that for you. But it's just to give you a good idea of how the technique and how the teams are flying. So next in we have Sora.
Sora again coming in. So Sora at this point in the competition currently on 67 points, as are IBME and Vortex. So joint 4th. 5 points to make up though to get onto the podium. That was a nice block 22 for them to start, but we seem to have got a little bit of miscommunication on the end, and that is oh dear. That is really, though, where this preparation needs to come in, and part of what we always speak about in Chimera when we're competing is where are the last grips going to be? Who is going to be last on? And inevitably there will be somebody who is last to arrive. There will be a grip that is picked up last, and if you are in agreement as to where that grip will be and who will then key it, it's really easy to communicate. But where you don't have that agreement, that's where things fall apart.
And I think on the 22, and we'll see this from the next teams as well, generally it's going to tend to be the outside centre on the point flyer. So that there was the centre of the formation with the person in the pink helmet. that would have been the last grip on the 22.
Yeah.
So let's have a look now with the next team that are just about to get in to see how they execute. So this will be quadruplane.
That's right, yep. So quadruplane making their way into the tunnel now. As you can see, a nice clear entry count. A little bit sticky getting started there, but there's the A, the 22 now. So as you can see, each one of those team members having to take it in turn to do their moves, particularly for the inside centre, the person with the blue helmet there. On the block 22, they will put in part of their move, then see the cat, which is the two people holding on to one another in the middle, do their part. So he's opened out, then he's going to put in his turn. So making sure that we are cogging, as we call it, as opposed to just clashing with one another.
Yeah, and the important thing is you can see there from the close of the 22 that's outside centre, picking up the point flyer, who is actually verting some of his move. When this cat piece goes, the point flyer is actually going up to make sure that there's room for the cat piece to go through. And the inside centre is cogging.
Kicked his teammate in the head there on the way out.
You might as well do it, right? Why not, eh?
Well, you can put it down as a mistake, can't you?
Exactly.
If you do it in the tunnel, it's less easy to get away with outside of. So moving on to the next set of teams, we're going to be opening the doors first, and then we will have Birds of Paradise squad game, and of course the Winged Hussars.
Did we just say the Winged Hussars?
iFLYworld.co.uk, get yourselves over there. We have got a range of videos for you to access. If you're unsure about what anything is today, there are a range of beginner videos giving you an introduction to everything that you need to know. And here we've got the indicative scores as well, the unofficial scores. Team 202, which is, of course, Team Grenade on 11 after that round. We have got 9 for teams 201 and 204, which is IBME and Quadruplane, and 7 for Sora on that one. If you do want to get in touch with us, if you'd like to talk to us, please do. We're loving talking to each other, but we do feel a little bit in our own separate bubble here. We'd love to know if you are competing today. What is the vibe out there? We headed out during the break and it seems quite quiet. Everyone's quite tired, I think. But we'd love to know how you're feeling. And if you're at home watching, shout out to Will from Chimera. He's having a relaxing day, having spent last night out with his dogs doing agility. He's having a relaxing day watching the footage. Sarah from Chimera is making some jam. Very nice, very wholesome of her, making some jam while she's watching. We'd love to know what you're doing while you're watching us. Get in touch. Hashtag BISN2022.
It's Birds of Paradise in to both Bick and Beck's Bradley twins, just giving us a little bit of a G up in the tunnel before they get in, getting that energy level going.
So many teams to name. If you're coming in 8 teams, how do you? I would have just called them 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8.
Me too. But it's not very inclusive, though, is it?
True.
So I think these guys are doing, guys, they're girls, but they're doing a fantastic job.
Do you remember the Satori Academy?
Yes.
So a few years ago, there was the top team for a long time put together their academy where they were bringing in new teams, and each team was named a colour.
Which is good, right? Really good way to identify it. And that's Birds of Paradise. They'll be super happy with that.
I think so too. It looked like it was, again, just a solid, very much the style that we're getting used to now with these Bradley teams. Clearly well trained in the techniques. They all understand what's happening. Some of them executing it faster than others, but when you understand the pictures that you're looking for, that's where you can just get faster and faster with experience.
Yeah, it is. And it is all about the pictures. It's all about communication. You can't, there's no I in team, right? This is a team sport and you very much have to go at the speed of the team. So the communication here is a close of the start of the 22.
I'm not sure I would have given them that point. Yep. Brian on the indicative points, I don't think they actually made the A, but oh no, he's taken it back again. So yeah, I think just a failure to actually build the first formation there, and then a bit of confusion going into the 22. But picking it up a bit more now, everyone's seeing a bit more. As you can see there, the point flyer in the purple helmet putting in, as Ray mentioned, that vertical movement to hop over the 2-person piece. And then here with the 11, having to sync up 2 very different moves. So the pair that are compressed with one another, almost side by side. Oops, lost it a little bit there. But the side-by-side pair is going to have a different flight characteristic to the pair that are just holding onto each other's arms, and having to sync up those 2 pieces is a trick in itself.
It is, and I'll tell you this much, the only block that gives me a bit of anxiety is point flyer on block 22. Just from that pop and spin, it just gives me that tiny bit of, can I get this right? Can I get this right?
Funny as it is when it goes wrong and you end up landing on them.
Yeah.
Here they are, the Winged Hussars. That sounds awful in my ears. I don't know how it sounds to you guys watching at home, but it's grotty. That's terrible.
Yeah, let's keep it up.
So we were chatting with these guys over dinner last night, and I just saw them while nipped out for a quick break earlier on, and they're feeling really good. They just seem to be having the best time.
I know, they really are, and they've always got a smile for you as well.
And they're doing super well at the top of the table. It's not an easy place to be. You know, we talked yesterday about how winning can breed winning. We're seeing that with NFTO straight off the back of their World Championship female category win. They've come home with a gold medal. They're likely to go home with a gold medal today. And sometimes that confidence can bolster you, but it can also be a bit of a poison chalice.
It can be. I mean, we talk about, like, you know, levels of where you are with your team and, like, you know, how you feel about it. For me, this is, you know, me personally coming back and competing at this level after just having given it your all in another competition, albeit a different competition, can be quite tricky. But round 7 now for the single A teams, I think, is coming up on your screen. That is Canadian tea, side body donut, side flake donut. So
block 8 followed by block 2. Now block 8, I'm excited to see this. Block 8 in a 14-foot tunnel, not easy to build. We've seen some of the other formations, such as the random G, for example, where the teams have been able to create a more round shape to fit it into this space. But a block 8, there's no getting away with it. It's long.
Exactly.
So we'll see how the teams navigate that. That's another one of the formations where each pair has to do a 360-degree move, but very different characteristics in the pieces. The front piece of a block 8 holding hands effectively at the front, having to switch places with one another and then switch back, whilst the back piece of the block 8, very similar to the 22 that we were just watching, holding on to the legs of the person in front and spinning that 2-person piece around. Not an easy block to do in a 14-foot tunnel. And then the block 2, also potentially some collision with the walls as the point flyer flies around. We'll see how these teams navigate that.
I mean, I think we're moving in now, going back to the double A. We've got Chili's just stepping into the tunnel now. And we've got 2 teams competing in the double A now in this round, Chili's, and then we'll have Vortex, and then we'll be starting with a single A with Children of the Headcorn.
So the double A round here, just to reiterate, is going to be A22-11. So there's the 22. Moving into the 11, a little bit of a sticky build on the 11. So when we say sticky, it's a word that we quite like to use here in the studio. A sticky build is just anything really where there's a bit of adverse momentum, which doesn't help. So as a flyer is moving forwards into something and then has to almost wheel spin to move backwards, that can be quite sticky, or where there's just not a clear space for people to get into their position. That's what we're seeing a little bit with the Chili's. A few sticky moves. That was nicely executed. That 22, very nice catch on the end of the 22. So a little bit of lost communication, but I loved that 22. I wish that I was quick enough to press the replay button for that one, because that was a beautiful close, coming from the fact that they were incredibly in sync with one another.
I know, it's amazing. And they struggled really with the photon or block 11. You really do feel like that can be a block where you can fight with each other, both on the back piece and on the front piece. It's not the easiest block to execute in the 2 pieces, and we're going to see that as well potentially from Vortex. Let's see what they can put on the table.
I know in Chimera, Sarah and I struggled with the front piece of that 11 a lot.
So sometimes,
sometimes it felt great and sometimes it didn't. We just couldn't work out why.
I mean, myself and Anna, first year of NFTO in 2015, we also struggled with that, but they've got it nailed now. So maybe I was the short link.
Absolutely not. Absolutely not. But a lot of these moves, so we talk about the piece spinning or the piece moving. It's very rarely the piece making that happen. It's the individuals and it's the timing between the two. So on the block 11, for example, on the front piece, one person opens out, creates an open door, as we call it, for the other person to then go and occupy that space. And the output of that, the outcome is that the piece together will spin. But if each individual is not playing their part or they're not in sync with one another, it's really, really difficult, and it feels very heavy and very clunky.
It does. And it feels like you're fighting each other rather than than flying.
Yes.
And it can get really disruptive, and you each blaming each other or blaming yourself. You just don't know what's going on. So it just takes some time to figure that out. What you're doing yourself and how to make that piece fly.
And that blame game is a really horrible one as well. It's something that it took me personally a long time to get that out of my head, is that there is no individual blame. As you say, there is no I in team, and nowhere is that more true than in a four-way team. You have to be together, and that might sometimes mean that things slow down in some places in favour of somebody who's maybe not as quick on that particular move, or that you've got the opportunity to help one another in the way that you fly. And because we have to win as a team, we've got to think about those team dynamics.
And here we go with the 8 of Children of the Corn, and moving straight into block 2. So this is a single A round.
The first
round
of
7.
our single A teams coming in.
I think they did a good job on that first block 8. Here you go, slightly cheated because they're so long on the back there. Oh, yeah, close of the 8.
So we can see the tail flyer there, the person with the yellow on their weight belt, just getting a little bit stuck as they went round to the back. So as we see, if we focus our attention on that cap piece there, so the person in the grey jumpsuit opening the door for the person behind them in the black jumpsuit to then come and occupy that space. But in a 14-foot tunnel, it's not a huge amount of space to occupy.
Oh no, it really isn't, and they're not the smallest of people. A little bit of back flying there. Oh, look at that. Oh, I think he hit his leg. But they're still smiling. Look at those big smiles. They'll be pleased with that, and that's what you want to have. Still back flying in the tunnel.
Struggling to get out of the tunnel.
Being helped out of the tunnel by his teammates.
We've got some cheers on the outside of the tunnel there. I haven't seen someone go that red that quickly in a long time.
It was a few years ago. I lost my shoe in the tunnel, and in this tunnel, in fact.
Did you?
Whilst free flying, and I was very red-faced for a long period of time.
You lost a shoe. I wish the worst that I'd done is lost a shoe. I lost my dignity when I missed the block 4 catch every single time, or the block 4 build.
Oh yeah, we talked about this one yesterday.
We did.
For those at home, Laura very confidently in a whole round forgot about picking up the point flyer's grips on close of block 4, which is a 3-piece with the outside flyer flying around the 3-piece, and she just missed the catch every time.
I just super confidently forgot what a block 4 was.
Yeah.
It's a real shame. Had a little cry afterwards.
Ah, we didn't see that at all.
But that is actually, I was saying it's no blame game, but the blame was on me on that one.
Yeah,
just didn't pick up the grips. But we're moving into the next set of single A teams then. So we're going to have... Oh, I've lost it, Ray. A team with no name. There we go. A team with no name. Fornado and Rasper one-trick ponies. Just before we move into that, I'm getting some nice messages coming through from people. So please do keep in touch with us. If you are in the incredibly fortunate position of knowing Ray and I personally, please direct message us. That's fine. We can chat to you through there, or get in touch. Hashtag BISN 2022. Colbeck just letting us know that actually they haven't done that much training. So they're doing a great job.
Okay, fantastic.
A team with no name then, team 302. We've just seen them do the block 8. Here is block 2. So block 2, the 3-way donut with the individual flyer, the point flyer, making their way around the outside there. So the donut spinning in the opposite direction to the direction in which that point flyer is flying. The 3-piece donut we talked about yesterday, but not an easy one to execute, because it's not just about the 3 of them spinning around. It's actually each one of them taking it in turns to make space for the next one.
Yeah, and it's a little bit of it. It's good to get this view, I think, on the outside as well, just to see how that 3-piece is moving up and down in the tunnel. And how difficult it is for the point flyer to come around and know where to put themselves and to pick up those grips. But they look super happy with that round. And I think next up we have a team with no name.
There we go. So I think that was quite a nice round for them. A team with no name, of course, in the single A category, coming into this round on position 6, so 72 points compared to Children of the Corn on 73, so trying to make up some points there. Now we've got Fornado though in the tunnel, another one of the Bradley sisters teams, currently coming into this round on position 7 in the table on a score of 70 points, very close to Team Tilstock. bit of a collision there on the block 2, getting stuck in the door. That can be an issue, can't it? The placement of the door compared to the formation.
And it's a 14-foot tunnel. It's not the biggest of tunnels. As Laura mentioned earlier, this is block 8 is a very long formation, and you can get your feet and crawling there across the net.
One of the benefits of the tunnel, you can crawl on the net.
You can see there that the point flyers or front piece flyers are struggling a little bit, being quite close to that door, where you can lose a little bit of wind as well, because obviously the airflow is a little bit different around that door.
Of course, we do need a door to be able to get in and out, but if only there was a way to close it.
Yeah, I know. But you have the atrium for that reason as well, as to try and keep the area pressurized in the same way as well, which is why you might be wondering why we take these breaks. It's because we've got the atrium to allow the 3 teams to come in and compete and then step out, so we can maintain some, the airflow around the tunnel, a consistent airflow around the tunnel as well.
Yeah, absolutely. So our next team making their way in are the Rasper one-trick ponies. I feel that they turned that cat piece the incorrect direction.
I thought so too.
Huh.
Let's see on the next one.
It will not make it easier. No. In fact, it will make it exponentially more difficult as they continue through.
Let's see what they do now.
So go to your right. No, they're going the wrong way. Does it matter?
I don't think it matters.
I don't think it matters.
It's quite hard.
It's very difficult to cog it in that direction. So what we're talking about here is the back piece on the block 8, which this is a block 2. We'll see a block 8 coming up here. So if we have a look at the 2 people, one in front of the other, ideally they would be turning to their right, because then they would be following the legs of the front piece, and it would be nice and easy to cog. By turning to the left, they've just made their lives a bit more difficult.
But they've given us their one trick.
Oh, that was the
one-trick ponies. They've given us their one trick, so thank you very much, Rapsa one-trick ponies.
Their trick is to do it the other way. I like that.
It's very good. I quite enjoyed that.
What would your trick be, Ray?
To put my hand on my head whilst turning the front piece.
Oh.
Yeah, that would be my trick.
Oh,
I wonder if any team is going to do that on a block 8. Or are they going to be too focused? Who knows?
My trick is picking up the grips on a block 4. I can do that now.
Here
we've got a side by side. Again, they're just mistimed, which is a shame, but we can have a look at Nemesis versus Triple Trouble, or Triple Trouble as we're calling them here. Triple Trouble, of course, are in second place at the moment, with Nemesis quite a significant distance ahead, and it's just interesting to see where that's coming from. Nemesis, I think, just able to get on and off the grips a bit more in sync with one another. Very clear for the judges to be able to judge, and easy for them to get into a rhythm. Whilst we look at Triple Trouble on the right hand side, there's just some confusion. It's not quite clear where there's a bus there. It's not quite clear if they're flying well as a team or if they're just really focused on their individual moves.
Yep. And we're going to be going live back to the tunnel now. I think the next set of single A teams are coming in now, so we should have Wind Kickers followed by 4 Arch and Triple Trouble.
I think this is Nemesis actually. We've got Nemesis, Shock and Awesome and Team Tilstock. So Nemesis currently very comfortably at the top of the tunnel. You can see that block 8 very well executed by them. There is some energy in this dive. I like it.
I like it. It's nice to see. You're right.
Let's see that 8 again.
Nice work. And you can see that back piece turning the right way, the most efficient way. There's no right or wrong.
There's no right or wrong.
No.
Whatever floats your boat. But
exactly.
Yeah, this one is quicker. I'm glad that that's what we've done in Chimera.
Yes, yeah, same
Indeed.
in the teams I've been on in the past.
Really nice flying with this team, and it looks like they are using their advantage of being at the top of the table to give them some nice confidence. That move, particularly there on the front piece for the block 8, beautifully done.
I mean, there's a lot of talk on the top of the front piece of the block 8 of how far apart the 2 flyers should be, because the point and the outside centre at the top of that formation are only holding on to each other's arms. You don't really have any connection between your legs. So should you fly that piece as one, when you think about the physics of trying to move a block, you want to keep the piece as close together so it flies as one piece. But you can see some teams are quite far apart. The point flyer will step out first and then the outside centre will follow. But what really, you can see it's quite dramatic. But what you want to really do is keep that 2 piece quite close together, so you're spinning in place.
Keep the hips side by side, keep them as tight as possible. Bit of miscommunication there, I think. Communication's such an important thing in four-way, and when you can't actually speak to one another all you've got is the preparation that you've done ahead of time, and being able to just see each other and watch and respond to what's happening. You know, sometimes things don't go exactly as we've prepared them, but it's our ability to deal with that and to almost ad-lib it a bit in those early pages until then we've learned it, we've learned exactly what it is that we need to do, then we can earn it and then burn it towards the end.
Okay.
So Shock and Awesome just making their way out of the tunnel now. Nice visuals there of people outside of the tunnel. I did go out this morning to try and get a sense of what the vibe is out there and how everyone's feeling. Quite tired this morning, I think. If you're competing today, we want to see some energy. Let's get some dancing going on. Let's get some cheering. But it is a long day.
It is a long day, and we're feeling it as well. You know, sitting here talking to you all day, you feel a little bit jaded at the beginning of the day 2. But I'm expecting that energy to come in force in a few rounds' time. When you know you're nearing the end of a competition as well, you really want to show for the last few rounds what you can do. So I fully suspect to see more energy coming out.
Lost the grip there on the 8. I don't know what you're talking about, Ray. I feel full of beans.
Full of beans. Many beans in your bag.
Many beans in my bag. A coffee wouldn't go amiss.
No, we talked a lot about coffee, and
it didn't work, did it?
It didn't work for us yesterday. So maybe if we just keep saying coffee,
indeed,
people might actually come back and say, okay, might miraculously appear in front of us.
Team Tilstock here doing a really nice job on that too, and also on the 8. This is another team where I think there's a huge amount of potential, and the reason that I feel a little bit of a collision. The reason I feel confident in saying that is that they clearly understand what they need to do. So by that I mean they understand the pictures they need to see, they understand what the midway point of each block should be, they understand each of their individual moves, and whilst they might not be executing them as quickly as some other teams right now, because they understand those moves, they can do it faster. You know, fast is fast, precise is fast, slow is definitely slow.
Exactly. Slow is definitely slow, you're right on that one. We have the indicative scores up there for you from the single A teams that have just flown. So we have Team 305, that is Nemesis, who are out in front anyway by quite a long way, showing their best score so far of 13. Team 301, which is, I believe, Children of the Headcorn, they're on 9, and then we have Team 302, a team with no name, on 8, and then 303 and 304, Team Tornado and Rasper One Trick Pony, who showed us their one trick, are each on 7 points. And Team 306, Shock and Awesome, not having their best round, scoring a 5 there. So I'm expecting to see the single A teams, the next set of single A teams coming in, trying to give Nemesis a bit of their run for the money. But you can see the difference in the rounds here. I think Nemesis' score there was an indicative 13, and on the previous round, which is an all-random round, I think they scored about a 35.
Yeah.
So very different rounds that we're getting from the in the double A category, single A category.
Here we are with the wind kickers making their way in and building that 8. So really having to think in this tunnel about where that front piece should be building. Very much not pressed against the glass. That wouldn't be fair because they have a move to make, but they certainly can't be taking up too much space from the back piece. Nicely done there. Nice moves on the front. A little bit of miscommunication there. I think that's the word of today, isn't it? Yeah. Miscommunication. These people, these flyers just really need to keep an eye on where those grips are coming from, where the keys are coming from. We can see here on a level, both of these formations, both the block 8 and the block 2 are usually performed on a level. There's no benefit really to putting much of a vert in, though Sarah and I on the front piece did used to have a little overlap just to help us get a bit more momentum going. But
on block 8?
On a block 8, yeah. So on the front piece, I would pop up slightly just to create a bit more central inertia. Is that the word?
I mean, I've seen that block 8, I think, years ago with airspeed, that there was some leg locking going on the front piece. I think it was with Thomas Hughes and one other, I don't know who it was, but it was quite interesting to try and get that piece to turn. I think they were just playing with how you can get that piece. We talked about how not to allow the separation on an 8. So you can keep that piece as one.
Well, I guess with leg locking, which for anyone who doesn't know, leg locking used to be a technique whereby the teams would hold on to one another by wrapping their legs around each other. No longer part of the dive pool, no longer used. But because of that, I guess you can use it and it wouldn't be illegal.
Exactly.
We had another team there, 4Arch, doing this meet in memory of one of their cats, Archie, which is really lovely. But choosing, they're not sure now, so the first block 8 the back piece went the other way, the less preferred way, and now they've gone the correct direction, but got a little bit stuck in the door.
It's unfortunate, but I mean the front piece were giving us some really good execution on what to turn for a Block 8 actually. So I think there's just getting used to the tunnel size, not getting caught in the door, keeping the front piece up the front of the tunnel, which is what you really need to do to allow that cap piece to turn the tunnel. I think they did a great job there.
Absolutely, and for the back piece as well, just recognising that it's not just a spin of that two-way piece. It is a two-part move where you've got to have the person at the front steps to the side to allow the person at the back to then come in and occupy the space and the gap in between the two front piece flyers. So if that doesn't happen and each member of the team doesn't play that part well, that's where you can get a little bit stuck as well. But here we have Triple Trouble making their way into the tunnel. Nice turn on the back there, looking really solid. Good high grips on that back piece to really help them pull their partner in and get that cap moving. The Block 2 potentially benefiting from their point flyer being a little bit smaller, which is helping them. She's quite tiny. But here we're able to see how that donut is really 3 people making their individual moves in order to create that output. We've got the first person moves back, then the next person takes up their space, and then the next person. Bit of a clash there on the 8, but here we can see Cole goes back, then Marcus, then Tano, and a nice balanced Block 2 move. Not the fastest that we've seen, but I think probably the most in place donut that we've had so far.
I think they Triple Trouble would have lost a few points there to Nemesis in the battle that they're having for first and second.
Yeah.
But they won't be too disappointed with that. There are blocks in here that are quite tricky, and I'm sure the Tano and Cole are just getting to grips with them. So a little bit disappointed. You can see on their faces, and I think Cole's taken a bit of a knock to the jaw there. Either that or he's really not very happy.
He'll be okay. He'll
Yeah,
get
he will
through.
be.
He'll bounce back. It's amazing the number of hits that you can take. I know
So many.
poor James in Chimera, many a Block 5, I think it was, where he would take a tonk on the head, and Block 6 sometimes, and I could be wrong with those, but certainly I've seen that boy being hit in the head far more times than he really should be, and he gets through it.
It does.
He's all right on the whole.
That's the joy of flying in certain slots. I remember, I think I got chucked into the boot of a Turbolet on a Block 3 exit out the door.
Oh yes, it's outside centre on a Block 3.
Yeah.
Gosh.
Lots of fun, that.
And we don't get to see that here with the indoor skydiving. One of the big differences is, of course, that when we're outdoor skydiving, we don't have the air coming from underneath us immediately out the door. We have added complexity of an exit out of an aircraft, dealing with something that we call the hill, so the relative wind coming from the side rather than from underneath you to start with. And a lot of these teams are benefiting from the fact that they're getting straight into the free fall airflow.
Yeah, and let's see, they're taking their time with this. So this is Block 8, and we can see here the separation on the front piece that we're talking that you don't really want to see, because it means that you're moving, there's a lot of movement and you're not moving as one piece, which is very inefficient to a certain extent. Block 2 as well, the 3-piece not really getting that rotation, and they need to lock it down and really get that to spin. See again, if the front piece again, and maybe it's a technique that they've learnt, or it's they might want to break down and look at in the future. Point fly just having to scoot around a little bit to pick up the grips on the outside centre for the start of Block 2. But they're making the points work. They're bringing it back together, and they are out of the tunnel. Redland Harpies.
I think this is a team that I think are struggling a little bit for 4-8. I think their point flyer, I think it is struggling a little bit, and I think, hello Dan.
Hi Dan.
I think they could do with maybe having a look at the wind speed that they're using and potentially adjusting there, because as you've said, Ray, it's about working to the fastest flyer. They wear a baggier suit which slows them down very slightly, but equally you might need to have some members of the team adding a little bit of extra weight, or in fact buying a tighter suit to help them fly together.
And you've done this on Chimera, as I understand. I think you're flying quite a tight suit, Laura, and Will's got a slow suit, as we call it, with slightly grippier material to slow him down.
Exactly that, a little bit more drag. So I did a lot of work last season with Vertex jumpsuits, and they were able to make me a very well-fitted suit that has minimal drag, minimal flapping of material to help me fall faster. Here we have live, laugh and low turns though, so these guys executing the block 2 very nicely. Again, a very in place donut, not the fastest that we've seen, but looking confident. Here, taking their time on that block 8 as well, but allowing themselves to see the pictures. So the big thing there is that really the front piece probably could have passed through quicker than the back piece did. It looked like they were ready to go before the back piece were, but had they done that, they would have been moving out of sequence and taking the turn of the back piece, when in fact waiting for them meant that they could execute it properly.
Yeah, so we'll be having the rookie draw coming up for you. They'll be coming in shortly. And what does this look like to you, Laura? MGP.
That looks like fun, doesn't it? So M, the star formation, the easiest of the formations because everybody is in facing. Everyone's going to have to work with a little bit of legs out pressure to keep themselves close enough together, but the star fairly easy to execute. The G, more difficult because it is a longer formation, but as we've seen in the other categories, you can build it a little bit rounder to make it easier. And then the P, there is an out-facing element to it for the point flyer, the person up at the top end, but again, not too difficult of a formation. I think we should see some nice scores from this one.
Yeah, no, it should be fun. But it's got that G in it, which is always a bit, sticky, if you like, for the centres especially.
What would you bin out of the dive pool? Which one of the randoms would you get rid of?
That's a really interesting question. I don't know. I like them all, but I think the ones I never really liked were the ones that were pretty tight. So I guess G could be one. But then there are variations of the G. The Russian G, where the outside centre goes on the top.
Oh, we talked about that last night, didn't we?
I mean, maybe that's one that we can make more of that, I'd actually wouldn't mind having it in.
All right, so 404 team name not found. So this is Sophie's team, I believe. Not Sophie's team, but Sophie is in this team. She's also in one of the AAA teams. And team name not found, the first of our rookie teams. So there's the P, there's the M, and then we're going to be moving now into that potentially tricky G. And they've lost the communication a bit there. You can see the formation rotating around, climbing over the top there to try and get the back grip. Not sure that's allowed. Although I don't know, you're a judge. Can you put your hand over the top of the other leg to make that happen?
You can, but it's not very beneficial.
It's not nice, no.
The person you're crawling over to get that grip, right? I'm not an official FS judge. I'll do a little bit of live judging. But
sad face there from Chantal. I think they weren't particularly happy with how that round went.
But it's great to see Chantal competing. She's just started flying in earnest, and it's great to see her back here in the tunnel. As we said, this is great to see some of these teams coming in. Not that many jumps under the belt, not that much experience in tunnel flying, but Nationals being at this time of year as well, Indoor Nationals, it's a great time for these teams to come in and just kick off their season, as many of them are doing, and getting to understand how each other, the fall rates without having to be in the sky. Building that communication in the tunnel is easier than trying to build that in the sky as well. So if these teams are competing indoors and want to take it outdoors, this is a great training tool as well.
Yeah, absolutely. And here we have the fledglings making their way in. So the fledglings with their alternate fleur at the front end there. And then one of the Bradley twins here as well, flying with them. Looking nice and calm. Again, as we've seen with the Bradley teams, yes. It's just the same thing, isn't it? I guess they gather everyone together and their focus is really on making sure that everyone's clear on what their moves are and that they execute them as quickly as they actually can for their experience level.
And it's good, and this is what you need to do. You need to work to the best. I guess the lowest common denominator. Yeah. We always talk about this. You need to be able to go to whatever the team base actually is.
Yeah, and we talked about how you might be a member of the team as the Bradley twins are in the player coach capacity, where they can fly faster. We know they can fly faster, but there's no benefit to doing that. You need to fly together as a team, and if your experience level isn't as high as the rest of the team are sometimes going to have to slow things down for you, and that's okay as well.
Yeah.
Here we have second 8. So this is another one of the Bradley teams, and this is looking very nice for them. They will be pleased with this one, I think. So second date at the moment coming into this particular round. They are in third place, 4 points behind Kaleidoscope, who we of course have yet to see Kaleidoscope coming in. But second date doing a nice job here.
And I wonder if there's any sibling rivalry between, we talked about this, sibling rivalry between Bex and Vic. I doubt it very much.
They're too nice, too nice.
And I think their teams they've got Raps and No Trick Ponies, which I think Vic is flying with, and Bex there flying with second date.
Yep. And here we have a side-by-side. So Kaleidoscope on one side, and we've got Wavy Whackers on the other side. So these are the top two teams at the moment in the rookie category as it stands. Wavy Whackers significantly ahead, though. They've got a 22-point lead going into round 7 on Kaleidoscope. But just interesting to see here how the Wavy Whackers holding that point tail axis, so the formation is not rotating either clockwise or anti-clockwise as they go through these formations, just looking nice and confident. Everyone's on and off grips together, whereas Kaleidoscope, they're a little bit slower in their execution of it, but in spite of that, they are still seeing each other really nicely. The keys are coming from the right place. So I think actually with some more training and some more experience, Kaleidoscope have got a really good foundation to build on.
I think they do, and they're getting stronger as we go through the competition, which is what we want to see. And you can see there, look at all the teams coming out, some smiles on their faces, getting ready for the next round. And we have some teams building up in the atrium. Some of the indicative scores for the rookie rounds, we can see here that Team 402, which is the fledglings, out there on front on 14, and then Team 403, second date, so we just saw exit the tunnel on 12. So in the tunnel now, we should have Team, believe, Raps and No Trick Ponies. If I got that right, I think so. Yes,
you
Raps
do.
and No Trick Ponies. So the indicative score there on the right hand side, thank you very much Brian, who is running that indicative scoring, also stuck in a little room, tapping on a few buttons, probably also needs a coffee, but is very much like, giving us these a good idea of the scoring, and I believe he is probably the most pivotal person in this competition. I hear it from a source in the team. So thank you Brian for putting this together and being here today and running with these indicative scores.
Absolutely, and the scoring is being done for us today by a team of judges. So we've got Thierry as the chief judge, who is present here at iFLY Basingstoke, and then we have further judges situated around the world, remote judging for us.
So we've got 3 panels of 5 judges from around the world, so from Australia through to Canada, so we can get the timing zones working for everybody, so we don't have judges scoring at like 3 o'clock in the morning, which wouldn't be very optimal for the teams, and doing a great job of getting this hybrid way of judging working, so we don't have to have all judges on site. But I think Thierry's a little bit lonely, so maybe we need to get a little bit more hybrid, a little bit more of the hybrid nature, and get maybe one judging panel on site. Yes. But that's a conversation to have going forward, right?
Or if you see him today, go and say hello.
Of course.
Go and give him your time.
Always give Thierry a bit of a hug.
The judges, of course, absolutely pivotal to the whole competition, because without them we have no competition. So thank you very much to all of our judges that we've got here today. And currently Team Kaleidoscope in the tunnel, so we just saw them on the side-by-side with the Wavy Whackers. Disciplined, flying on level together as we can see from this angle. Just a little bit slower than the Wavy Whackers at the moment, but with experience and with confidence will come a little bit more speed. A little bit of lost communication, I think, there, shaking his head at his teammates. But this is looking all right. An indicative score there of 14. I think they'll be fairly pleased with that one, although that said, an all-random round. In fact, it's always going to be an all-random round. It's the rookie category, exactly. So yes, they'll hopefully be pleased with that one. Currently, Kaleidoscope on an average of 12 after 6 rounds, so 14 on that one would be above their average so far.
And next in, I think we're going to have the Wavy Whackers, who didn't have the best round in round 6. Wasn't their strongest round. They had a really good round on a good set of 5 rounds yesterday, and I hope they consolidate as they go in now. So they're in to the tunnel, and a nice build of the M, and it's on and off grips again. And I think this theme is continuing through today, which is a little bit unfortunate. They were flying so well yesterday, and they're bringing it back together again. Nice build of the Gs. And it's nice work from this very long formation into this round formation of the P. Back into, so this is a great example of seeing some teams that don't have the best start, having to reset through the round, and they've done that twice now and doing a good job of it. Seem to just be forgetting, and they're taking this P. It's a little bit long, a little bit stretched out. They're trying to help themselves out from the G. Good effort, Wavy Whackers. Not the nicest of angles there for that round, but they're really pleased with that, which is good to see. Wavy Whackers smiles all round, group hug. Feel better about that round than they did on their round 6. So that was the trip. That would be the rookie rounds. We've got 2 more rookie flyers to come, rookie teams to come. That'll be over the rainbow and the mini jets. But we'll should have a quick view of the VFS draw for you now. So that is pinwheel, ding dong, and bipole. What's interesting with this, it's the same as the draw from the FS, but very different moves. So this is a slot switcher, I believe, for the first block, which is the pinwheel. The ding dong is very much a standard kind of block for the VFS pool. It's just head up to head down flyers. You're just moving through the vertical as a 4-piece with individual turns. And then the bipole is all coming together, but some individual 360s and coming back to the bipole. So the only real complexity, I believe, on this one will really be what you do with that slot switcher on the front for the front piece on, I don't think you really have front pieces on the VFS, but the slot switcher that you have on block 12, which is the pinwheel. So that's coming up for you. As soon as that tunnel starts flying, Omni, you could just see there Tim Gaines just standing in the tunnel, going to get ready for his round 7. But first up, we will have the 2 rookie teams. So Over the Rainbow and Mini Jets will be coming in to fly their round 7. So first in, some smiles there from Over the Rainbow.
I think they're growing in confidence as well, aren't they, this team, as we go through the competition. I know Jackie was saying this morning they really haven't done very much together, and the same is true of many of the teams here, just because of the nature of how the competition has been scheduled. For a lot of them, it's the first competition, the first time that they've flown together, and we're seeing that in this team, just growing in confidence the more they do.
Yeah, which is good to see. I mean, I think some of the rookie rounds, I think the rookie teams that we've seen have, the 5 rounds that they flew yesterday, they flew exceptionally well, all of the teams. But I think they're having a little bit of communication failure today, and maybe that's the speed of which the rounds that were flown yesterday. Maybe that's day 1, lots of stuff going on, new competition for them, and they're probably on a little bit of a low today. And I don't think it's just the rookies. You might see that in a few other teams across the categories as well. And day 2 is a very different day, and we need to think about the next day of a competition is a brand new competition. You have another 5 rounds to get through. You can really move your scores. The scores can change quite rapidly. Could really be in contention for a medal position. There's a whole load of stuff going through the minds of these flyers overnight. So just need to approach day 2 as day 2. It's another day of competition.
Yeah, absolutely. And we've got the mini jets heading into the tunnel next. This is, of course, the youth team being coached by NFTO, and we can see Sean there to the far right of the screen, just sat outside the tunnel, getting ready, watching them. And the role of a coach we did talk about briefly earlier on, but I think it's worth noting a lot of the teams here today will have a coach present with them. Sean, of course, sat there next to Gary Smith, who is the coach for NFTO. We've got Dave Growls here today from Hayabusa, who are multiple-time world champions working with Meraki. We've got the reigning indoor champion and outdoor champion James Woods from Chimera, who is coaching the Winged Hussars. Matt Cumming is doing a lot of coaching. Jodie Lee, I think, is coaching, and of course the Bradley twins as well, and Rich Cotton. Anyone else that I've forgotten? The coaches play such an integral part to this competition, and Sean, of course, for the mini jets, will have been getting this team ready, getting them confident, making sure that they all know what they're doing, and of course making sure they're having fun the whole way through as well.
Exactly, that's really important. It's like, if you're going to spend all this time training and competing, you want to enjoy it at some point of the competition. That might not necessarily be during the competition, it might be towards the end of the competition, it might be the beginning of the competition, but you want to feel good about what you're doing. And look at that, there's a high five there to Sean, which is nice. Mini jets really enjoying themselves today, which is great. And now the wind speed, you can hear it going up. We have Omni ready to go for their round 7, which, as I said, is pinwheel, pinwheel, ding dong, and bipole, bipole. Just getting ready. So the difference here for the VFS flyers is the time starts as soon as their feet leave the tunnel net.
Omni, of course, we've mentioned already the reigning national champions, likely to be the champions again here. Do you see any competition for these guys coming up even in the next couple of years? I can't see how anyone else can get close to them at the moment.
I don't know. I'm seeing some really good stuff from Pan 99. If they can contribute in the training, their flying is really solid, and I think they want to give Omni a run for their money. You know, I just had a little bit of a cork there from Sarah, but she's come back on now. Which is pretty good. The first glitch I've really seen from Omni at this competition, and it's not an easy thing to build, the bipole, because you have 2 out-face head-down flyers, 2 in-face head-down flyers. So it takes a lot of discipline. There you go. Then that is the bipole. Won't be that happy with that round, but you know, it's done. But as you were saying, Laura, I really do think that Pan 99 could give them a run for their money. And some of the other teams we're saying are pretty much scratch teams. Rebellion haven't done any training together. Enigma have done some, but you know, they need to do a little bit more, I think, to get on it. But you know, through the years, you know, give it another year or 2, I think some of these teams will be catching them up.
Yeah, absolutely. And as we can see on the scoreboard, Omni quite a distance ahead of Pan 99, but then Pan 99 quite a distance ahead of Enigma. So yeah, there is really plenty of scope for each of these teams to grow, and Pan 99, Enigma and Rebellion, all new teams for this year, so it's exciting to see how they're going to get on.
And I think one of the things, you know, you often wonder how you can start out in VFS, how you can get into it. You know, you can start doing vertical work on your own in the tunnel. You can also go in, nice high fives there from Seb and Becky. But you can also start by doing 2-on-2. You know, not 2-on-2, sorry, 2-way vertical in the fly. Learn to grow as a team, and you know, if you've got 4 of you that are at a decent level of head up, vertical flying, head up and head down, then maybe you can start with a 2-way and then build in a 3-way and then move to 4-way. But get some coaching from Omni. I mean, I know they're always pretty much, see them around the tunnel. They're happy to reach out and do some coaching. There are plenty of good coaches out there that can help you. But I think it's really, with VFS, it's important that you learn and grow as a team.
And it's great to see that they are, in spite of the fact that they are routinely ahead of everyone else, they're not resting on their laurels. So just having a look at Sky League at the moment, the previous average that Omni were able to achieve, so when we use the term average, we're talking about the average number of points per round over a 10-round meet usually. So the last time these guys competed indoors, an average of 10.6, currently sitting on an average after 6 rounds of 17.5. So of course that might come down, but hopefully we'll see that they're making progress on their previous performance as well.
Very much so. Omni are going from strength to strength, but definitely one of those teams that they came together, I think, very much as students, right? And they and they've learnt to fly together and doing such a good job. They're still very good friends, mixing up there in the different categories as well, trying to take some other disciplines into their flying to challenge themselves in other ways. But it's great to see Pan 99 here doing a great job. You know, there's a bipole, there's a close here. You can see how tricky Elise has to give her hand back to Becky to get that close.
Pan 99, of course, comprising of Andy, Becky, Elise and Seb. So the team hasn't really flown together before, but they have some past VFS performance in different teams. So Andy, Becky and Seb, of course, in Andy and the Pandies.
Yes.
Love that name. Back in 2018, scored a 7.8 average at the British Indoor Nationals. And more recently, Becky and Seb achieved a 15.1 average at the Indoor World Cup in the Dutch team, Disgruntled Seagulls.
Very good effort, and it's great to see Becky and Seb, even though they're based out in Holland, coming back to compete in UK Nationals. And here we go with Enigma.
Enigma indeed. And on that point, such an international competition as well. I think we've talked about how we've got teams here, a couple from France in the FS. We've got members of each of these teams potentially coming from different places around the world. You yourself, obviously, coming over from Copenhagen for us. Thank you very much. And then an international team of judges located all around the world. So it really is an international competition that we're watching here.
And you can see that Enigma here are flying quite high in the tunnel. And you know, that's pretty tricky. We talked about the levels that you need. You get less wind flow further up the tunnel, so you can fall off things a little bit easier. You want to be closer and closer to the net on the tunnel.
These guys will know that, of course. And what is it that's stopping them being able to make that happen?
It's just how you fly, and because you're concentrating on the level of where the team is, you can forget that you're off the net. So maybe it's a bit more training, maybe turning up the wind speed or turning down the wind speed a little bit, potentially not flying on full throttle. Understanding how each of your teammates actually flies, and we see this a little bit from Rebellion as well. They haven't done much training together, so they are flying a little bit higher in the tunnel, which means the moves aren't necessarily as crisp. Where what you saw from Pan 99 and from Omni is that are flying a little bit lower in the tunnel.
Yeah. So same thing again here that we're seeing with Rebellion. Wind speed on 94%. So not the highest wind speed that we've seen from the VFS teams, but perhaps bring that speed down a little bit to bring them down the tunnel.
But you can see here that you've got a variety of different suits as well. You can see that Hutch here that's looking, we're looking at his back, he's in a baggier suit. You can see that some of the other team members have got tighter suits on. So you've got to accommodate for that as well. And whereas with Omni, obviously you look at them all, they've all got the same suits. With a similar level of drag, and that's because they're a trained team. They've competed together. They know where they need to put it in the tunnel. But Rebellion here are doing a great job of at least trying to build those points.
So there they go. The lights are flashing for the end of that round, and that is the end of the vertical formation skydiving. So the doors will open, and then we will move back into the flat formation skydiving.
So we're moving straight to an interview now with Steve. Steve, who have you got with you over there?
We have Nemesis with us, and welcome back to the interviews, guys, for today. How's everything going in the studio?
It's good. It's good. Nemesis, you've been doing some great flying, so it'd be great to hear from them.
Yes, it will. So Nemesis is doing really good. So we've got Dave, we've got Gail, we've got Laura, and we've got Pete here. So guys, how's the competition going for you so far?
Yeah, it's going well. Can't really complain. We're doing a lot better than we thought we did, or thought we were going to do. We really can't complain at this current second, to be honest. It's good.
So whereabouts are you placing, and what's your score difference at the moment?
We're currently first. I'm not too sure how far ahead we are. The last round hasn't been fully judged yet, but we've got quite a decent lead. I think it's a plus 20, something around that figure at the moment.
Wow, so guys, you're absolutely smashing it then. And apparently as well, I hear that you won Nationals in Single A also this year, is that correct?
Nationals. We won Outdoor Nationals in August in Single A with a 10-point lead, I believe, at the end of the comp.
So I'm assuming then we're probably going to be stepping up to Double A next year, or if we're continuing on, is that something that we might be planning on?
Well, we're going to have to wait and see. Everyone's going to have to wait and see. Nothing's been fully confirmed as yet, but as soon as it is, I'm sure everyone will know.
Well, there you go. They're keeping us in a bit of suspense, ready for next year and see what's going to come from them. But guys, thank you very much. Good luck.
Thank you.
You're already killing it, so let's see how we go. Thank you very much. And we're now going to an ad break, and we'll see you back in a couple of minutes. Thank you.
Do your business systems make life easier or more complicated? Are your different departments using their own specialised systems that don't talk to each other, so you end up using spreadsheets, costly bespoke integrations and manual workarounds to see the full picture? Data gets duplicated, you get frustrated, and worst of all, it starts to affect your guests' experience. The Fuse Metrics system brings everything together. It's been designed from the ground up as one easy-to-use system with everything from finance to HR, ticketing, tills, and your CRM. It's a smarter way of working, so your team can work more efficiently, with each team member just seeing the parts of the system they need to do their jobs. Fuse Metrics even integrates with your website to bring your online ticketing, retail, membership and other data all into the same system. Fuse Metrics is one system, so your staff will have a more consistent working environment and a single point of contact for technical support. Training staff becomes faster and easier with all departments trained in the same work environment. It just makes sense. So end the web of subscription costs, support calls, and hair-pulling frustrations of multiple management systems for different jobs, and let Fuse Metrics streamline and simplify your leisure business, letting you focus on what's really important. Fuse Metrics. Do your business systems make life easier or more complicated? Are your different departments using their own specialised systems that don't talk to each other?
And we're back in the tunnel, and we can see that we have the next set of teams ready to fly. We are moving into round 8. How do we get here so quickly, Laura?
It's making me sad, Ray. It's making me sad that the competition is almost coming to a close. I'm sure for the teams looking forward to celebrating whatever their outcome is this evening, but it's been so much fun.
Exactly. So next in we have Say It Again But Slowly. The round that we have now, round 8, is H, which you can see there, the G, and block 3, which is a slot switcher for the front piece, to a star, which is an M.
So a slot switcher, again, just for anyone who doesn't know what that means, it means that the 2 team members at the front end of the formation in this particular one have to swap places with each other. So there we've seen sorry, we might have just lost audio on us there, but the point flyer there, the spinner, has to swap places with the outside centre, the person at the front of that piece, and that means they now have to complete the next page in a different slot.
And yeah, what's interesting about this is that we just saw a few glitches from the top teams that are running but vying for first and second places. The places we saw a few slot switched on the front piece, block 12, and now we're seeing the same thing in block 3. It's going to play a little bit more into the hands of the more trained teams.
Yeah.
And we know that NFTO have a new point flyer, which is front piece. So we could see, let's see how it goes in this one as well, to see if Meraki can catch up a little bit, maybe.
I think we've seen it with Meraki as well, though. Unfortunately, I think their B slot also, you can see which one is their B slot, so it's not necessarily weaker, but you can certainly see a lack of comfort that they've got in their A slot. So for all of our teams, B slot proving to be quite tricky at this competition.
Yeah, it is. And we have in the tunnel at the moment Omni tummy edition. We've just seen Omni fly vertically, and now we're watching them fly on their bellies, or their tummies as they like to call it.
They're not happy with that. So block 3, really nice actually from this team. So block 3, we've got the 3 people making one piece, that triangular shape that you can see there, and then the solo person having to complete a 540 degree turn.
And block 3 is actually probably one of my favourite blocks, especially as a point flyer, because you do actually get to go at Billy-O speed as fast as you can.
And what speed, Ray?
Billy-O speed.
Billy-O speed. I love it. Yeah, block 3, I kind of have a love-hate relationship with it. I think when I'm the spinner in a block 3, it can be really, really good fun. And when you've got the confidence of it and you can just send it, then it feels really, really nice. But have a couple of block 3s where you land on the team or you're far away, you lose your confidence, and that spinning position can be really, really difficult.
And even though I did get chucked into a boot as effectively as a point flyer of a turbolet on block 3, and it's actually one of my favourite exits as well. Really good view of the team, depending on how you launch it out of the plane.
Yeah.
But really lots of good fun. So it's nice to have the 3 randoms. So you've got a random sprint, as we call it. So if you go from the M, H to G, it's a nice random sprint. And then you have the block 3 in there as well, which isn't, it's a round block per se. So it's not particularly slow. And it's a 3-piece with a solo flyer. So again, it's not one of the slowest blocks out there. It's quite a fast block. So I suspect that this will be quite a fast round.
Absolutely. And here we see the Silver Linings a little more tentative in their 3, but as we know, the winners of the AA category back in February of this year, they are moving up into AAA, and they've had very little training time to get themselves ready. This really is just about putting something out there, see where they're at, and they're having loads of fun. Oh, I love that.
It's good to see. And we just mentioned random sprints. Laura, you must have used the random sprint terminology a lot in Chimera when you're flying. It's really where you can build up a sprint of 3 randoms that you have in here. So you start, as I said, with the 3 randoms. So there'll be M, H to G. And really try and build up a rhythm there, and then you slow yourself down for block 3. You make sure that you're on and off the grips at the same time, don't carry any energy into the close, and then start the random sprint again, so M, H to G.
Absolutely. And the random sprint can put a lot of pressure on the team as well, knowing that you're going into that period of what could potentially be very quick and then having to rein it back again for the block. That change in tempo can be difficult to manage as you're going through. Here we've got the Peregrines doing a little dance for us as they get into the tunnel. I caught up with Alice during a quick break, and she was saying they've been doing a dance for us every time. We just haven't mentioned it. So here we are. Just want to say thank you very much for the dance. They're such an expressive team. We've got quite a lot of flamboyance, I think, from Pete. He's always keen to give us a little dance move. And here we are, the Peregrines making their way into the tunnel for this round 8 of the AAAFS. So setting up in the door, I would expect that they will be launching this 3 into the tunnel in their B slots, or in fact launching it, free flying it, so not holding on to each other. And there we go. So starting in their A slot, now they're into their B slots. And here's the 3 again. Nice move on that block 3. There's the H into the G, into a 3. Then we go to the M again. So the M, really a nice reset point. It should be MGH as the random sprint, and then into that block 3, calm it down. MGH, calm it down for the block 3. And these guys are doing a really nice job of it.
Yeah, they are actually, and it's good to see that, you know, really nice to see that block 3 as well. Yeah, so I'm really happy with that. A little bit of flying from the whole team out the door.
Peregrine flight. And these guys, we're seeing them go from strength to strength as well, I think. And we won't comment on the fact that James has been coaching them this morning, and I was coaching them yesterday morning. Maybe it's the James effect.
Oh, that James effect. We can talk about more about that later. So next in the tunnel, I think we've got the Foreigners.
I don't know what we're going to say about that later. I'm intrigued now. But the Foreigners, yeah, making their way into the tunnel. So the Foreigners going into this round, they were very close with the Peregrines, but the Peregrines have got a 4-point lead on them going into round 8, though they did match them in score on round 7. So let's see how they got on here. So we've got the G into the 3. Nice execution by the piece on the 3. A little bit of hesitation from the spinner, though. They arguably could have, for want of a better phrase, got on with it a little bit quicker.
Yeah, but that's their B slot, right? So
it is their B slot. It is their B slot. That was harsh of me, wasn't it? I take it back.
It's all right. I've just punched Laura in the arm for being a bit too harsh. But you know, these guys, they didn't have the best early rounds yesterday, so it's good to see them coming back. You know, it's another day for them. They've started this competition today with a better mindset, and it's really good to see. And we're seeing a different. To me, it's a slightly different team than what I saw yesterday. So good job, Foreigners.
I think on the topic of timings, with the spinner on a block 3, whilst, you know, we are making light of it, and I did say they could have got on with it a bit more, there is also an argument to say that they kind of need to, because if everybody's performing their moves and executing them as agreed and as planned, everyone can be in a rhythm together. And as soon as one person has got some hesitation, it requires the team to really see that happen, reset potentially, and then take things potentially a little bit slower as they move forward, whereas we can build confidence by just working to the plan exactly as it should be. Here we've got R4 MJ then making their way into the tunnel and working their way through these formations really nicely here. So again, we've talked about these guys having lots of experience within them. I actually think today we're seeing a much more together version of this team.
Yeah, and we've seen with some teams, look at the speed at which they're going as well, which is really good to see. They did not have the best day yesterday, but very similar to Foreigners, they've seemed to have upped their game. They've had a chat with themselves going, okay, this is how we want to do. We do have slightly different techniques in how we fly, but this is our team speed and this is what we can do. Let's show people what we can do.
This is looking very nice from R4MJ. I think they'll be really pleased with that. So a lot of pressure for this team, I think, probably that they've put on themselves more than anything, but certainly a high level of expectation. They seem happy, but when you've got 2 members of the team are also coaching other teams here, you know, they'll want to be putting on their best performance so that those teams that they're coaching can see how great they're doing. Hi, Matt. Hi, John. But a really, really nice round for R4MJ. Opening the tunnel doors now. When we come back in, we will have Apex, FCGB Wimby and Meraki. So those guys just getting themselves ready in the tunnel at the moment and moving into round 8. We've still got the same positions at the top of the table. Meraki, I think, have pulled ahead 14 points compared to Apex. So Meraki going into this on 158 total compared to Apex 144. NFT on 174, comfortably ahead now of Meraki. And then we've got FCGB Wimby currently occupying the 3rd place spot, currently going home with a a third place position, but no bronze medal, of course, because they are in the open category rather than part of the British meet. But Apex undoubtedly will be wanting to take them to really earn that third place position on the board.
Yeah, exactly. So it's really Apex, I think, have also had a little bit of a reset today as well, and they're coming back, and they're strong, and I think they're definitely up there. Going to give Wimby a run for the money. 3 points in it, as you said, Laura, so it has all to play for, especially on this round. We don't, unfortunately, have the indicative scoring for you at the moment, but we will try and keep an eye on and give you a flavour for at least where the teams finish at the end of time.
Can you count and talk at the same time, Ray? Let's see.
I can, but I can't do it if you just asking me as I'm going into the tunnel, because now I'm completely thrown, Laura. But let's try it for the up and coming, the next teams that come in.
So this is looking good for this team. A little bit of a bigger move into the 3 there, but a nice spin by Chris on the front there. Now moving into the second slot for that, so Mark on the spin. Very difficult to see much of a difference actually on these block 3s. A little bit slower there on the spinner, but they seem to be pretty comfortable. This, of course, being their B slot now. They actually seem more comfortable in the B slot.
They do, right? And this might be down to the fact that they've all slot switched. Look at that nice spinning there from Chris on the top. Really good work there from Apex. So they closed on the top of closed on the bottom of the 3. That's all I can remember. I don't know how many pages they got through, but I imagine the number of pages will be pretty similar.
It looked very good, and I've got a lot of love for that team, I have to say. I think Chris being my previous teammate in Chimera, I've been in a team with him in Lower BISA as well, and then we've got Dave Rogers, of course, was in Formula, who we competed very closely with Kate Lindsley, actually, who was in a team. Yeah. So you tend to get a lot of the same people. And Hari in this team now, so in FCGB, Wimby, of course, was in ACM with James from Chimera, yes, and also with Fletch from Apex. It's a small world, isn't it?
It is very much so. And it's going to be really interesting to see how they score in comparison to the Wimby team as well. To Apex.
Yep. And this is looking nice from them as well. Actually, I think it's difficult to see too much of a difference between the two teams, Apex and the Wimby team here. It's looking very nice. So everyone very settled, very confident, and again, difficult to see. Oh, almost jinxed it. Difficult to see much of a difference between the A and B slot there, and I think that's really an indication of a well-trained team, recognising that there are a lot of times where the front piece in particular are going to be switching, and if you're not putting as much energy into your B slot as you are your A, you're potentially going to be missing out on quite a few points. So good to see these fully trained teams being able to bring it in both positions.
So let's see how Meraki get on now.
And they're in. There's the H to the G. Here's the block 3. Bit of movement in the piece. Looking like there's some nice energy here. They're quite poppy, but then they don't feel quite as smooth. We're getting more settled though. So this is looking nice and sharp, and what I really like about the way that these guys are flying is that they are very sharp and precise in their moves. You know, everybody knows exactly what they need to do. There's no unnecessary movement happening. This is actually looking really sweet for them.
And very much a random sprint in here, which is good to see.
I should note thank you to Phil Curtis, who's been in touch, just to remind me that it is Liz Matthews, not Liz Nuttall. So she is married, of course, and married name Matthews. So apologies for the wrong name there, but a nice round for Meraki. Pete just throwing in a little bit of back flying there as well.
Yeah, nice.
They look tired.
They definitely look faster than the other teams, and I'm trying to do a little bit of indicative scoring myself at the moment.
Oh, go for it! This is exciting.
So let's just try and see. We'll have a look, and I think that was a really good round from Meraki there. They're really pleased with that.
This is what makes you such a pro. You're just bringing the indicative scoring at the same time as trying to speak, at the same time as what you guys don't realise, the behind the scenes here, is that we've also got mobile phones giving us messages from all angles telling us what we need to do. We've also got special voices in our ears telling us what we need to do while we're speaking to you, and now you're going to count at the same time.
I'm going to try. Right,
Those voices trying to talk to us right now, trying to distract us. We will not be distracted, but a nice round there. I think everyone's really enjoyed that round, I would imagine.
I think it's a nice energetic round, as you mentioned, Laura. And I think because it has that random sprint in it as well, teams can feel like they're getting on top of something, can really like get some points on the board. And like I think this is really it's a good round, and you can lose points as well as make points on here with that random sprint. And I think Meraki there just showing us what they can do, and really pleased with that.
I think it's an exciting point in the competition as well, because going into round 8, when you've got, Meraki are pretty confidently in the second place spot, they can probably start to push things a little more, whereas previously potentially being a little cautious coming into this competition.
So next in we've got Jeanette Wimby. So this is the French team that have come over across the channel.
Very nice.
Very nice. And it's
You
good
did a
for them
great
to
job
join
there.
us.
And it is awesome to see teams coming over. I think competition experience is such a powerful thing. If you've got experience in being in this competition environment, some people would say, why give up a weekend for 10 minutes of flying when you could go and spend a weekend doing a couple of hours? But actually, you can't replicate this competition experience anywhere but in a competition.
No, I agree with you completely. And it's like, it's a nice place to be. It might just be 10 minutes of flying, but you're in your little goldfish bowl, as I like to call it, in your bubbles, in your teams. You really get to show people what you can do, and the training that goes behind just like a 1 minute flight. There's a lot that goes behind it, and this is the opportunity to show everybody, those that are watching outside the tunnel, but those watching at home, what it is you're made of and what you can do. So next in we have NFTO getting ready to get into the tunnel, and let's see how they move in this. As I said, they've got a slightly different lineup with Libby on the front piece. Anna just taking a minute there to breathe, taking time.
These guys, of course, building their competition experience more and more. So just back from the World Meet out in Arizona, Eloy, Arizona in the US. Previously, they were also competing at the Indoor National Champions back in February. They've been together as a lineup, generally speaking, for quite a long time. So a bit of a glitch there. Okay, so they're taking slightly... let's just have a look. Oh no, I thought they were taking a slightly different engineering. Bit of a glitch there at the beginning. And again. Right, okay, so they're taking the mirrored 3 with the mirrored H. So a little bit of confusion coming from that. This is really interesting then. So we're seeing what's happening here is that they've chosen an alternative option to be able to get that formation built a bit faster, but then the unfamiliarity of that formation has potentially given them a bit of confusion. So yeah, just using a slightly different formation, I think. I'm sure someone will text in to correct me. But I think they were taking a slightly different engineering.
I wasn't following too much because I was just trying to keep an eye on those indicative scores, and I think they've lost a lot of ground there.
There's certainly something going on, something happening that was confusing them. So I don't think they'll be super happy with that. But the indicative score coming in from our indicative scorer Ray.
So I actually had a couple of busts in there from NFTO, and I've got them down at a 20. Which is very indicative for me at the moment. I don't know, we'll see, but I had Maracay up a little bit further up on about a 30 plus. So let's see what happens at about 33. So that's a lot of points. But as I said, they're indicative scores. Our indicative score of Brian has been locked out of his room at the time being. So unfortunately, we cannot give you those scores at the moment.
But we have got some official scores coming through on In Time at the moment. So Apex on this round 8, currently the top scorer with 27, and then the only other team to have received an official score so far is R4MJ on 23. I think, oh no, in fact we have 2 more teams as well that have just come through. So say it again but slowly. The first of our teams to compete in this round scored a 12, and Omni Tummy Edition 13.
Wow.
Check them out, legends. But I think, yeah, Apex, I think will be quite happy with that round. I think R4MJ, given where they've been compared to Apex, maybe will have hoped for a couple more points on that and keeping it nice and close and tight. Boom Entry there just got out of the tunnel. They look very, very happy.
They did. They're glad they've got through that round. What's really interesting, and Laura spoke about this earlier today, she said that changing up a lineup is going to have an impact, especially if you've got slot switches just on the front piece. If you have the double slot switches where both pieces are moving, you can kind of have the same pictures of who your cross partner is. The difficulty is when you have the slot switches that are very much just on one piece, in this case the front piece, and we saw there with NFTO they've got a new front piece flyer, did have a big impact on their round. So let's see what happens in the next few rounds. But next up in the tunnel, getting ready, we have the AA team. So we will start out with IBME and Grenade. And the AA round is, we unfortunately don't have graphics for you at the moment.
We
have
don't,
some
but the
technical
AA
issues.
round is going to be QA9. So Q being a phalanx, which is similar to the open accordion picture that we've seen, except 2 of the members are going to be out-facing. Tends to be quite a flimsy formation, a phalanx, just because of the nature of those single grips between the different players. And then 2 out-facing makes it a little trickier as well. We've then got the A, which is the unipod, so 1 out-facer in that, but at least slightly rounder. And then the block 9, we refer to that as a random block because it just requires each team member to do a 180-degree turn. And in fact, that's not what they're doing at all. So I've just been talking about maybe the wrong round. We're still on round 7. Apologies for that, everybody. So
No, this is indeed, I think this should be round 8.
so these guys are doing round 7.
Oh dear. No, that's a D.
Hang on, we've got a little bit lost, haven't we? This should be AA.
Yep, AA, and it should be round 8.
AA round 8. Yep, apologies, that's on me. So E8D for this one. Apologies, I was looking at the wrong category. So AA here, we've got IBME, and they are doing E8D. Sorry guys, I didn't talk about much of what you were doing there because I got a little bit confused in the draw, but it looks like it was a nice calm round and everybody's hugging out in the chamber. So lots of love to IBME. Sorry for not talking about you too much. I'll make up for it now. How about that? So IBME actually has a different name that they were told by Liam here at iFLY that they were not allowed to use because it's a family-friendly show. So if you'd like to know what their actual name is, go and find them. Why not? Go and have a chat to them. Ross and Ian have been in the team for a long time. Wendy previously in the Sky Monkeys. Malcolm new for this year, all being coached by Dave Rogers from Apex. So nice round there by IBME. And now we have Grenade, the all-female team. So this is the block 8. Potentially benefiting from being a slightly less tall team than some of the others, a little easier arguably to fit that block 8 into the tunnel, and it does look like they've got enough space, doesn't it?
Yeah, it does. Grenade, you know, not coming in at their best, I think, from day 2. I think they had a better day yesterday so far from the rounds that we've seen, but this is a really nice round from them, taking it nice and slow though, with the 8s. And nice to see. So, you know, I think they're pretty close, I think, at the moment with the winged hussars.
Yeah, so if we have a look at the AA table at the moment, we have got Grenade after 7 rounds currently on a score of 88, whilst the winged hussars are on 89. It's not getting better, Ray.
It doesn't matter. People still have to put up with us, Laura.
No one has messaged to let us know that they don't like the singing. If you don't like the singing, you can of course get in touch. Hashtag BISN 2022. That's the British Indoor Skydiving Nationals, BISN 2022. Use that hashtag on whichever social media platform you prefer. If you're a little bit of a Facebook user, get it on there. We're on Instagram as well. We're probably on Twitter, and you can also comment on the YouTube live feed as well. We will do our best to answer you.
Yeah, that is the case, and I think what we have coming up for you just for the afternoon, so you know that we are currently running through round 8 of the FS and the VFS, and then we'll be running into round 9 until about 2 o'clock. Maybe about 2:30, where we will be moving on to the dynamic flying, I believe, some freestyle and some dynamic flying, which would be really interesting. Mixing it up again in the afternoon for you at home, so you get a little bit of all of the competition flavour that we have. But
I'm seeing some more of Emma as well. Exactly. Emma Matacola making her way back, and thank you, worth a shout out to Adam as well for all of the graphics that we've been using in the artistics round. They come from his app. So what is that app called?
I'm not sure.
We'll
Adam's
find it
gonna kill
out, but
me.
you can certainly download it and get hold of those graphics for yourselves as well. So here we have, who do we have in now?
We should have in the, which teams are we on? In AA, and it should be Sora.
Sora, excellent. So Sora coming into this round then, 73 points, as well as Squad Game, also 73 points. IBME a slight lead on both of those teams on 76 at the moment. This is looking very calm and precise from Sora. Nice technique on the block 8. A little bit of a clash there at the end. The opening technique there, really nice. So what we want to see on a block 8 is that in that back pair, the one in front of the other pair, the person in the front should be opening out, making space for the person at the back to then come through. So nice technique on the beginning, just a little mistimed on the second part, and I think that's what maybe slowed them down on that 8. But let's see what the next team has got to offer us. This is Quadruplane.
So the name of that app that we were talking about, Adam's app, is Dynamic Flying Compulsories, is the name of the app. So it's an Adam Maticola, Adam Maticola app. So if anyone's...
Oh dear. So Quadruplane, one of them building an E, the rest of them building an 8. Can they get it back?
I think they have.
No, not quite. So now one's building... I think they've just forgotten what the sequence is. Oh, this is really sad for them, because what's happened there is that there's a bit of confusion about what formation is being built, and now for the person who is confused, all they're going to be thinking is, what is happening? Trying to see the formation. Have you ever played that game, Ray, where you get 3 of you to get in and build something, and the other one has to work out what it is and take
pointing
their
fingers
place?
at you. Pointing fingers at you all the time. And
It's
laughing
quite
at
fun.
you. But then you go through, everybody has to do it at least once, right?
And it's good to be able to make sure that you can spot what's going on. We used to have a coach who really wanted us to play a game where we would get the draw of the round that we were going to jump as we got in the door.
Okay, interesting.
Which I think would have been an absolute nightmare.
Yeah.
But they'll be disappointed with that, I think. Quadruplane, going into this round, they were bottom of the table with 67. I think they're probably going to have lost them through there. But some hugs, nice team spirit there, looking out for each other. Sometimes things just don't go to plan. So coming up next, our next set of 3 teams just making their way into the tunnel now. We have the Birds of Paradise, followed by Squad Game, followed by the Winged Hussars. Where were you, Ray?
Yeah, Winged Hussars.
So we've got the Winged Hussars currently top of the table on 89, Grenade on 88, very close behind them. We've got, who is that? It's Jenny. It's Jenny
Lawford.
Buckle is here.
Yeah. Jenny Lawford.
Jenny Lawford, sorry. So, this is wonderful, isn't it? So Jenny, hello. Nice to see you. But Jenny used to be in a team called Eclipse. Jenny I've known for a very long time. When I started skydiving, Jenny was already around, started at Loughborough University, and then was a huge part of the university scene. Once she graduated, continued Eclipse, one of my inspirations when I started out. A brilliant, brilliant team, and has since decided to stop jumping, has gone away, had a family, married her teammate, and now we can see her here today. And what a wonderful thing about this sport, that people stay in touch for so long.
They live here in Basingstoke, so just down the road. I think they might have moved to Woking, I'm not sure, but they're close enough, and she's brought both kids in, so maybe you'll get a glimpse of them a little bit later as well. Nice to see you, Jenny.
And here we have the team currently in the tunnel is Birds of Paradise. So Birds of Paradise going into this round in 3rd place on a score of 83. If they want to catch up with Grenade, it's a 5-point difference. So they're also 6 points ahead of Vortex. So I think arguably they could be looking to put a little bit more energy into this round. Not saying that they're not doing, but I wonder if their discussion prior to coming into the tunnel was, let's try and ramp it up a bit,
I think
or
so.
if it's just, let's keep it as it was. It seems to be working.
Yeah, and it'd be nice to see a bit of the side view as well to mix it up for those at home watching. And you can just get a view of Jenny and the kids there, just in the bottom right corner, waving at the tunnel. But next in we should have Team
Squad Game.
Now they didn't have the best round 7. They had a great round 5 and 6, so hopefully they'll bring it back together for their round 8.
Squad Game currently fighting it out with Sora. They are matching on scores coming into this round on 73 points each. So let's see how Squad Game can translate that into a performance here. So as we get in, we've got the E there, and then we're going into the 8. Really thinking about where to build that 8 in the tunnel, and their tail there taking a beating on the legs as they pass through that doorway. But here we have again, there's the E moving into the 8. The front piece thinking about where they're building. A consideration we don't have when we're in the sky, of course.
And then maybe at this point I'll take just a bit of time to clear up some of the I guess qualification for the competitions that are coming up in the next few years. We've fallen a little bit out of sync of what are World Championships and what are World Cups at the moment, and I get a little bit confused as well with COVID and the condensing of some of the competitions that we have. Next year's indoor competition is actually World Championships that takes place in Tatralandia. and that will be one team we will have one team representation in the FS from an open team, and we will have one female team that will go to that competition. Not the 4 as we mentioned before, because that's only applicable really to the World Cup.
World Cup, of course.
So
yes.
it's a World Championship next year. So we'll have one team from the female category and one team representing in the open category.
And of course, there's no requirement to choose which category ahead of this competition, controversially. So it means NFTO. At the moment, it looks like NFTO will have the option to choose post-competition whether they want to take that female slot or the open slot.
Yeah, and it's interesting to see how we feel about that. And the competition isn't over yet, so we don't know who's actually going to walk away with that, and there's still all to play for.
Absolutely.
But I think it'll be interesting to determine how that works out going forward. But just to be clear, you know, we have got some confusion about what a World Championship is and what a World Cup is. So Grenade, who are looking to go to a World Cup, will potentially have to come back next year, qualify and see if they can move and be chosen to move forward into a World Cup year, which I believe will be in, I'm not sure where the next World Cup will actually be for indoor, so I'll have to get that qualified and answered, and we'll come back to you. So watch this space.
The Winged Hussars then looking happy. Dancing like one of those wind guys on a car forecourt there, you know, when they wave their arms around. That's what Mac looked like to me there. But it looks like they were happy with that round. It can be really tricky being at the top of the table. You've either got the confidence of knowing that you're ahead, and you're so far ahead that you can start to take some risks maybe, or push things a little bit. But for the Winged Hussars, it's only a 1-point difference between them and Grenade. So they will be wanting to make sure that they don't take their foot off the gas, but equally that they don't push it so hard that it breaks down. A good round for them though, round 8 here at the AAA FS competition.
Yeah. So next in, we should have some more of the double A's, I believe. We will have Chili's and Vortex that will finish up the double A category, and then we'll be moving on to the single A category.
Which is Children of the Corn will be the first of our single A's, and the round that they will be performing for us will be round 8 in single A, QA9. But first, Chili's and Vortex, and in the double A, this round is QA9. It's E8D for the double A. It's a good job that we got these coffees, isn't it, Ray? I feel like we need to drink them. Starting to flag a little bit, using the wrong category names, but thank you very much. Big shout out to Buzz and Rich Cotton from Skydive Tilstock for sending us some coffee. And a big shout out to our wonderful friend and colleague Mariano, who also brought us some coffee. So we're going to be bouncing off the ceiling.
Yeah, and anybody that knows me quite well knows I'm not actually a coffee drinker. So this could be very interesting on the level of caffeine I'm consuming.
So here we go. There's the block 8 from the Chili's. And then there's the E again, moving into the 8. It's a tricky build for them, just trying to make sure they're not taking up too much space. Quite a high grip on the close of that 8 as well. I think just a slight bit of mistiming as the front piece came around a little ahead of the back piece, which sometimes it does feel like, yes, we're ahead, so it's good, we're making up time, but if you don't get the timing quite right, it just makes that closing picture a little bit different. And the lights are flashing for the Chili's. They're going to make their way out of the tunnel now. They seem pleased with that.
Yeah, they do actually, and I think we haven't seen the Chili's looking that infused and happy, but they really think they've done a good job there, and it's good to see them coming into their own. It doesn't matter where you come into your own in a competition. When you get one good round, it's a great feeling, and it's not the end of, even if it's the end of the competition, but it's not. You know, we're only on round 8. We're ploughing through it. Next in, we have Team Vortex, who are getting ready.
So you can see from this particular camera angle how much they're having to bend their bodies around that door to get into the right place. So for anyone who's not familiar with indoor skydiving, you can get into the tunnel unconnected or disconnected, if that's the right word for it. You don't have to be holding on to one another as you make your way in, and we have seen that with quite a few of the rookie teams in particular. They will just free fly the entrance and just make their way in, whereas some of the others will either have a set formation that they decide they're going to use to enter, so they'll use the same one every time, or they will try and take the first formation of that dive. And that's where we've seen some of the top teams being able to really come straight through that door and get straight on with building points.
Yeah, this is good to see. I mean, this is the last of the AA teams for round 8. So Vortex giving us a bit of a close there, having a bit of a swim around the tunnel. Always nice to see teammates like high-fiving each other and just helping each other out of the tunnel. So well done, Team Vortex. Next in, we will have the first of the single A teams, and that is Children of the Corn. And a reminder for everybody that's watching and listening in, this is round 8 of the single A, and the dive is
QA9.
So any intricacies in this? You talked a little bit about the Q build.
Yeah, the queue can be a little trickier. So there it is. We've got 2 out-facing people, and then the outside centre, the person in the purple jumpsuit with the white helmet, having to just really hold their ground as they move into the A from there. But not too difficult, and these guys are making it look pretty easy. Now we've got the move into the 9, which they could choose a different engineering option. It would either favour the outside centre or the point flyer. So with that block 9, that's an A. This is a block 9, so you can start the block 9 facing either direction, and then the inter of a block 9 is that each member of the team has to turn 180 degrees. So it's up to the teams really which way they want to face to start with, and these guys have chosen standard engineering. I don't think it will make too much of a difference.
What would you have chosen? Would you take it to the fastest flyer, or would you take it to the next point? I mean, how do you make those decisions? I mean, you know, between yourself and a point flyer, if you've each got to make an equal move, who gets to do it?
So I think we would always talk about what is most familiar to us. So if there's a certain way of building the 9 that does feel more comfortable, then that confidence can give you an advantage. With that said, we'd done so much training that we didn't really have a standard 9. We could do either one. So we'd probably try and push the smaller move earlier in the sequence, because logically that means you can score the points sooner.
Yep. And you can build that compressed and cat in any position, right? It doesn't have to be between the front and the back piece, right?
Oh, Ray.
So
too far.
I have seen it, and we have looked at it where you could build it in a different way depending upon what the formation is, if it's quite round or what the block is. So, and I'm sure the Russians have built this in their own way.
There is no reason for these teams to build these formations as they are doing, other than personal preference. They can move slots around, you can build the shapes. As long as 4 people are taking the correct grips on the other people, then it's all good. You can kind of play it whichever way you want to. And of course, the balance is on preference, but also when you're being coached, you're pretty much going to take what's being coached to you so that you can find the best way to make it happen. As we go into this next round, this next section of the meet, the first team that we've got coming in is a team with no name. So the second of our single A teams, the first of this 3 set, is a team with no name.
Yeah, and this is formation skydiving that you're seeing right now. This is the tummy flying, as Omni like to call it, but formation skydiving category A, which is one of the categories in the categorization system we have within formation skydiving. So you start with rookie when you start out, which is all randoms. Then you move into the single A, where I think you have 4 blocks, or is it 6 blocks? I can never remember. 4 blocks. Somebody will have to come back to us that's more educated than me at the moment, I'm afraid, on that. And then you move into the double A category, where you have additionally more blocks. And then you move into AAA, where we introduce the slot switching blocks as well.
Absolutely.
So this is formation skydiving, and we gave a little bit of an intro to formation skydiving at the beginning of the day, and we'll be introducing the other events, hopefully, with a little intro sessions as we progress through the competition.
And if you do want to catch up with any of those, remember you can check them all out over on the iFLYworld.co.uk website. You can also head straight to YouTube if that's your preference. Open your YouTube app on your phone. There's a series of videos as well as our live feed. Maybe keep our live feed going on a separate tab so you don't miss out. But you can open up some introduction videos. And do you know what I would like to know? I would like to know which of the disciplines people who haven't tried this before would like to have a go at. I wonder which one looks most appealing. So if you haven't tried any of these disciplines, or indeed if you have and you've decided you've maybe got a different preference, let us know in the YouTube comments which discipline do you think that you would do. So we've got the 4-way, we've got the artistic rounds as well. Let us know what you think that you would be most interested in. But here in the tunnel right now we have got... I've got lost. We've got Fornado. There we go. So Fornado in the tunnel for us here.
Too much coffee. It's hitting us already.
Too much? Not enough? I don't know. We should stop talking about coffee, because last time we did, we ended up with 2 each. So this is Fornado, player coach team with Bex. Bex Bradley, of course. Maggie is in there, Paul and Martin. So these guys coming into this round... they were in 7th place with a score of 77, very close to Team Tilstock on 76 and Rasper One Trick Ponies on 75. I love how these clusters are starting to appear within the tables.
Yeah? How are they working out?
So we've got not too much of a battle anymore at the top, sorry to say, but really nice work by Nemesis, giving themselves quite a big advantage over the second place team, the Triple Trouble. But then we've got 4th, 5th and 6th, Children of the Corn, Lift Laugh, Low Turns and a team with no name. Only 3 points between those 3 teams, and then only a couple of points between Fornado, Team Tilstock and the One Trick Ponies. So still lots to play for, and currently in the tunnel we have got the One Trick Ponies.
Yeah, so just a bit of an update on the judges for you, the judging panels that we have. So chief judge, as we've already mentioned, is Thierry Courtin from France. Our event judges from all over the world, we have 3 of them. We have Jim Rees from the USA, Gerata from Belgium, in Belgium but from Lithuania, and Aggie in Finland but actually from Poland. So very international, and we have judges. I'm not going to list through them. I could actually, if I've got a few seconds, I'm going to list straight through them. So we've got Gail Bradley from Australia, Gil Rayner in France, but from GB, Greg Shatton from Switzerland, Leia Amadou from France, Liz Warner from the UK, Mark, I can't even pronounce your surname, Mark, forgive me, from Germany, Mike Pencock from the Netherlands, Petter Holmes from Australia, again another Australian judge, thank you very much for joining us, Susan Hatting from Denmark, Tamara Vost from Netherlands, and Tash Higman, who's in Germany but actually from the UK, and Vera Asquith from Canada, but unfortunately she has COVID and has not been able to judge today. But we have 3 panels of 3 to 4 judges, as I've just mentioned, and 2 of these judges don't do VFS, and so there's a little bit of jiggling around again, but the panels are pretty consistent for those
all
that are listening.
volunteering as well.
Yeah.
All doing this as a volunteer role, so thank you very much to all of our judges. Coming into the tunnel next then, we are going to see currently the top place team and realistically likely to be the winners today in the single A category. We've got Nemesis are going to be in. We've also got Shock and Awesome coming into this round. Shock and Awesome, bottom of the table, 43 points overall, and then we have got Team Tilstock. Team Tilstock, of course, part of that mid-table battle between 7th, 8th and 9th place. They will be hoping to pick up a couple of points against their closest competition at the moment, which is Fornado. So coming into the tunnel now, this is Team Nemesis.
And here we go, and Nemesis have been doing a really good job, right? They're at the top of that leaderboard. I don't think anybody's going to touch them. As you said, too many point differences, but really showing that, I'm going to say it again, it's time to move up a category.
You've said that a couple of times. What's the logic there, Ray?
The logic is that, when you're outscoring in the category and it's time, you're scoring really well. Like, if you're looking at getting an average of like anywhere between 15 to 20 on on this round, this single A round, maybe it's time to challenge yourself and look at the new blocks. But as I said, that bit of confusion there on the 9, which way you're going, still confused. And I think they're out of time anyway, so it doesn't really matter. But that was Nemesis there.
So a team that, according to Sky League, so according to the NSL and Kurt over there, have only been together as a team for this year. So they competed in the single A class, which they did win back in February, competed again in the single A class in the Outdoor Nationals in August, won it there as well. So, yeah, back to win it again.
Yeah,
today.
Exactly. So time to, I think, as I said, have I said this again? I'm going to say it one last time and then I'll give it up.
I am inclined to agree with you. It's time to move up, guys. But again, coming out of the Nationals, it's not a huge amount of time between August and December. Certainly if you've used up the majority of your annual leave time to be able to go and concentrate on the outdoor season. And also, if you are an outdoor skydiver, you want to use the summer season to go jumping. And it's only just now as we're passing into the winter that things are quietening down there and we've got a bit more time for tunnels. So I can see maybe why they've stayed in this category, but definitely they need to move it up for next season. This team that we're looking at the moment then, I was going to say that's Team Tilstock. It's definitely not Team Tilstock there. That was Shock and Awesome making their way out now. So Shock and Awesome coming into this round, as we mentioned, at the bottom of the table. Their highest scoring round so far was that round 6, which was 10 points in time. So we'll see how they get on that round 8 there.
Yeah, and one of the Bradley sisters in that, I think that's Vic, Vic Bradley in that team, and just having a quick chat with the team there. But as we get ready to see Team Tilstock with their very distinctive blue suits coming into the tunnel. Buzz, this is one of your teams, I believe. Rich Cotton doing the coaching.
Absolutely. So Team Tilstock, a team that has formed and been training up at Tilstock. I believe that they've also, a couple of them have been working on their instructor ratings, so huge contributors to the sport of skydiving, and putting a nice performance in what is, I believe, their first full year as a team. Their first competition was actually outdoor in Rookie last year. Their highest average outdoors of 5.5, so an average number of points per round over 10 rounds of 5.5, and they also managed an average of 10.5 over 6 rounds at a UKSL. Their aim for this competition was just to be able to get the entrances right, and I think they've done a really good job of that.
A fantastic job, right? And you should never, like, you know, set your goals as to what they are. If you, and it's all about what the team can do and what you've set your goals for the competition.
Yeah.
So a lot of teams around here are going to be patting themselves on the back. It really is about what you set for yourself. You shouldn't be comparing yourself to others. It's about team goals.
Absolutely, and we've talked about that quite a lot this weekend. Actually, we had a couple of interviews where we've asked the teams, you know, what is your aim for the coming season? And quite a few of them have said to us, you know, we can only compete against ourselves. We can only do the best that we can do, which is a really healthy approach to be taking. I think we always need to have an eye on what's possible by looking at the other teams around us, or looking at the top teams in the world and seeing how much discrepancy is there between what we're able to put out and what they are. If you look at specific blocks, you know, if we've got quite a big distance between us and a top team, maybe that's where we want to focus our attention more. But then when it comes to the competition, you're not training anymore. This is a competitive environment. You put out the best that you can do. Sometimes that's going to be better than other people. Sometimes it's not. Focusing on that really makes no difference. You just do the best that you can.
Yeah, exactly. And it's all about your team speed, really, at the end of the day. I remember, you know, in training, we used to, every team does this. You do the analysis between block times, between splits of block times, your random sprints in various orientations, you know, what they can be to get those timings right. But as you said, when you come into a competition, you can't do better than what you train to a certain extent. You put what you put trained out there, and that's about it. Best that you can do. And here in the tunnel, we've got the wing kickers coming in now. We apologise again, we don't have any graphics for you at home at the moment, but we will be giving you an update of the teams that are coming in and how they're getting on. So this is wing kickers, and this will be their... This is the single A, round 8.
Yep, so this is QA9 for the wing kickers. So there's the A, there's the 9. And as we've already talked about, there is an optional engineering choice to be made on the 9, but then it's a symmetrical move that they have to make. So it either favours the outside centre or the point, and it really makes no difference whatsoever which one they want to choose. So it looks like they're all going with the standard beginning of the 19. I like that wave off as well from the team. The lights start flashing and one member of the team gives a wave. It's time to get out.
Please get out of the tunnel. We don't need to fly any more than we need to. We've done what we need to for this round.
Absolutely, and the teams this weekend have been brilliant. The teams being the four-way teams, but also the team here at iFLY, keeping everything on schedule for us, making sure that everything is working to almost military precision. Thank you very much to everyone for making that happen.
Yeah, I can. They're doing a great job. You know, we've kept a schedule. You know, you always have technical difficulties in indoor competitions. There's so much that can go wrong. You know, somebody just needs to tread on a cable and you can pull the whole thing apart. But the job here, the team here at Epitech Media are doing a great job as well, and the iFLY Tunnel team are doing a fantastic job. And it's just nice to see it all being pulled together.
And you as well, Ray. Absolute
you,
hero.
Laura.
Well, you're the one that's here every single minute of the day. Absolute legend. But here we have, this is Team 4Arch in the single A category. So little bit slower on the build of that queue, and you can see as well the flyer in purple there having to really try and dominate the centre of that A, which is difficult to do when you've got someone holding on to you on the front of your body and also on the back. It almost feels at times like you're being pulled apart from the middle, but they're doing a great job of being able to hold their ground.
Yeah, that was a great effort there, I think. And now in we have Triple Trouble, who didn't have the best round in round 7. And that was probably because I think round 7 was a triple blocker. Or am I going back to round 6? Who knows? No, round 7 was the
8-2.
8-2. Yes, that's right. Double blocker.
So here we have QA9 from Team Triple Trouble, and looking quite confident as they entered, but then having a couple of glitches. And this is where, I'm going to say it again, learn it. Earn it, burn it. It's where you need to get in. Just double check that what you've dirt dived is correct and then allow it to ramp up. If you get into the tunnel and you go full throttle from the beginning, it's very difficult to keep it under control. But this team, of course, lots of experience in the flyer with the red jumpsuit. That's Marcus Beck. Marcus, multiple-time national champion, bringing up some of his stats here. He was in 8-way team connection. So they managed to do really well back in 2006. They won with Marcus Beck as part of the team with an average of 11.3. August 2008, they won again with Marcus in the team, 13.4. So a really, really well-achieving, highly decorated skydiver, helping new skydivers into the sport, acting almost as a player coach, but recognising that he's been out of the sport for a few years. So they've also had some support from NFTO.
Yeah, and really good to see Triple Trouble in there. And I think, one of the things that we learned, lessons learned from that is, we saw it with other teams where the outside centre needs to sit still. It's a hard lesson to learn for an outside centre. Unfortunately, for you at home and anybody that's listening in, you've got 2 former outside centres sitting in the seats at the moment. And we can tell you that sitting still isn't the easiest thing to weld. And I think Tane learnt there that maybe, I think it's Tane that's flying.
It's Cole in outside centre,
centre, sorry. Tane's flying in a different slot, but Cole would have learned a lesson there about sitting still for those A builds. But moving on, we've got 2 more teams coming in now for 2 more teams, that's right, for the single A, and then we'll be moving on to the rookie draw. So the rookie draw, I think we have for
So round 8 for the rookies will be O, which is a satellite, followed by Q, which is the phalanx, and then we will have K, which is a hook. So Q we are seeing in the single A teams as well. So Q is the first formation, and as we've already mentioned, the out-facing nature of a Q and the single grip between the competitors can make it slightly more flimsy than other formations, meaning it's more difficult to keep it under control, but not too difficult of a sequence going from the O into the Q. And then the K, if I was answering the question about what would we get rid of, I'd get rid of K.
Yeah,
I don't like K.
I was thinking of which one it was. It is, and it's K. And you've got to learn to... The thing with a K is, to a certain extent, you've really got to build a relationship with your tail flyer as an outside centre as well, which is a bit of an odd one because you don't really build that communication too much. So K, is probably one I would get rid of as well. But then again, you've got another outside centre here sitting here. Maybe if it was an inside centre, they'll be going, get rid of C. We don't need a C.
Why not let us know? Hashtag BISN 2022. Should we... we'll go 2 teams. You can also use hashtag keep K or hashtag lose K. Let us know. But here we have the team Redlands Harpies, another single A team there. Looking a bit confused, looking a little bit more lethargic at this point. I think we've already spoken about how going into round 8 of a competition, energy levels are changing. But also I think when you've seen the scores, and this is again why scoreboarding or the act of looking at the scores is something of a bone of contention in some teams, is that once you see where you are on the scoreboard and everything almost feels set in stone by this point, it can be difficult to keep your motivation and keep on moving.
So we've got some of the indicative scores we've just got in for those AAA rounds actually match the official scoring that we saw for round 8, and we saw that it's a bit tied. I mean, we had a bigger gap developing between NFTO and Meraki, but Meraki managed to gain back. They took 7 points off NFTO on that round 8, so the gap is reduced between NFTO and Meraki to 9 points going into the final rounds of the competition.
It just goes to show, doesn't it? Everything can still change. And here we've got Live, Laugh, Low Turns, part of that cluster that we've got in 4th, 5th and 6th place in the single A leaderboard. So Live, Laugh and Low Turns currently in the middle of that with 82 points overall, Children of the Corn on 83 and a Team with No Name on 80. So I think that team will be pleased with that round.
Very much so. And they'll be happy with that, and good to see them. So Live, Laugh, it's a nice team name actually, Live, Laugh and Low Turns. But we will be moving now into the rookie category, and the rookie category draw, I'm just trying to remember what that is off the top of my head.
So the rookies will be doing OQK. So O, the satellite formation. So this is what we would refer to as a round formation. Round because everyone can see into the middle of it. Everyone's centre points of their bodies are quite close to one another. So a nice round formation there for the O. And then the next formation that we're going to have, the Q, the phalanx. So we just saw that with the single A teams. The phalanx has that out-facing nature that can make it a little bit trickier. And then the K, technically a round formation, an out-facing element to it for the point flyer. But I think that these teams will be all over it. I think that the move from the K to the O, not too tricky. So hopefully we'll see a bit of discipline, make sure that everyone's looking at one another. But this could be another high-scoring round, I think.
Yeah, it's going to be good to see. We've got 2 more sets of rounds to come up. We've got 1 more round of the VFS as well coming up after this. So we're going into it's a great view of one of Jenny's kids there, just looking at the tunnel, getting used to it, getting a good feel for the tunnel. Maybe she will be flying one of the next generations of flyers that we'll have in the tunnel.
It's a bold move, isn't it, bringing your child to the tunnel? Because what if they want to do it?
Exactly.
That's going to be many evenings of having to drive them down here. But here we have the team 404, team name not found. So as we spoke about, or as I spoke about, just taking it quite slowly, just making sure that everyone can see everything. But once they're confident in these moves, they can start to ramp it up a little bit more. So here we've got the O, the satellite, then we've got the Q, and then we're going to move into the K. So in each one of these moves, every member of the team having to think about their own flying and where they need to go, but then also what grips they need to present to their teammates. So they need to make sure that if someone needs to pick up the leg grip, then they've presented their leg enough. If they need to pick up an arm, they've presented their arm enough. So there's an awful lot to think about. And swimming out of the tunnel, apparently, also is something that they want to be doing.
Love it.
So next up, that was 404 team name not found. Next up, we have the fledglings. So shout out to Samira, who is one of the fledglings, unable to fly with us today, but did a really great job yesterday. So really nice to see Samrina Riaz and also Laura Dixon, both AFF students, both still learning to skydive outdoors, but doing a really nice job here. A little bit of time building that O. That side body, so where you have to pick up both an arm and a leg on your teammate, as we saw there on that O formation, really difficult. So the physics of flying there and how you've got to make sure that you're using a little bit of putting your legs out to keep yourself close enough to your teammate, a slight bit of forward movement to keep yourself nice and close to the grips. But then as you reach out with your arms to pick them up, that can cause you to float and to slow down your fall rate, and then dealing with all of that and then making it happen. That is a difficult formation, especially in that slot. So I think those guys did a really, really nice job there.
And I think the interesting part about this especially is that point tail axis. We talk about how it should be built, and we could see that the tail flyer, I think that is actually Bex, I'm not entirely sure, sorry if I've got the wrong, Bradley, forgive me, but was having to move around the tunnel quite a lot. So it's important that everybody moves to the right spot, so it's not one particular flyer that's having to chase the formation. So let's see what happens here.
So here we've got team second 8. So that was actually Vic Bradley in the previous team in fledglings, and now we've got Bex with Elliot Wright, Lorna Marshall and Andy Orzinski. So these guys currently doing pretty well. I had a chat with them earlier on today. They were happy with how their competition is going, really just coming into it with very low expectations in the sense that they've not done much training for this particular category. They're just coming together, trying to have a nice fun time. But second 8, currently 3rd on the leaderboard, and quite comfortably so as well.
Yeah, very tight K builds for very much a 90-degree angle, which is very efficient, but at the same time can make it very hard for the tail fly to pick up, the inside centre to pick up the grips on the tail fly if it's very heavily cheated. But
absolutely
good execution there from team second 8.
It is important when each of these flyers is flying these formations to do the best that they can to keep their spine nice and straight. And the reason that's so important in formation skydiving and the belly orientation is that any kind of asymmetry or bending of the spine can throw us off balance. So whilst each one of these teams will be looking at the best and most efficient way to build the shapes, if you end up twisting your spine and twisting your body to do it, you're just throwing yourself off balance.
Yeah, you're throwing, and you tend to slide away from the formation formation to a certain extent, which isn't very helpful to keep pressurized and to keep the formation round and small, you know. So it's worth bearing that in mind while you think you might be helping. If you put your body where you need to, people will be able to pick up the grip, your team members will be able to pick up the grips. So put yourself where you need to first before you start reaching out to pick up any grips.
Absolutely. So we've got the next set of teams entering the tunnel. I have to say, Ray, I saw a few yawns as they were coming in.
Oh, sorry, I thought you were looking at me there, Laura.
No, not you at all. No, I think there were a couple of members of the Wavy Whackers looking a little bit tired.
Was that from the human Jenga from yesterday?
I think it might be. I've heard rumours.
I was probably
their
well
apartments.
asleep this time.
Their apartment's the place to be, apparently, and they should be feeling good. The Wavy Whackers currently occupying first place on the leaderboard with a score of 108, an average of 15.4 over 7 rounds. Next team to them is Kaleidoscope on 82, and then second date on 78. So the Wavy Whackers comfortably in first place at the moment, but they're going to have to stay awake for this next round.
In the tunnel at the moment, we have the Rasper No Trick ponies. Just some confusion on what we're actually building here at the moment, so this should be a K. There we go. And now we'll be moving on to the O.
The K, of course, really tricky, and this is why Ray and I were joking earlier about which formation we'd want to bin, and if we could choose any, both of us said it would be the K, and it's because in that outside centre slot in particular, so the person there with the orange helmet on, they have to take a grip on their teammate, the one in the purple grips. They have to take a hold of their side body grip whilst also allowing the person behind them to take hold of their legs, so they don't want to be bending their spine in doing that, but equally if they're too far out, their teammate can't get hold of them. So just a really sticky move for any outside centre.
Yeah, and let's see now how Kaleidoscope bring this in. A big high fives from Kaleidoscope as they got in. Nice, happy, smiley faces. Really having a great competition. Really nice team. I bumped into them several times. Very open, very smiley. You know, really pleased to be here and really showing us what they can do. And probably going to walk away with a medal, I think, today.
Yeah, it's looking like the silver medal potentially for Kaleidoscope, although we're not at the end of the competition. Don't forget, we have got second date just 4 points behind, and after that revelation in the AAA of Meraki picking up 7 points on NFTO, if you can come in and pick up 7 points. And you know, we saw it with my team Chimera in the World Championships, going into the final round in the 7th position, I think, 7th or 8th,
you climbed 2
and
places.
then climbing 2 places in that last round. You can do it. So each of the teams, don't give up. Keep going, keep pushing through, make every single round count.
And what's really interesting is the next 2 rounds that we have in the AAA. We have one again with a random sprint in it with B2NQ. So some engineering options potentially in there, but also could do really well for making some point differences. If you lose it in that round, you could lose a lot of points. But also, you know, if you ramp it up, you're over edge again, you could lose points. So that's going to make life a little bit interesting. The final round, round 10, is J1116 for the AAA. That's probably a bit more of a leveler, if I'm honest with you. So all to play for round 9. So please don't miss that with the AAA.
But these guys here, Kaleidoscope, doing OQK. Their top scoring round of the meet so far was round 3. MBP. That was actually the top scoring round for most of the teams, a slightly easier round, but I think they've done nice execution of that as well. The OQK being a relatively round set of formations. I think they should be quite pleased with that one.
Very much so. Wavy Whackers getting ready to get into the tunnel now.
Wavy Whackers, at the moment, in fact, most of the way through the competition, they've had a 4-point lead on every round. So round 1, they actually had a 7-point lead. Then it was a 2-point lead on round 2, 2 points on round 3, 3 on round 4, and then they've had a 4-point lead on every round since. So let's see if they can retain that lead on their competition, or if the human Jenga has tired them out.
Yes, it could have done. They're not looking at their best today, and now I found out about the human Jenga. Again, confusion on the grips, what you should be doing. So just doesn't work for them, team, if they know going forward, if they move through the categories that maybe playing human Jenga isn't an option for you in between the rounds in competition.
There's definitely something to be said, though, isn't there, for making sure that you're having fun. And that's so important. I know, you know, for us in Chimera, there came a point during that World Championships meet where we knew we were underprepared for that meet. on purpose, because we put our all into the national competition, which was a couple of months prior to that. But we knew we were coming in undertrained. We didn't recognise that during the competition, though, and we started beating ourselves up. We're not doing as well as we should be doing. Oh, we're all feeling sad. And they got to a point where we just looked at each other and we were like, do you know what? We're some of the best friends that we could have. We're so happy just to be spending this time together, and let's have fun.
Exactly.
And do you know what? The performance for Wavy Whackers, I don't think has been on a standard with today, but they're having a great time. And if you've got that team spirit and camaraderie, that will really help you in a competition environment as well.
I agree with you, Laura, and I'm not being judgmental at all. I think we've all been there. You told us the Chimera story. I remember a few years ago we were trying to qualify for the female slot. About 10 years ago now, I think, trying to qualify for that female slot. It was Kaizen and ISIS. We competed in a World Cup in Banja Luka, well behind that team at the time, and then we came back to a national competition, and this is where I was having a lot of one game of chess with Johnny Flowers, formerly of Team Eclipse, got me through that competition, and we managed to peak in a performance for the team vibe that we actually had, and got that slot for the female category. So
that's amazing.
There's something to be said, a lot to be said for the team vibe, and Wavy Whackers.
Wavy Whackers, yes.
Yeah, not a criticism, not judgment. Glad you enjoyed your human Jenga. Only a shame I missed out on seeing any of it.
Maybe we can play tonight after the competition's done. But
maybe.
I do think we're seeing as well with a lot of the top coaches, the time that they spend in learning about sports psychology, and a lot of the techniques that are being investigated and explored by psychologists are such a big part. And it's not just in the sport of skydiving either. You see it across football in Leicester City, and how they manage to perform with an investment in sports psychology. And you see it in the rugby and in the cycling as well. I know that Team Sky invest a lot in theirs. And when you've got that mental side of things pinned down as well as the physical, you can really excel.
I think, there's David Brailsford's marginal gains, right, was really important for Team Sky, but it's an evolution, right? It's very much about how you learn, and sports psychology is important, as you say, in every single sport and in life in general, psychology of how you work in a team.
Yeah.
But every team is different, and you need to understand what your goals are, what you want to go to as a team, what you want to achieve, to then have the psychology be able to aid you to get to that point. And it really is about self-awareness, what part you play in the team, and how you move that team performance forward.
Have you ever heard the phrase, does it make the boat go faster?
Yes, indeed.
Famous rower said that, and I think we can probably agree. Human Jenga, not making the boat go faster.
Not
a lot of fun. Here we have the mini jets following Over the Rainbow, who had a nice, consistent round over the rainbow, just building in confidence with every round as they go through. A tricky round one for Over the Rainbow, but since then they've been able to pick stuff up, and certainly here on day 2, they seem to be much more comfortable with each other. And then the mini jets, a little bit of a struggle in building that O, and I think that's just coming from what I spoke about earlier. That's a difficult formation in the slots where you're having to pick up that side body, so picking up the arm and the leg of your teammate. Here they are, having a bit of fun at the end. Bit of a high five there for Sean. They've got a little handshake, all sorted out, all worked out. Poor Amy, tunnel instructor there. Get out of the tunnel, come on.
So next in, we're going to hear the tunnel speeding up as we welcome back the VFS teams. And first in, we're going to have Omni 99. As a reminder, this round is HG3M. So that's T-Bird, Mixstar, head down accordion, and then chemtrails. So 3 randoms and a block. And the block in this one, the head down accordion, is a very super fast block. So let's see how they build the T-Bird. Moving into the Mixstar. And now we're going to go into that block, super fast block as you can see, and then into chemtrails, which there's some level sets you have to do as foot docks and all sorts in this. So chemtrails are not the easiest random to build. Moving into the block of the head down accordion and back into this. There you go. And you can see the levels in the tunnel as well that Omni are flying. Omni flying relatively close to the net, flying in the optimal position for them. You can see that some of the later teams will be flying a little bit higher in the tunnel. More opportunity for corkage, the higher you fly in the tunnel as well, and it's harder to get those levels back. So Omni showing us how it's optimal to keep quite low in the tunnel, in that space where you have the glass. Good round there from Omni 99, or just Omni as they're called now.
Yes, of course. They are moving from Dunk as well to Skydive Langer, who will be the new sponsors of Omni in 2023. So look out for lots of events with Omni, lots of coaching events, lots of organising events, and it would be nice to have their face around a bit more.
It would be. What, at Langer?
At Langer, yeah.
I'm sure you will. And it's nice to see that they're moving and that they're seeking out new opportunities with collaboration with different drop zones. It has to be said, I do love Dunkerswell. It's a great drop zone, just a little bit far from where I used to live. And Langer also is coming up. Really good work with the progression and stuff that you guys are doing there. Really bringing on a lot of flyers. There's a big Langer team, I think, here at Indoor Nationals.
There is. And it's really nice to see as well, a lot of these teams that we've welcomed here today have got various sponsorship deals in place. And that's not just about free stuff. It's about supporting people, giving them an added leg up wherever you can. So some of our competitors this weekend will be sponsored by brands. So they might have been given discounts or given free helmets or jumpsuits, or some of them, if they're outdoor skydivers, maybe the outdoor skydiving equipment that they need. A lot of them as well are sponsored by different skydiving centres. So that's really nice to see, because by investing in these teams and investing in these flyers, the hope is they will then give back to the community. And that's what we're seeing with a lot of the coaching that's happening here as well.
And here we go, we're back in. Elise giving a little bit of a wave there. She managed to fit her head into the tunnel, which is a good tunnel door. Good job, Elise. Pan 99. Oh, a little bit of confusion as to which grips you're picking up. Elise, don't get too confused with what you're doing. Concentrate the job on hand, yeah.
Fortunately, she does have Andy, Becky and Seb with her as well to hold her in place. Exactly. Hopefully she won't be floating around with that big head.
Yeah, I know. I hope that big head doesn't make her cry too much. But she's doing a good job at the moment, holding it together. Team Pan 99. We shouldn't just focus on Elise.
No.
We should focus on the other team, and Becky and Seb doing such a great job as well.
Yeah.
And then just as I say that, they lose it, but I think they're probably out of time as well. So continue to go.
Their aim for this meet, according to what they told me ahead of time, is they just want to have fun, fly with their friends, and these are their words, they want to show Omni what true VFS perfection looks like.
Big words.
Big talk.
But
sorry, go on.
The good thing about that is, just for everybody who knows at home, these guys are all very good friends. The skydive community generally and indoor flying community is pretty small, and everybody reaches out. But you know, there's a little bit of this rivalry, and Pan 99 will be giving Omni a run for their money.
Absolutely. Here is Team Enigma then. So Enigma making their way in for this, which is round 8 of the VFS.
And both Enigma and Rebellion having some issues on the last round. And hoping that they can just hold this together. Not this fastest round again, because we do have these mixed head up, head down flyers in the random formations, which doesn't make things very easy to build. You really need to build on level. There you go, the nice block. As I've said with VFS, sometimes the blocks are actually often faster than the random builds, because the random builds are quite complex.
Yes.
And they often have levels in the vertical that you have to build as well, so quite tricky. But Enigma doing a better job there on their round 8s.
They look happy with that as well. They look much happier than the previous round.
Exactly, and high fives and claps there from Pan 99. They'll be really pleased with that. So come on, Rebellion, let's see what you've got. Give us your best. A few more rounds to go, and I'm really rooting for them so they can actually equal Enigma as well and give us a good round, like they did in their round 5 yesterday. I'm hoping they can show us what they can do on round 8 today. So as we said, the time starts from when their feet come off the floor. As you see, they're positioned, and now they're right ready. There's the first random, moving into the second random, and now we're going to be moving into that block, which is a head down accordion, and then there's the close of the head down accordion, and now they have to build that chemtrails, which you have some levels in here. You can see 2 head up, 2 head down flyers, and just a little bit of a reaching from the grip there from Hutch. Rebuild it, close it, and you're off, which is good. Still building it quite high in the tunnel, which I think, you know, some of the flyers like Hutch is losing a little bit of air. Might be quite a good idea to bring it down, which they just have. It's like they're listening to me while they're in there. But if they continue to build it a little bit low in the tunnel, it will help them to maintain their stability when they're flying in vertical.
And of course, this is something that if you are a first-time flyer, if you come to one of the iFLY tunnels, the tunnel instructors will set the wind speed for you based on what they think is going to be most appropriate. So based on your size, your weight, also your body position, it's something that they can adjust throughout your flight. Whereas here at the competition, every competitor has set their speed prior to these things kicking off, and that means that speed is now set in stone for them.
So that was the end of VFS round 8, end of the FS competition for round 8. We'll be moving very shortly into round 9, and we're just going to go to a short break and we'll come back to round 9. And we're back in the tunnel, and you can see that Say It But Slowly Again had just started their round 9 for the AAA. I can't believe we're already at round 9.
Isn't it crazy? Everything seems to be going so quickly. We're so efficient today. But round 9 of the AAA
Is
B2NQ.
Yeah, so this is another one of those rounds which has a random sprint in it, all to play for. You know, there's a block 2, I think, is part of the double A or single A dive pool, maybe
Double
the
A.
double A dive pool. Yeah, so more experienced teams will handle this one quite well. It's where you have a 3-piece that spin in the centre and an outside flyer who will close that spin, and then you've got NQB. So we might see, as a random sprint, we might see some engineering potentially here, Laura. And it's going to suit some of the train teams as well. A variation in engineering is what I meant to say.
Absolutely, and if it was me doing it, I would certainly be taking the long B. Speaking from experience at the Outdoor Nationals last year, we took standard B into a 2, and Apex took the long B into the 2, and theirs worked out much better. So we would be taking the long B, the N to the Q as well. Quite a nice move. We're going from the out-facing N in the outside centre slot to the out-facing Q, so a little bit of a blind move, but these are good flyers. These are experienced flyers, so they should be able to keep it all under control. And then, as Ray says, the block 2, not the fastest of the blocks, certainly not in a tunnel where the size of the tunnel can inhibit the movements, but Omni, Tummy Edition doing a great job of executing all of these right now, and we should see some good scores.
We do, and let's not forget that this is round 9. It's probably what I would say the last of those super potentially fast rounds. It has a random sprint in it. It's only got 1 block in it, so
no slot switcher either.
No slot switcher. So there's a lot to play for here, and it really is the calmest team here. I think is going to do the best job. So keep it calm, teams.
I'm looking forward as well to seeing the top teams here. So we've got NFTO, of course, dropped 7 points on Meraki. So round 8, NFTO scored 24, Meraki scored 31. Still a fairly comfortable lead for NFTO. I'll be interested to see if they try and push the speed on this next one, or in fact coming into this round they're going to be a little more cautious and slowing things down. But before we get to that, these Silver Linings currently making their way into the tunnel for us here. Nice clear exit key from Phil, and we're straight into the B.
And yeah, we don't have the full set of graphics back for you at the moment. Just have a few technical issues at the moment, which we're trying to get back online for you. But we're trying to show you see the team names that are coming in at the moment, and that we're going to have. We will talk you through each of the rounds as they come. Lovely Laura will to do most of that.
So Silver Linings looking good on this round. So there's the 2. Sliding round the outside, going for the catch. We did see some of the teams in the other categories when they were doing the 2 not quite making that catch because the teams weren't performing in sync. But here we can see the 3-way donut nicely in place, the point flyer on the outside, confident in where that donut spin is going to stop, and a nice calm close of the block 2, which means that they can then go into the random sequence without that momentum, without that excess energy, and a nice and calm, smooth approach to it. They seem happy.
Yeah, they do. We're really entering into the pointy end of the competition.
Ooh.
Is that the right expression? Can I use that one, Laura?
Sure.
And really coming into the point where teams can really get some points on this round. So let's see what happens. We will have just to see this set of teams are just walking out the tunnel. We'll have another set of teams coming in now. So the Peregrines, Foreigners, and R4MJ. And R4MJ really ramping up today.
Yeah, they are. They're looking great today. So R4MJ scores today of 21, 14 and 23 compared to their closest rivals Apex of 24, 15 and 27. So still a little way. There they go. The Peregrines have got a dance for us. They told me they made that up, but they definitely didn't. That's 5, 6, 7, 8.
Exactly. Oh, lots of love.
That was Pete giving the C signal on his head for Chimera.
Oh, is that what it stands for?
Indeed. Indeed. So it's nice to see the teams have spotted the camera as well. Hello, teams. Thank you very much for waving at us. And moving into this next set of AAA teams, we've got B, 2NQ. And I think there's a lot of strategy going into a round like this with as we've talked about, the random sprint NQB is where you can potentially pick up lots of points because you can get through those formations quite quickly. But if the team communication breaks down, you could lose a lot of points compared to your competition as well.
So that's the end build. They see the outside centre having to step out quite a way from the end of the 2 to the B, but doing a great job of it here.
Looking very confident in this as well, and what I'm really enjoying about this team as we go through is that in spite of a minimal training, only 45 minutes of training, they're bringing the benefit of their experience as four-way flyers. So we've got Kat and Paul, who were in another team together, Team Nebula. We've got Alice, who previously in the Spread Eagles, and prior to that in Petit Pois, the little peas. So those guys have all got a lot of experience in four-way, and then Pete typically has been a camera flyer for four-way teams, including Chimera, but bringing his knowledge and his flying skills to this four-way team as well. So really a pleasure to see how much they're enjoying this, all their choreographed dances and all the fun that they're having, and putting in a really nice performance as well.
Yeah, no, it's good to see. And you mentioned it, Laura, earlier, that long B that you can take when you're stepping out from the end of the... Oh, I'm getting confused at my sequencing here.
That's all right. So we've got
the end of the Q into the long B, and you saw that the Peregrines took that option.
Some would say that their coach is wise.
Or are we talking about James or you?
I mean, both James and I have had the same experience of that B into the 2. We both have made the boo-boo so that our teams don't have to. So here we go. So this is Team Foreigners moving into the 2. A slower donut turn than we saw with the Peregrines there, but still a nice close on it. The Foreigners were much closer to the Peregrines going into day 2. The Peregrines, though, 8-point lead going into round 9 today. So it may be that we've seen the end of that particular competition, and Peregrine's probably not going to catch up with Jeanette Weenby on 150 compared to their 118. But a nice day for both teams, and the Foreigners, I think, will be pleased with that round.
I think so, very much so. No major mistakes, just took it nice and steady, and definitely having a good day 2 of a competition. So next in the tunnel, I'm
excited for this one.
Oh, yes.
R4MJ. So I'm really enjoying seeing this team develop. Even over the course of 8 minutes of flying, I think they've come a huge distance in just pulling together their individual flying skills into something cohesive as a four-way team.
Yeah,
and
really good flying.
Here we go. So nice work on the 2. John with the slightly early head switch in the front piece slot, probably just wants to hold that a little bit longer, but just looking for a bit more confidence in where the piece is going to end. Here we go, Jodie Lee round the outside in the point slot, trying to use the vertical move into the N, not necessarily helping them, I don't think.
No,
so the little bit of head traffic that they could have, I think, better navigated on a level.
It's a bit sticky. It's one of those things, and as you said, I think John's just searching for that too early, so it means that he's not fully rotating out as he needs to, from the end of the 2 to the N, which causes a little bit of, as we say, sticky. It just makes it a little bit slow.
It's also, whenever you're putting in a vertical move, if you're going to go down and under somebody, you've got to come back up and onto a level before you can build the next point. So whilst you might think it's a shorter distance to just pop your head over the top of your teammate, you're creating that level discrepancy that you've then got to make back before you can move on.
So we go back to talking about 18s and taking them, copying it and taking the vertical. Once you know you do that.
I'm not going to bite on that one. So here we have the next set of teams making their way into the tunnel. Team Apex, FCGB Weenby and Meraki. So going into this round, we had Meraki in second place on 189. They managed to pick up 7 points on NFTO. Where do you think that came from, Ray?
I think it came from, obviously they have a new slot. It was the front piece were the only slots which are in that round. And I think it came from having a new flyer within that. And you can call it pressure as well. They were so far in front that sometimes these things happen. And it happened to happen on one of the fastest rounds of the competition. So unfortunate for them, but makes it super interesting for us.
And that's what we're talking about with these random sprints. So round 8 was HG3M. So you've got the block 3, which is not the fastest, but not the slowest. But then you've got MHG in sequence, which you can move between those very, very quickly as a trained team. The same thing here. here. The N to the Q to the B should be a nice set of moves. And as we know from the Outdoor Nationals earlier this year, Apex have a good 2. A little bit slower than I was expecting there, but we should see these guys ramp it up. There's their block 2, and then moving into the NQB sequence. And as we can see, they've taken that long B exactly the same as they did at the Outdoor Nationals into the 2, just favouring the move rather than having to come all the way from the standard B forwards into the 2 in the outside slot and then backwards to do the block 2 move. Instead, they can just rotate into it, and often rotation quicker than translation.
Yeah, that is the case, and I think we should never forget that these guys have mixed up their slots a little bit as well. So they're not as well trained as we've seen them in previous years and previous teams, but really putting on a good show and really like slowing it down a little bit for that move out from the end of the 2 to the N, which is quite important.
I do think, though, with that said, 15 or 16 hours of tunnel together, high hopes and expectations amongst each individual member of the team. I think that they will have been hoping for a higher score at this meet, although I'm sure that they'll tell us that they're absolutely fine with it.
They will.
They have got big plans for next year, though, so I'm really, really excited to see how they get on. Around 350 to 450 team jumps planned. They'll be back at Nationals with a vengeance, I'm sure. And here we have FCGB Wemby. These guys doing some very quick 2s. I think the quickest that we've seen so far. So the speed of the 2 coming from the 3-way piece being able to spin nice and quickly, and also from the point flyer being able to share the rotational move. So point flyer should go about 90 degrees around the clock, and then the piece should be confident in being able to put in some speed to get themselves around that far as well. So sharing the distance, putting in a nice performance on this round.
Very good score there. That looked really good for me, and they looked very confident. And it's all about confidence right at the end of the day. In effectively, because there's no slot switches in here as well.
Yep.
And they really knew what they were doing. So
and Ray bringing us a indicative score there of 30.
Yeah, I think that was a 29. I definitely saw a bust in there. So yeah, I'm trying to keep an eye on trying to talk and score at the same time.
At the same time. You don't worry, you crack on with the scores. I can do some chatting. So here we've got Meraki making their way into the tunnel. They'll be carrying hopefully a bit of confidence from the previous round. It would be nice to see these guys, and they are, look at that. So skimming over the top there, point flyer there, skimming over the formation to just shorten that move even more. And this is looking very nice for Meraki. I'm enjoying this. So skimming around, keep the energy up, guys. Here we go, the block 2 again, then into the random sequence. There we go. Getting through these nice and quickly, and it is good to see the confidence in this team. And I think with more competition experience, hopefully we'll see Meraki bringing this same confidence in the earlier rounds. I think they were potentially a little cautious at the beginning of the competition, but an indicative score there from beautiful Ray. Thank you so much. An indicative score of 32. So I think they're looking pleased with that.
Very good going there from they look really happy with that. Last 2 rounds have been really strong for Meraki, and smiles all round. They're coming into their element in these like random sprint kind of draw, the faster rounds, holding it together, keeping it the pace, not going over the line. Right, there's so much can go wrong with that, and they're looking really happy. It's like smiles all around, really great to see. And that's like kind of skimming, as you call it. It even looked like a little bit really good, decent vertical in there, just a tiny bit, right?
Yeah, cutting off the corner. And there's Kath, big smile. She looks really happy with it. I think she's referencing her moves on that one. She just had to sit still for 3 and then move. But currently, Meraki, after 8 rounds on an average of 23.6, previously their highest average together was in April 2022 at the World Cup, where they managed to achieve a 25.7. So of course these averages, we have to look at them over a 10-round meet, but equally they should be quite pleased with where they are. I think there's a little bit more room for them to push it slightly further, but we should see a nice average for Meraki. And next, coming into the tunnel, we are going to have Jeanette Wemby, the current leaders on the leaderboard, NFTO, and then Boom Entry will be coming in on the 3rd place in this particular section.
So Jeanette Wemby, this French team that we have with Julien, who's a player coach as well, competing also with FCGB Wemby. So having to change continuity, mirror between the different teams. He is just a talented individual. And as pointed out to me, he's by Libby yesterday. He's getting on a bit these days, as Julien.
Wow.
They're good friends. And they competed together and teammates and have a lot of healthy respect for each other, which is great to see. It's really good to see Julien bringing all these teams together and also working in the tunnel. Wimby Maniac, we've seen so many teams competing. French Nationals has been held in there as well. And it's just a great environment to see new flyers coming across as well. And seeing how they're picking up slightly different flying styles, you could call it, that we've seen from other teams, but just really good flying here. This is all pretty much straight up, as we like to call it, no slot switches, and a nice random sprint in this round. So really happy they will be with that one. No big mistakes, going at a nice even pace.
I have to say I enjoyed Meraki's Block 2 very much, and I think they're the only team so far that we've seen really cutting that corner on the 2. Even Jeanette Weenby there sending it pretty standard on the 2, and I think there is an advantage to being able to cut the corner if you can, but then we are taking that slight vertical move. Be interesting to see what an FTO do. We wouldn't typically cut the corner quite so much outdoors on a 2, so NFTO, having just got back from an outdoor competition, let's see how they do it.
Getting ready in the door.
NFTO getting the exit key, getting ready. I do like those booties. I do like the team logo on the booty. It looks cool. Okay, their first 2, I think, slower than Meraki's.
Yeah, definitely slowing things down.
So not taking that vertical. They seem to be much more conscious of keeping everything clean. So what we mean by that is that it's the responsibility of the teams to make sure that they are showing everything as clearly as possible for the judges. And of course, there is a judgment call to be made by the judges in some situations as well. So some camera angles may not allow everything to be seen perfectly, but the team has to give it their best shot, and the most important thing they can do with that is being on and off the grips together at all times, and that's what we're seeing here. NFTO just seem to have a little bit more focus on that on and off together here.
Yeah, and an indicative score just behind Meraki's, so held it together, took it a little bit slower, so they will be happy with that. The fact that they took their time with it meant that they didn't lose too many points, weren't too far over the line.
Yep.
But definitely I think Meraki got them on that round, maybe caught a couple of points back.
Yep, I think so too. But NFTO will potentially be in almost a survival mode at this point. Not survival, but protecting their lead, whereas prior to that 7-point take back, they may have been a little bit more confident. But if we have a look at how they got on in the indoor competition back in early 2022, NFTO came 3rd. So first position went to Chimera, second position in February went to Meraki, and 3rd went to NFTO on a total average of 22.9. NFTO currently on a 24.8 after 8 rounds. So they will be chasing a higher average if they can for this meet.
In the tunnel at the moment we have Boom Entry, who are doing a great job. I think they're definitely having a better day too of a competition. Taking it nice and slow, making sure they see those pictures. Outside centre, stepping out nicely along the a right angle from the end of the 2 to the end, making it easy for everybody else to pick up those gips and providing that space.
Very nice. Well, good round for them as well, and really nice to see this team progressing in confidence as well as in flying ability. Quick shout out to a couple of people that have been in touch on social media. So Chris Cook says hello, good morning. We've also got Wayne Derbyshire, or Darbo. Darbo has been a student at Skydive Langer this year. He says, excellent commentating, been an inspiration. It's been great to be watching. So thank you very much. We've also got Trevor says, well done, foreigners. So if you want to keep your comments coming in, we'd love to see you on the live chat. So head over to YouTube, or stay here on YouTube if you're already watching. Stay here on YouTube, but get yourself in the comments. Let us know what you're doing while you're watching. Let us know what you think.
Keep us company in this little room that we're sat in. Come and say hello via the ether. That would be fantastic.
Via the ether. I'm having a lovely time with you though, Ray, as well. If no one else was to get in touch, if it turns out after all of this that no one's even been watching, I won't care. I've had a great time with you.
Exactly. You learn about a little bit about each other in over these 2 days. AA competition now starting, and it's been brought to you by Semantic, websites that mean business. And yeah, there you go. We definitely bring you all the sponsors that we have. They're very grateful to the sponsors for bringing us several categories that we have in the competition. So Semantics, thank you very much for bringing us
Thank
the
you,
AA.
sponsors. Also, thank you, iFLY, for bringing us the iFLY Gold Rush. So remember, if you are a competitor here at iFLY today or just a visitor, you can buy yourself a raffle ticket down at reception or speak to any member of iFLY staff. Proceeds are going to go to charity, and there are some huge prizes to be won. So team IBME currently in the tunnel. Ross in the multicoloured suit, keeping control in the outside centre slot, looking really nice and calm here. This team getting happier, I think, with their performance. They were saying that they had a little bit of a tricky day yesterday. Not super happy with how things are going, but this is looking nice. Nice sequence.
So this looks to me like it's BMKH, so an all-random round for the AA, which means that we're going to see some fast scores, I think, going forward. And they're slowing it down, showing us what they've got. So fast round for the AAA and fast round for the AA.
Yeah, I think so too. And this is where it does get really, really exciting. Often a competition like this, the excitement level can come down to how well the draw treats you. And we've got a nice, intricate draw for us to enjoy as an audience. Probably when we look back on it, the competitors will say that they didn't enjoy it quite so much. Lots of different engineering options and some triple blockers for the AAA teams. But certainly for us, from an audience perspective, great to be able to see these different styles of jump come up. Here we've got Grenade then, the all-female team, building the H there into the B. And then getting through it, there's a little bit of stickiness there on that K, and also quite a wide H at the back. That's quite difficult for their tail flyer. Arms all the way out, trying to span that distance.
Go Gadget arms, right?
Indeed, but then you've got to have Go Gadget arch as well. If you're putting your arms out to pick up those grips that are so wide apart, you're then going to be creating some level issues potentially as well. And if we can get some of the, in fact, Grenade are getting out now, but it'd be nice to see some of the level footage at some point as well, because this really is one of those dives where there are points to be gained, but those points are most easily gained when you can all fly on a level and fly nice and calm together. This is not a rushing through kind of dive.
No, I would agree with you completely. And it's slow is fast, fast is fast, slow is slow, depending upon how you look at things. You just need to go to
precise
team speed.
Is fast.
Team speed is really important. Again, you can't go any faster than you've done in training.
This is true.
And if you've done little training, there's no point in over-ramping it when you get in there. So just go to what you've just done in the creepers, make it realistic, and just enjoy the competition. This is an all-random round for the AA team.
Indeed.
So this will be the one that can make you the most excited, but can really get some points on the door and get that average up as well.
And there's a strategic choice to be made in how these teams are going to train as well. So we've talked a lot over this past couple of days about how much training goes in, but let's just talk for a moment about how teams are going to be planning that training. And for a lot of them, this is either the beginning of their season, so this might be an opportunity to see what average they can achieve and see where their opportunities for improvement lie, or it's the end of the season and just reviewing how things have been going.
Yeah, no, I agree with you completely. And it's important. I mean, as teams, do you take a 3-year plan? Is it a 2-year plan? Is it a 1-year plan? You need to just set what your goals are. Even if it's just a 6-month plan. If you want to do 6 hours of tunnel, if that's what you can do and that's what you want to do, and get that spread out over the year for the next tunnel competition, then so be it. I mean, I just say just 6 hours. That's a lot to some people, right? So, it just depends upon what you want to do. But as we keep saying, just talk about what those goals are.
Absolutely.
Knowing as a team what you can all do and what you're all willing to commit to, and being very open and transparent about it. Maybe finding a coach, somebody with outside, an outside perspective that can give you some advice. Everything from, we talked about the coaching philosophy that you might have, or the nutrition that goes into running a team, and how you need to get the right energy levels at the right time, from also like how to look at block technique, or even like how to build those randoms, how to make sure that you're looking at that point tail axis as an outsider looking in. A coach is sometimes really important for that, and it doesn't have to be it can be somebody that is on an experienced team that has an idea of how to look at the formations from above. We've seen coaches that from different disciplines that have been coaching teams from another discipline, not necessarily for the technical need, but really just to give that outside view and to keep that team ticking over.
Absolutely. And here we have Team Quadruplane. We also had, just before this, Team Sora. So we were chatting away during their flight, but Team Sora looked to have a very nice round, quite wide on the back of the H's, which we've seen from a few of our teams actually today. Just need to think about squeezing those H's a bit more. And that's what's happening there as well. A bit of confusion for Quadruplane on and off the grips and then back onto them. A little bit of a confusing grip-taking sequence. But the H is a little bit tighter for them. And there'll be a little bit of a shake of the head there as well, I think, from their outside centre flyer. But it's just about keeping everything nice and calm in this style of dive. During the training as well, they'll definitely have had strategic decisions to make about where to focus the training. So you mentioned if you've only got 6 hours of training, where are you going to put that effort? Is it going to be on training the block technique? Or is it going to be in the hope that you're going to get random sequences like this and really hammering the random stuff?
Yeah. And it's really important to know that it's a team goal. You know, there are going to be other teams out there that can do like 50 hours of training or 5 minutes of training. It's what you guys want to achieve, or you guys and girls want to achieve as that team. So, and you've got to make sure as you go through the competition that you are comparing yourselves or judging yourselves to a certain extent to the goals that you set ahead of that competition. So if your aspiration is to compete in nationals next year, indoor nationals, then set those goals now, know what they are, be transparent about it as a team, and try and meet those goals. Don't set yourselves to the aspirations of other teams, because you can't do that.
And we've had a few people asking this weekend about Chimera, of course, the current reigning indoor national champions and outdoor indoor national champions for another approximately 6 hours, and not present at this competition because our focus really was on peaking at the outdoor nationals. That means that we put our everything and our training plan really ramped up to that particular meet, and then this just didn't fit into the timeline. So it may be that for some of these teams, this was the competition that they were aiming for. Their training will have ramped up coming into this meet. For others, if this is the beginning of their season, they've probably not done much training at all, and we're actually seeing, I guess for want of a better term, the worst of their performance, for them to then be able to bring the best of their performance at their target meet, which may well be next year. So here we have our next team heading in, which
Birds of Paradise.
Birds of Paradise.
The Bradleys in together as the centres here, I believe. Yep. So you've got Vix as inside centre. I think Bex as outside centre. So nice, solid flying, I expect, from this team. So keeping it centred, not reaching, making sure that things are built properly. And this is a great way of getting some good 2-on-2 coaching as well.
Yeah.
For the point and tail flyer.
So Birds of Paradise coming into this, into round 9 in 4th position, with a difference of 3 points up to the 3rd position. Oh, in fact, no, it's because we've got IBME already in there. So Birds of Paradise currently in 3rd, with a 3-point difference with Grenade, who are in 2nd at the moment. So Birds of Paradise looking like they're taking it nice and calm, but I don't know. I was going to say I'd probably try and push it a little bit harder at this point, just to try and get those 3 points, because they are a decent distance away from Vortex. But then we don't want to see what happened in AAA.
No, we don't. And a few shout outs from those that are listening on the waves. So from Jim Jones, great commentary. Almost makes Belly seem interesting.
Wow.
And Marak Powell, fingers crossed for the winged hussars. Jeff in a box, great commentary, great to watch. Cloudy, windy and cold at Tilstock today. Owen, 396 Black, lovely to see so many familiar friendly faces while I'm sat at home studying. Oh, poor you, Owen. Shout out to the people from Cork there today, and good luck everybody. And thank you for the fantastic commentary. So some great shout outs. People are really listening out there. Thank you very much. Maybe a few more from David Cryer, gate coverage and commitment commentary. Thank you.
And you're just reading out all the great commentary ones.
It's great.
Thank you very much, guys.
That's all. I mean, mention the teams as well if you've got a shout out to any other teams in there.
We've got a shout out here for the mini jets. The mini jets are just awesome. Also, a big shout out to all of the camera flyers who get to watch their teams perform from a warm sofa rather than freezing in the sky. That's from Mel Wingnut. So yeah, it's probably worth mentioning as we watch squad game make their way out of the tunnel that usually these teams will have a 5th member. If they're skydiving, jumping out of an aeroplane, they will have a 5th team member who's wearing cameras on their helmet and who flies above them to capture all of their performance. Whereas here in the wind tunnel, of course, there is a camera at the top.
And this is one of our, definitely my favourite teams. It is the Winged Hussars.
Oh, that was nice.
Very good. You've gotta keep
we
trying.
are getting better. And I think was that laughter in our ears for the rest of our team?
Brutal. I know, not very
brutal.
fair.
I thought that was the best we'd done. But the Winged Hussars making their way into the tunnel, currently in first place on a score of 102 compared to Grenade on 99. So these guys will be in a we need to protect our lead mode, but also we can't take our foot off the gas because those Grenade girls not too far behind them.
Yeah, and what's really interesting is Grenade were ahead yesterday after 5 rounds, and the Winged Hussars are definitely having a better day too.
Yeah, I think
they're
so.
really consolidated, taking it nice and slow, learning from some of the mistakes we had yesterday. But it's like, we have they had more of a technical set of rounds, I think, the AA yesterday, and today's a little bit more less technical, more straight up. When I say straight up, I mean in this case you have an all random round, not too many more of a random sprint that you might have, and not too many complicated blocks, mainly rounder blocks that we're looking at. So day 2 is really paying off for the Winged Hussars.
Be interesting to see how they get on in round 10, which will be 20p18, which is definitely a more difficult round than that one. So they look pleased, they look happy with their performance. Zach from the iFLY team looks chuffed with that as well. So really nice to see those guys doing well, and just one more round to hold it together.
Yeah, and we've got 2 more teams coming in for the AA now, and that would be the Chili's and Vortex. And then we start with round 9 for the single A. And then we will have those teams falling in, and that round for the single A, round 9, Laura?
19M.
Oh, 19M. That comes up a lot for single A teams. I remember flying 19M quite a lot.
Isn't that weird as well? Because it's completely random.
Yeah, it's strange, isn't it?
This draw, for anyone who doesn't know, the draw was done on Thursday night. So it is a random draw. So each one of these letters and numbers denotes a formation, or each one of those formations might be either static, a random formation, or it will be a block. So a block requires a starting formation, an move, and then a finishing formation. And each one of these rounds that we are seeing here was drawn out of a hat, basically, on Thursday night. So the teams had Thursday night to be able to prepare, and then between each round they've also got about an hour where they can prepare the next round. So here we have the Chili's, and the Chili's currently a AA team.
Yes, that's right. So this round that we're looking at again is that
BMKH.
That's the one.
Fantastic.
Nice random round. So the Chili's have had, I guess, an up and down meet to a certain extent. I think they're also coming into their own on day 2. Definitely consolidating now on this all random round, and that's what you want to do. You want to show your best stuff on all random round. You don't want to give too many points away, and showing how they can fly well. So good effort to the Chili's here.
And they'll be looking at Sora as well, because Sora also on 81 points. Both the Chili's and Sora on 81 points going into round 9. So the Chili's and Sora are both going to be looking at each other, trying to take a few extra points. We've then got Squad Game on 83. So there is another one of those little competitive clusters. I love them, for 6th, 7th and 8th place in the AA table. But first, before we move on to single A, we've got the last of our AA teams. This is Vortex.
Ready in the door. Also had a bit of up and down. First day wasn't the best for them, but they look like they're getting used to each other, and they're also getting used to the tunnel as well. So really getting a feel for each other, enjoying as the competition goes on. They're getting the training in from each dive that they do, which is really good to see. Just as I say that, I'm jinxing it as well.
Stop it, Ray. Stop speaking.
Done. I'll see you later.
We've mentioned the size of the tunnel a few times. So the wind tunnel that we're looking at here, 14-foot diameter. The camera shaking a little bit there. I'm worried that the camera's going to fall down. So the 14-foot diameter of tunnel that we've got here is pretty standard. So most of the iFLY tunnels in the UK are this size. I believe the one that's being opened at the O2 is a little smaller. The one over at the NEC in Birmingham is also a little bit smaller. And then for some of the teams, a lot of their training has been done over in France, where the tunnel is much larger. So when we say that people are getting used to the tunnel, that could be they're getting used to the size of the tunnel, or sometimes it's just the difference between the two. Of course, iFLY Manchester, one of the first iFLY tunnels to open in the UK. Technology is slightly older than what we see here at Basingstoke, so it can feel a little bit different to fly in as well.
And that's it's true. And also you have different tunnels. Generally, we're in an iFLY tunnel at the moment, which is built in a specific way. Those that we're mentioning in France or in other parts of Europe, there are different tunnel operators out there that have slightly different wind speeds or way of working. So you're getting used to something different if you generally fly in a different tunnel. So.
Children of the Corn then, the first of our single A teams to come in here. So the single A draw, of course, is 19M. So there's the 19. And then we're going to go into the M. So there is one team, I do have a little bit of insider knowledge. One of the teams is going to take the short 19. I believe it's live, laugh, low turns.
Very good.
The short 19, of course, being a slot switching variant of the block 19. And the teams can choose to take that if they want to. I would.
I mean, you would, because you've trained that slot switch
True that.
to a certain extent. So if you've trained it and you know it in both pieces, then why not do that? And to be fair, you're going from the end of a 19 to an M. So M is pretty standard. It's a star, everybody in facing. It's not really a problem. But if you've trained that on the front piece, then why not do that?
Yeah, I would. I think I would have got my team to do it as well if they were a lesser trained team, to be honest. I think the 19, the variants on it, one requires you for the long 19 to just turn your two-person piece slightly further. The short 19 is just a slightly smaller rotation. So whilst the technique obviously goes much more complicated than that, it is at a basic level just a slightly smaller rotation. And as Ray says, the M, the star, is a symmetrical formation. Shouldn't be too much of a head game to be able to move into that from either slot. So it'll be interesting to see how that works out for, I believe it's live, laugh, low turns that are definitely going to take the short 19.
That's a nice smile there from, I think, members of a team with no name.
Yep, there's Mike, Fab, Claire, and who else? Someone else.
We've been sat in these chairs for most of the morning, so we're just... I guess we've had our coffee, but we could probably...
We don't need any more coffee. We'll be bouncing. We've got Mike Holmes, Claire Delalouche, Matthew Hayden and Fabrizio Colonna, who are in a team with no name, who are going to be the first of our teams of this 3-team setup to get in the door and get ready to go. So nice clear key from Claire there, and they're in. So here's the 19, the block 19. So 2 pieces. The key to the 19 really is to see what we call the pre-close picture. So there should be a point just before the grip is taken between the 2 pairs where you can see and evaluate where you are, what distance you might have to close or what distance you might have to open. So we saw a little bit of a clash there with a team with no name at the beginning, but they seem to be getting into it now.
No, they are, yeah. And I think it's just, you've got 2 more rounds to go and it's a 19 and it's a block in there and you want to do your best and it just goes so quickly, these competitions. So they're probably feeling it a little bit of, let's get this out of the way and then we can move on and move on to round 10 and just get this competition done. But they're very happy with that.
We've got some cheering from Mike there, standing up in the tunnel, giving us a nice big cheer. And you'll notice that some of the competitors here today are able to stand up in the tunnel once they finish their round. Some of them fly out. Doesn't really make any difference. It's up to them what they want to do. But it's fun for us when they do a little celebration. We do like that. If you're competing here today, why not take inspiration from the Peregrines? Show us some flapping around at the end or whatever you want to do. But here we have the next team getting into the tunnel, which is Fornado.
Fornado, again, I think it's Vic.
It's Bex.
Bex. I keep getting it wrong, sorry.
Understandable, it's fine.
They're twins.
Don't be so hard on yourself. Did a great job.
Thanks. Can I have a pat on the back there, Laura? Thank you very much.
I hope that came through in the audio. I did it quite hard.
You worry why my lugs have gone through.
So the block 19 there, getting a little bit stuck at the side of the tunnel. Block 19, of course, is one of the longer blocks. You've got the 2-person piece there at the front who are holding on to each other by the arms, and they have to rotate the whole thing 360 degrees. And there's not a lot of space to be able to do that.
Not at all, but they're doing a great job there. And I think most of it, when it broke down a little bit, was out of time, so they'll be happy with that. Round 9, you can chalk it off.
Yeah. Interesting different techniques on the 19 in terms of where people are holding the grips. So on the block 19, at the front end of the piece, then you have the 2 people holding onto each other's arms. Most of these teams, as we're seeing here, each holding on to both arms, which means that it's a little bit more solid in the piece, but sometimes flexibility is better for a 19.
And also from the back piece as well, how do you take the grip, or do you take an overarm grip?
Yes,
So you've got a nice solid piece. There's always talk about whether whether you want that fluidity or that ability to change things at the last minute, or whether it makes more sense to fly it rigid as they're doing on the front piece here, so it turns a little bit more efficiently. I don't know, maybe that comes with training, and it does really depend upon the team as well.
I think for us it was always to be able to get that first move. You really want the point flyer to put in some translation, or certainly the way that Chimera flies it. We want that initial translation, and if we had double arm grips, we wouldn't be able to get past each other.
Yeah.
Whereas if you're just holding on to one arm each, you've still got the grips are in place, you've still built the point exactly as it needs to be, but you've got space and flexibility to be able to make your individual moves.
That's right, and I'm not sure if I've seen a 19 in the AAA dive pool, AAA draws that we've seen today. So if we had, or we had a jump off anywhere, or maybe I missed it.
So we had 19 in round 2, but we had 19 LF4, which gave us a clear opportunity to use the short 19, where the move through doesn't have to be quite as translational. So it may be that we just didn't see it so much for that reason. But here we have, there's Team Tilstock making their way in. We've also got Shock and Awesome and Team Nemesis. I actually saw Nemesis outside the tunnel. They gave me a telling off.
Why?
Well, apparently incorrect information.
That they gave you, or that you gave them?
That I've written down. So,
wow.
so I've written down on here that they previously won the UK Nationals, but they were very keen to tell me that they did not. They apparently did not do as well as they had hoped at the Outdoor Nationals, and they came, I think they said 7th. But also, if I bring them up on Sky League, I'll get some proper facts in there for you. But they were keen to point out that whilst they will be moving up into a new category, it's not because they've already won it before.
And when you said won UK Nationals, I thought you had won UK Nationals, but as
well, that's what I thought as well, to be honest. But no, to be fair to Nemesis, well, to be fair to me, it does say on Sky League that they came first, so maybe they just didn't notice.
Yeah,
maybe they went home before they got their medal. That would be a shame, wouldn't it?
Oh, dear.
Back in February, Nemesis were... Yeah, they came 5th on the indoors back in February. So they won in the Outdoor Nationals, but they came 5th earlier this year. And here they are. Speak of the devil.
Yes, Team Nemesis. So the close of the first 19, unfortunately, they missed the catch. So that would have been a bust for the bottom of round...
bottom of the 19.
Which is 0.2. On the round, but they're doing a good job here. They've caught it back on the other 19s that they're spinning here, and a bit deep on that one. So one a bit shallow and another one a bit deep.
So a bit too close between the two pieces, and that's what I was talking about with seeing the pre-close picture. There should almost be a side-by-side moment where you can evaluate how much space there is between the two pieces, and then as soon as it's appropriate to do so and you're in the right place, that's when you click the grips into place.
And that's how it's taught as well. That's the technique you use for block 19. It's
you know
really
what I used to call block 19?
What was that?
Under we click.
Under we click.
So you go underneath, and then you go wee, and then you click into place.
Yeah. and that's how you learn it. And you need to see those pictures. The pictures that Laura's just mentioned of that side-by-side picture before you close a 19 is super important. And these are the skills that you build into learning block 19, which is one of the first blocks in the dive pool, and you do learn that in single A.
Absolutely.
So it's really important to build that foundational work, because we keep talking about foundational work. We've talked about foundations, how you build them to move on in the categories, and we're seeing that here. So good wise words from Laura Hampton.
And if you are wondering about how all of these competitors have got to this point with indoor skydiving, hopefully the coverage that we've brought you this weekend has inspired you to come and have a go at it. It's a really simple thing to get into. It's very, very accessible, especially with all of the iFLY tunnels here in the UK. So all you'd need to do as a first step is come and book yourself a first flight, give yourself a bit of a taster. One of the instructors at iFLY will be able to help you fly around the tunnel, and then you develop your skills firstly as an individual flyer, making sure that you're able to fly on a level, that you can move yourself forwards and backwards and side to side and turns and all of that. And then once you're comfortable by yourself, you start doing stuff with 2 people, and then with 3 of you, and then you can get to this 4-way level relatively quickly. So it's very, very accessible if we've inspired you to have a go.
So as people are watching at home, you might have noticed that our indicative scoring is back up and running.
Oh, yeah. Yeah, Brian must be back off his lunch break.
Exactly.
Fantastic. Good of you to join us, Brian.
Exceptionally long lunch break that Brian had there.
He's been for a 3-course meal, hasn't he?
Exactly.
Got
He's
siesta.
back, up and running, back in his little hole next to us. Go, Brian. Thank you very much for doing this for us. It's very much appreciated. Everybody watching and everybody watching inside the tunnel as well, super appreciative of seeing these indicative scores. So thank you, Brian, coming.
So Team Tilstock here on the 19M on that round. I think they'll be happy with it, but I think they'll be happy with anything. They're just such a happy team.
They are, very much so. A little bit of a hop skip out the tunnel.
And some smiles as well. Again, I think a team that I've mentioned before, because the coaching they've been getting from Rich Cotton, I think, is laying some really solid foundations for their future together. I know they've not done an awful lot of training, but they show that they understand how the blocks work. They're not as fast as the other teams, but they can be, because they understand how to do it. So we've got some claps coming in from the tunnel, so rounds of applause for people. Everyone's really excited as we open the tunnel doors, and the next set of teams to come in will be the Wind Kickers, 4-Arch and Triple Trouble. Caught up with Cole from Triple Trouble.
Oh, yeah.
Well, Cole caught up with me. He's very keen to let me know how much training the team has done, but it is reducing as the competition goes
really,
on.
is it?
They've done a couple of hours, and then they'd only done an hour, and then most recent update is that they've only done 40 minutes. I think by the end of the competition they'll have done none at all.
This is complete scratch team, right?
Here we go. So FSA, the A category indicative unofficial scores. Thank you, Brian, coming. We've got Team 305 on a score of 14 there. Team 305, of course, is Nemesis. 302 and 307 on a score of 10. So 307 is Team Tilstock, and 302 is a team with no name. And then on 9, we've got 301 and 304. 304 being the One Trick Ponies, and Team 301 being Children of the Corn. So great to see those indicative scores coming back in. Remember, they are unofficial scores. We have to wait for the official scores to come in from our panel of judges, but giving us a good indication. And the Wind Kickers off to a slow start. The 19 not working quite as well as they will have hoped there. We just had a bit of a clash between the two pieces. And I think it's coming from the step out at the beginning on the back piece. I don't think they're quite getting enough. It's getting a bit better. I think that maybe their inside centre is trying a bit too quickly to see the close of that 19, when if they were just to relax a little bit more, let the tail flyer come through a bit more, and then that's better. Yeah. That's a better 19.
Exactly, as you say, to see that side-by-side picture as well is super important.
Indeed.
And we can see it again. Oh, just on the top of those booties there. I'm not sure if that counts as a grip. I think it does it? If you catch on the top of the booties.
Yeah, I believe so.
So that's all good. They'll be happy with that. So just 119 that didn't really go according to plan, and they definitely brought it back. It's as if they were listening to you, Laura.
It really is. I'm pleased. I'm coaching from a distance. Thank you to Derek, who's just been in touch with me directly. You guys may have missed it, but I think Meraki was super quick, as they did an alternate end that avoided the point OC head traffic. So that was in the AAA category, B2NQ. Meraki taking a different engineering on the N, which we will see when the scores come in how much that has benefited them. But here we have 4-Arch, who are making their way through the 19. And that's what we want to see, that pre-close picture where the front piece quicker in doing their turn, because their turn is slightly smaller at that point, but then waiting here and then seeing, oh, missed it a little bit, I jinxed it, but seeing that pre-close picture, knowing what space they've got to either fill or give and open up. And nice to see the side camera again as well. Welcome back, side camera. So here you can see 19 is a vertical block where the front piece, unlike any other block, the front piece has to go under. Usually the front piece goes over.
And for those of you that have had a lazy morning and are just tuning in today, we are based here in iFLY at Basingstoke. And iFLY has 3 operations in the UK. So one tunnel in Milton Keynes, which opened in 2005, one in Manchester, which opened in 2009, and this one here in Basingstoke, which opened in 2013. And early, hopefully February 2023, iFLY will open its 4th UK location in London at the O2. And we're looking forward to seeing that one open. It should be quite fun. It's an iconic area, the O2, and in London as well. So looking forward to that. But now we're back here in iFLY Basingstoke with Triple Trouble.
Definitely Triple Trouble, and not the Redlands Harpies as it says, it's Triple Trouble. There they are. So Indicative scoring showing us on that bottom right corner, the countdown there that you can see is the number of seconds. So each one of these teams in the four-way FS has 35 seconds to perform all of their moves. The team that scores the most points and builds the most formations within 35 seconds is going to get the highest score for that round, and then the team with the most points over 10 rounds will be crowned the winner.
And if you give us that side view at some point, we will be able to see some of the levels that the front piece have to build in. There you go. And they go under on the 19, which is very interesting. And as a front piece flyer for most of my skydiving career, it was a bit odd.
Indeed. So round of applause there from Vanna outside, giving applause to her Centano, who's in the tunnel. Gary Smith out there as well, of course, the coach for NFTO, has been helping out Triple Trouble as well. They look pretty happy. There's lots of smiles. Cole giving his dad a grilling. What were you doing there, Dad? What's happening? I think there's so much potential in this team.
It's really good. So we've got a few more. We've got 2 more teams in the single A category coming in. We'll have the Redland Harpies, Live, Laugh, Low Turns, where we might see a short 19, I think you said, Laura, potentially. Yep. And then we'll be following on with the rookie category. But we have the indicative scores up right now.
Indicative scores at the moment. So Team 310, which is Triple Trouble, and Team 305, which is Nemesis, have tied on that round according to our indicative scores. So it looked like there were a few little glitches for Triple Trouble there, but they've actually done pretty well to be matching with Nemesis, who are our clear leaders at the moment. Team 308, which is the Wind Kickers, on a score of 11, and then 302 and 307 on 10. Team 307, of course, is Team Tilstock, and then Team 302 is a team with no name.
Tunnels up and running. We will have, I believe that will be Redlands Harpies will be in first, just getting themselves set up in the tunnel, and then we will have the Live, Laugh and Low Turns.
Indeed. So nice to see the shots of everyone outside of the tunnel as well. I think we've got some children out there who are colouring in on their books. Most of the competitors just trying to get a bit of space to think through what's coming next and make sure they keep that focus. Oh dear, a bit of a landing on each other there from the Redlands Harpies. That is a risk with these vertical blocks, and block 19. There's not really a way to make it happen without putting the vert in. So they'll be disappointed to have had that collision, but it's easily done.
It does happen a lot, right? And they can move on and just concentrate on the rest of the dive here. And, we've got one flyer here from Redland Harpies that's not wearing any booties. Maybe they might rethink that going forward if they want to do things in a different manner, just because it helps you with your turns, definitely on the belly flying, or the tummy flying, as Omni like to call it. It can help you with a bit of precision, and as the rest of your team are wearing booties, it's probably advantageous for you too as well.
Absolutely. It's just harder work if you don't have them, and it's the right tools for the right job. Next, coming into the tunnel then, we have got Live, Laugh, Low Turns, who I believe, I'm fairly reliably informed that they will be taking this short 19, and I think it was this team that said that. So let's have a look and see how it pans out for them. So Live, Laugh, Low Turns, making their way into the tunnel now, and here we go. So launching an M, star, here's the 19. What you going to do? And they have. I like that.
Very good.
I love that. Fair play as well. I mean, it's not something that a lot of the teams in this category will be doing, just because when you're in single A, you're really just getting your head around the blocks, and to introduce a slot switch in the single A category, bold.
And here we go. Back into the M.
And then the 19.
Nice.
And of course, when you are introducing a slot switch at this level, sometimes you benefit from inexperience because you go where you're told to, right?
Yeah,
but
exactly.
Equally, they haven't been able to train it as much. They won't have been familiar with the concept of slot switching. And it's not just the 19. The M, fortunately, is symmetrical, but it's a different position. It's a different visual, a different opposite person to look at. I love that they did that.
Yeah, it's good.
Kudos to them.
And they tried, and they showed us something a bit different as well.
They did.
And the front piece got to see some different pictures.
And they look happy with it as well.
They
I
do.
think that Hilary there with a big high five for her teammates, and I think they're just having a good time, aren't they? It's nice to see people willing to take a little bit of a risk at this point in the competition, and hopefully it's paid off.
Yeah, very much so. So that was round 9 for the single A, and we're getting our graphics up slowly but surely. Next in, we should have round 9 for the rookie category, and that is NBD.
Indeed.
So not the easiest round 9 with an N and a D in it. let's see how the teams get on with this going forward.
Yeah, D can be a tricky one as well. The nature of the D is that, I'm going to talk about the front piece again. I have to apologise because I'm front piece, but the front piece has to build the compressed, which means that both people are going to be holding on to each other's legs. That can become quite a floaty part of the formation. So it can come up and it can slow down the fall rate of that part of the team, and that can make it difficult for the back piece to stay on level. With that said, that is round 10. It's actually round 9 that we're going into. I thought you'd done really well there, knowing what it was.
Completely confidence there with saying what it was, but my mistake there. That's Ray's mistake, in case people think it's Laura's, but that was C-H-E.
Honestly, I don't know how I'm going to live life without this voice in my ears. I'm going to have to take someone home with me that can just talk me through my mistakes every day. But here we have team 404, team name not found. So H is a nice round formation, benefiting from Luke being quite tall there because they did not make it easy for him to get that grip on the back. And then the C, a tricky one because of the out-facing nature up at the front end. But for everybody else, it's easy to see. It has to be very disciplined though. If the tail flyer can't get hold of that grip on the back, the front OC, the outside centre flyer, can't key it. So here we've got the C again, and then into the H, and then into the E there. So it's nice to see these guys managing to stay pretty much in place in the tunnel. It's not walking around too much, so as they build the E, they're managing to stay in place with one another and not rotating around the tunnel. Luke there looking pleased but exhausted. And here we have the next team getting ready to enter the tunnel. So the next ones we're going to see will be Team Fledglings.
Yeah, and they've been having fun, looking at more smiles from Team Fledglings as the competition is progressing. Good to see they're probably down in the second half of the pack at the moment for this competition. There's that C that they've just built.
Very nice. Fledglings coming into this round of the competition in 6th place with a total score of 68. The mini jets just ahead of them on 71. A bit of confusion here about what's being built though, and they've keyed it before it's built, but we're getting it back on track. There's the C, here's the H, and then we're going to the E. So the H proving tricky for our lower experienced teams this meet. We've got a lot of wide builds through the centre people, which means that the tail flyer, as you see them on the screen here, the person in blue, has got a big reach to make.
And it is, and I think that's something that you work on in time, right? As centres, you kind of think, you're looking at each other, and you're thinking, okay, I'm here, but you always forget about that bottom part of your body, that you need to put it in for your tail flyer. And it takes time to build the comms with a tail flyer. And we talked about Ks, how we would chuck them out of the dive pool. But I think it's like, as an outside centre, it really is about building that communication and knowing that when that tail flyer is on your legs as well, because you're still looking through to your inside centre, who's picking up the tail in a K as well. So as you start out, you're looking, okay, I'm really communicating, but as you train and you go through the categories as well, you spend more time together as a team, you start to see more on your periphery here, and that's super important for the random H. And we're seeing this is also being built quite wide by a second date.
I think there was the first C there. I'd be interested to see what the judges make of that, because I think Elliot's right hand was quite difficult to see, and again, same thing there, and a little bit of I was going to say a contentious point. It's a point of discussion, I think, that we've had quite a lot recently around grip visibility. And when people are wearing booties, there will inevitably be an area behind that bootie that can't be seen. And even here in a wind tunnel where the camera is directly above the team, I question whether the judges will give that point on the C because of Elliot's right hand.
Yeah, I agree with you completely.
Not his fault at all, of course, not his fault where the camera is, but it's something that we do have to consider. And if the top-down camera in a tunnel can't see it, maybe it's time for us to look at how we judge it outdoors as well. But here we have, that was the second date, the third of this set of rookie teams. Next, the doors will open and we will bring in Raspen No-Trick Ponies, Kaleidoscope and the Wavy Whackers. At the moment, looking at the indicative scores then, Team 401, which is Team 404, team name not found, they are on a score of 10. Team 403, second day on a score of 9, and then Team 402, which is the fledglings, on a score of 5 there. So good to see those indicative scores back online for us. Thank you, Brian.
And the view of the atrium is quite good. The outside of the tunnel now, because you can see it's filling up, and that's because you can see more of the dynamic flyers coming in and the freestylers as well getting ready. We're going to be bringing you some battle rounds coming up from the dynamic flyers.
Ooh.
Battles, we've got to love battles. We'll be Emma Matacola will be in to explain everything about the battles shortly, but we'll also be seeing some freestyle as well to see if there's any consolidation from those rounds that were flown yesterday. So watch this space. That's probably coming up at about 2:45, 3. So probably got that wrong. Probably about 3:15. So if you're interested in catching up on what's going on in the dynamic and the freestyle rounds, tune in a little bit later on today.
Or in fact, just don't leave.
Yeah,
Stay with us. Stay with us all day. It's a Saturday. I don't know what the weather's like, but let's assume not great. Sit down, get yourself a little duvet, cup of tea, sit on your sofa, stick with me and Ray. So here we have Rasper No Trick Ponies. That was the C. There's the H, again quite wide on the back. And then the E, also quite wide. So these tail flyers really having to work for their points.
Yeah, and some shout outs here from Bono Cat saying nice one, wind kickers, looking good. And Fiona, Fee, Mayburn, you're doing a great job, ladies. See you for the party next weekend, Laura. That's a bit cryptic.
Am I going to a party?
Apparently you are.
I'm excited. I love a party. Oh, I am. I'm going to a Christmas party. What a treat. But yes, Fee, thank you for getting in touch. We will see you there. And if you would like to get in touch with us, you can tag BISN 2022 on your preferred social media platform. Or why not just chat in the comments? If you're watching this right now, you're on YouTube, just come out of the full window, go to the comments just below our little faces, and then you can get in touch with us directly through there as well. Next, coming into the tunnel then, we have Team Kaleidoscope. So Kaleidoscope currently second place on the leaderboard, the score of 96, an average of 12 over 8 rounds. 96, it's going to be tricky to pick up the extra 27 points required.
Might be. You know, you could go out, have a cigar, come back, and I don't think you'd the other team that's out in front would actually... sorry, that's Nemesis, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, would actually pick that up.
Nemesis, Wavy Whackers are first in this category. So Wavy Whackers on 123 points, Kaleidoscope currently on 96. They are taking this quite cautiously, but it's very clean. This team has been very clean throughout the competition. It's nice to see everyone just making sure that they're showing those points. This is a lovely angle to see the communication between them as well. So you can see that everyone's looking around, making sure that the grips are all in place. And then the key is all coming from the person in the blue helmet, who is just making sure that everything's built. And once they're happy with that, they give the nod and the rest of the team can move on. So really nice to see that.
And a really great team, Kaleidoscope. They can hold their heads up high. They've had a great meet. And really nice to see them looking happy as well. Smiles all round as they come out of the tunnel. Good effort, Kaleidoscope.
Looking really, really pleased with that. And who do we have in Kaleidoscope? Let me have a look at that. So Kaleidoscope, we have Andrea in the pink helmet, Lydia in the blue helmet, Chris in the navy helmet, and James in the green helmet. So nice flying by those guys. Only started training as a team back in October, so this is really their first have a look at what they can do. As we move on then, Wavy Whackers. Still your favourite?
Yeah, it disappointed me a bit today.
Oh, that's worse than angry.
Oh, is it?
I'm not angry, I'm just disappointed. Oh.
I'm sure they don't care about disappointing Ray in the little commentary booth. But, you know, they've not had the best at day 2, but as we said, they're enjoying their competition. Smiles all around.
Indeed.
So in that aspect, not disappointing at all.
They're looking nice and calm as well.
Yeah,
what I love about this team is, as we can see on this side view camera, everyone's on a level with each other. Everybody is flying their moves very confidently. There's Sophie there in the blue jumpsuit just having a quick look out to Tom's grip on the E before she looks back in. Everybody is on and off the grips together. I think they've got it back.
I think that it's as if they heard us as well from the previous rounds, and they've said, okay, we'll prove that we know what we're doing, and human Jenga doesn't matter. It makes no difference to us. We're in and we can do this. And oh yeah, smiles all around. Yes.
They're pleased with that. Oh, this is so nice to see. I love this angle as well. Those immediate reactions as they come out the tunnel. Everyone looking really, really happy with that.
And I love that. Shred. written on the top of the helmet. I've only just
Should.
noticed, but that is pretty cool. Telling your teammates that we need to shred it. We need to ask them what that means and how they use that word on the top of their helmet.
Very nice. And I learned something horrifying, during the break. You mentioned about people not being able to... oh, hang on, the FS drawer has come up. VFS drawer.
This is the VFS drawer. So just taking you through it quickly. This should be gully, claw, double rebel and mixed wave, and this is an interesting one. It's quite a technical round for the VFS. The gully might look simple as you see it there, but you've got some foot docks on that, and you're all vertical flying, but it's actually pretty difficult because there is some level in there in the vertical level. So it'll be interesting to build that gully. The claw is pretty simple block, and then the double rebel and the mixed wave. So not the easiest of rounds, and we've got some randoms in here, so we'll see how the VFS teams fare with the with round 9. Sorry, Laura, I didn't want to interrupt you,
That's
but I wanted everybody to see it at home.
That's okay. You mentioned foot docks there.
Yes.
So in VFS, you can take the grips on your teammates either on the hand or the arm or on their foot.
Yeah. That's very much so. But obviously, if you've got a head-down flyer that's picking up a foot dock, that means that the head-up flyer has to be slightly higher in the tunnel. Yep. So you're using a lot more of the height of the tunnel as well. And as we said before, the air diffuses further as you go higher up the tunnel. So that means that you can also lose wind as well. So you have to be strong flyers and make sure that you build that. Start out building your formations with the VFS lower down in the tunnel.
Absolutely. And here we have over the rainbow, Team Tilstock. Team Tilstock's friends, because they all come from Skydive Tilstock up north. And here we see over the rainbow, there's a nicer H, actually. That's one of the nicer ones that we've seen, and a nice E. So they're making sure that there's not too much distance for their tail flyer to have to reach across. Lots of smiles as well there, which is lovely to see. You see one of their team members there just popped up a little bit, but other than that, managing to stay pretty much on a level with one another. Charlotte doing a great job on the left of the screen there with referencing across the centre of the formation, meaning that she's keeping a visual with her teammates whilst being out facing and without detriment to her body position. She's doing a super nice job in the point slot up there.
Yeah, well done over the rainbow, and a quick shout out from Kirsty Titterton, who is supporting Keely and the Wavy Whackers from the motorway.
From the motorway? No.
I hope she's not
presumably
driving.
From a parking space.
Either from a parking space or she's a passenger in the car.
Ah, yes, she could be a passenger. So thank you very much for getting in touch. Kirsty, who presumably is a family member, same surname. So Keely, Kirsty says hello.
I could have done it like that, but no, Laura comes in there with that nice simple one. And now we have the mini jets.
We do. So the mini jets currently, where are they on the leaderboard? Mini jets, 5th place at the moment on a score of 71 in total. Team name not found on 74. So the mini jets probably just in it for the experience, to be fair. This is their first competition, but if they are feeling particularly competitive, they'll be trying to make up 3 points on team name not found.
I mean, it has to be said for the kids, it's hard for them to concentrate for a long period of time, and they're doing a really good job here. You can see here that sometimes a little bit look out towards their coach Sean, who's just sitting on the outside of the tunnel, but really doing a great job at concentrating, focusing, trying to keep it centred, and doing a great job on the discipline there.
Absolutely, and what a cool thing to be able to do as a young person as well. And of course, one of the benefits of indoor skydiving as opposed to outdoor is that you don't have to wait until you're 16 to jump out of a plane. You can come and fly in one of these iFLY tunnels, I think from as early as 4 years old.
4 years old is what I hear.
I've coached little people in the tunnel.
Have you?
Yeah, little baby ones, and they're absolutely amazing. They're very intuitive flyers. So adults, you often have to explain how things are working, but the younger flyers can just do it by feel quite often.
So into the tunnel now we have the VFS team. As a reminder for everybody watching, the time starts when their feet leave the net, and they'll be starting off with a gully. So you can see they've lifted quite high into the tunnel. And there you go, we've got the claw, which they're closing now. This is the next round in the double rebel. And then there's the mixed wave. Nope, sorry, I'm a bit behind at the moment. Just work them through it, and you can see they brought it down now. When they first got into the tunnel, they took it quite high, but now they brought it down to the right level, so it's easier to pick up those grips.
So we're watching Omni here from the side camera so that we can see all of those really interesting things that Ray's talking about, the levels on which they're flying, and you can also get a real sense of how they're flying together as well as individuals, whereas the judges are going to be viewing this from a bottom camera, right?
Yeah,
They'll
that's
be
right.
looking up at the team.
Yes.
Why is that?
Because it's the easiest way to see it, because you can see through the grips. If you're watching from the side, the bodies can get in the way as well, so you really want to be able to see that from the bottom camera.
Absolutely.
And the way we look at the FS is from the top cam. So it's the same kind of same principles, but we look at it from the bottom cam from the judging perspective. So Omni doing a great job there. Not the fastest of rounds that I've mentioned, and that gully as a random is not the easiest to build, and off the net also not the easiest to build. So it'll be important for some of these teams coming in, such as Enigma and Rebellion, to make sure they consolidate on that first point, make sure they bring it down in the tunnel, and just try and work within the glass that we have of the tunnel, not to go too much higher. And there's a big heart there from a member of Enigma.
So going into this round, we have Team Omni top of the table with a total of 135 points, Team Pan 99, 97 points, and Enigma 62 points. So I think we can probably fairly safely say we know who's going to be where on the podium.
I think so. Definitely Omni, Pan 99, Enigma. But, you still have the opportunity to show us what you've got. Teams, I mean, we've got 2 rounds left to go, at least for Pan 99 and the other Rebellion and Enigma. Let's see if Pan 99 can get a few points on Omni, keep it nice and tight and close. And Omni didn't have the best start to their round 9, so let's see what Pan 99 can do. Nice, really good start. You can see that staggered level in the build of that gully. This is onto the block.
Allowing for that foot dock that we talked about.
Yes, exactly.
Right?
And there we go, is another one of the randoms.
So here are their scores on the right hand side as well for their rounds so far. So as you can see, fairly consistent. They had a real stonker of a round on round 6, and it's giving them an average at the moment of 12.1 over 8 rounds. So that average score is something that we always want to look at as teams over a 10 round meet. That gives us an indication of how well we're doing, whereas if you take each round individually, there can be different nuances, different characteristics that would make it either a slower round or a faster round.
Yeah, it's really good, and it's good to see. That's a really good round from Pan 99. They look happy. Really good, and I think there's not too much in it between them and Omni on that round. So here we go, and hugs and kisses and lots of love from Team Enigma, who are about to go in now.
They have been, Pan 99 have been close to Omni as well throughout this competition. So round 1 had a 10-point discrepancy between the two, but then round 2 only 3 points between them. Round 4 just 2 points between them. So there's definitely scope for them to catch up, especially with more training over the next couple of years.
I think Team Enigma, they're listening. They're trying to bring that formation and flight a little bit lower in the tunnel, but could do with a little bit more.
Are you coaching VFS now?
No, I'm not coaching.
That's
I'm
totally
just saying.
should.
No, yeah, but just from somebody that's learned from experience how easy it is to talk. There we go. It is as if they're listening to me. I've got a little earpiece to them to say, can kind of keep it nice and low in the tunnel, and they're doing that as well. And there you go, there's an out face move on, I think that is one of the random rounds. And nice work from Team Enigma, really putting it together, having a good round there. They'll be pleased with that. I hope to see some high fives as they get out of the tunnel. Come on.
There they
There
go, high
you
five with the team members. So VFS, of course, very happy with that. Some fist bumps into the air as well. VFS, of course, just one category in VFS. There's no rookie, single A, double A, triple A.
Not in the tunnel, but maybe it's something that we should consider. For outdoors, there's definitely, we've introduced an intermediate or a two-way category as well. That's Sarah, if anybody's interested or wants to hear more about it, please reach out to Omni or to Sarah specifically. I think she's had a lot to do with building those categories, those subcategories, the two-way. And look at this as well. You can see there how Rebellion definitely brought it down in the tunnel so they could build that staggered gully, which is really important to be able to see all of those docks. And here, this is just one of the randoms that we're building, and this is Hutch just having a little bit of a mare there, but he'll get it back together. And here, this is where you need to bring it down in the tunnel. There you go, so you can grab that foot dock. Oh, almost there, actually.
Rebellion coming into this round on an average of 4.5, so an indicative score of 6 on that one. They should be happy.
Yeah, they should be. I mean, they've had a couple of good rounds and a couple of rounds that haven't been their strongest, but they haven't done much training, so or any, I don't think, as this team lineup. So good for them.
Absolutely, and I can see her little face has just appeared at the window. Emma Matacola is here. It's going to be time for Dynamic and the Artistics to come up after this.
Okay, and we're going straight over for an interview with a team at Tilstock. Steve, are you there?
Indeed, I am. How are you?
Very good. And as I can see, you've got a member of Team Tilstock. You're going to introduce us.
We do. So we have Richard Cotton with us, and he is the coach of Team Tilstock. Unfortunately, they've all just run off for food, so we've just missed the opportunity to do it with the actual whole team. But Richard's going to sort of go through everything with us whilst we're here. So Richard, how's the competition going for you and your team so far?
Yeah, it's going really well. I mean, classic, you've caught us with the team eating. You know, they'll be the first ones to say that they come here for the food festival, and any skydiving they do is a bonus on top of that. It's great to be back, and it's an awesome event. You can see all the stuff that's changed here since the first comp, and it's just a really slick competition. Nice to have indoor skydiving back again, obviously with Bedford not being around anymore. But yeah, good meet so far.
Good. And how about your suits? You've all got like matching snazzy suits now?
Yeah, really pleased to say that I also represent Simbi Suits, who sorted out the team with their suits. They look really smart, it definitely make a difference flying. They're a right odd mixed ragtag bunch to start with, and now they're looking smart and hopefully flying that matches that as well.
Well, how are they doing in the competition so far? Where are they sort of positioning? Where are you aiming to get to?
They've been just flirting with fourth all the way through, and they had a couple of busts this morning, just pushed it down, but it's really, really tight in single A. So all the way through, it's been 2 or 3 points separating the top of the leaderboard, really, and then stuff right at the bottom. So it's great to see loads of single A teams, really tight competition, and Tilstock right up there competing with that as well.
Really good. And tell me a little about Team Tilstock. So you're named after a drop zone. So how's that going with the actual drop zone there?
Yeah, so very proud to come from Tilstock over near the Welsh border. We are not a big drop zone. We know that. You know, we're not a 3-turbine DZ like some of the other places, but we like to think we pack a bit of a punch here. We've just done a team photo, and we've got 5 or 6 teams with Tilstock people in it, all the way from rookies up to AA, so really well represented, and it's nice to see that we've got such a club atmosphere. Even if people go off and do stuff at other drop zones, other events, you still see people wearing the pink. It's quite easy to find us whenever we're around, standing out and representing. And a shout out to Buzz, who I know is watching this at home, so nice to have the support both here and also people watching as well.
It's a shame that Buzz isn't here, but I'm sure we're all looking forward to see him at the AGM again. We won't talk about the events that with him on a table last year, but you know what I mean, Buzz. One final question before we go across to an ad break is, what can we expect from your team next year?
I think the big choice for them now is whether or not they go up to AA. It's always that difficult choice between single A and AA, deciding when they want to do the change, when they want to step up. They've really improved this year, and it's now starting to think about, are they ready for the harder blocks? Are they going to step up? And hopefully, if they do, we've got a single A and rookie team coming on and filling the space. The big aim for us for next year, or maybe 2024, will be to have a Tilstock team in every single category. And maybe medaling in it as well, but that might take a few years longer.
And at that point, you might even have a bigger plane as well. Who knows? All right, well, that's it from us. Thank you very much, Richard. And we're going to now go to an ad break, and we'll see you back in a few minutes. Thank you very much.
Do your business systems make life easier or more complicated? Are your different departments using their own specialised systems that don't talk to each other, so you end up using spreadsheets, costly bespoke integrations and manual workarounds to see the full picture? Data gets duplicated, you get frustrated, and worst of all, it starts to affect your guests' experience. The Fuse Metrics system brings everything together. It's been designed from the ground up as one easy-to-use system with everything from finance to HR, ticketing, tills and your CRM. It's a smarter way of working, so your team can work more efficiently, with each team member just seeing the parts of the system they need to do their jobs. Fuse Metrics even integrates with your website to bring your online ticketing, retail, membership and other data all into the same system. Fuse Metrics is one system, so your staff will have a more consistent working environment and a single point of contact for technical support. Training staff becomes faster and easier with all departments trained in the same work environment. It just makes sense. So end the web of subscription costs, support calls and hair-pulling frustrations of multiple management systems for different jobs, and let Fuse Metrics streamline and simplify your leisure business, letting you focus on what's really important. Fuse Metrics. Do your business systems make life easier or more complicated? Are your different departments using their own specialised systems that don't talk to each other, so you end up using spreadsheets, costly bespoke integrations and manual workarounds to see the full picture? Data gets duplicated, you get frustrated, and worst of all, it starts to affect your guests' experience. The Fuse Metrics system brings everything together. It's been designed from the ground up as one easy-to-use system with everything from finance to HR, ticketing, tills and your CRM. It's a smarter way of working, so your team can work more efficiently, with each team member just seeing the parts of the system they need to do their jobs. Fusemetrics even integrates with your website to bring your online ticketing, retail, membership and other data all into the same system. Fusemetrics is one system, so your staff will have a more consistent working environment and a single point of contact for technical support. Training staff becomes faster and easier with all departments trained in the same work environment. It just makes sense. So end the web of subscription costs, support calls and hair-pulling frustrations of multiple management systems for different jobs and let Fusemetrics streamline and simplify your leisure business, letting you focus on what's really important. Fusemetrics.
Welcome back, everybody. It's been a really hectic morning stroke into afternoon, and I'm back here with Emma Maticola. We're going to be going through the two-way, four-way dynamic and some freestyle. So I think handing over to Emma. How was your morning, Emma? Back here in the studio with me now.
It was pretty good. We've got Ray, we've got the graphic on the screen now. So this is going to be our dynamic four-way draw for today, round 4, which is head down in face snake, classic, and head down in face circles.
So we think this one's going to be quite a fast round, I think, you know, especially with it's all head down pretty much. So this might be one of the fastest rounds for the four-way competition. And we're going to see we've only got 2 teams competing.
We have. So two guys, Gail and Harry, are quite firmly in the lead at the moment. I'm a Snake had a few ups and downs yesterday. Round 2, there was a bit of a moment where things didn't go to plan and there was quite a lot of time penalties incurred. So it'll be interesting to see what happens today.
I know, but you know, we're talking about it's only 2 teams, but 2 teams in four-way dynamic. It takes a lot to put a team in for four-way dynamic. 4 of you in the tunnel, whizzing around the tunnel. I've obviously been speaking for too long today, but using all of the tunnel, like both in height and in like, you know, in size as well, and like, you know, splitting yourself into your quadrants. You can get lost as well, right, in the tunnel with four-way.
You certainly can. We've seen that before.
Saw some of it yesterday as well. So I think we're going to be going back to the tunnel soon. I think the teams are getting ready in the atrium, going to be coming in and showing us what they can do for four-way dynamic. Here we go.
So first up, we're going to have 2 guys, a girl, and Harry. We've seen them flying yesterday, and they've been pretty good, pretty consistent so far. 40 minutes of training time. This is Emily King's first four-way dynamic competition.
And I bumped into Emily this morning and her parents. It was really good to see them. Hadn't seen them in a while. And I said to her sneakily, which one are you preferring? She's like, definitely the four-way dynamic, Ray.
She's really loving it, isn't she? And I think she's liking the it's a different vibe, because when you freestyle, you really are, you're on your own, aren't you? And in a four-way team, you've got people to bounce off, to be excited about. They're led by Zach Nicholas. We've got Harry Sohn, Emily King, and Ryan Arkle. So it's looking quite good so far, Ray, quite smooth. As you say, it's a mostly head-down round, which means we think we might be seeing some faster times on this.
Exactly. Really looking forward to seeing what they can do here. Another little piece of information from today. Emily is actually now officially taller than me at the age of 14.
She's not.
She is. Yeah, she is.
Ray.
It's very sad. Very sad. But hey-ho. She's enjoying what she's doing, and they're doing a great job so far.
They certainly are. It's looking good. It's looking really confident. Especially this is their first round of the day. They've got this, and they've got one more to go until we find out who will get that all-important gold medal.
Really super interesting. Come on, no busts in here at all, and they're all flying really well together. It's like everybody's had their coffee, or in Emily's case, maybe some peppermint tea, and they're really attacking it, really enjoying it, and good to see. Nothing at all from the bus perspective, taking their time with it.
Yeah, this team have gelled really well together. As we say, they've had about 40 minutes of training. And it's Emily's first competition, and they are smashing it, Ray.
Exactly, and a time of 76.732 for 2 guys, a girl and Harry, and they'll be really pleased with that. Nice and clean. Let's see, I think I'm a Snake on raw time, maybe a little bit faster, but let's see if there are any busts in here at all.
And this team had a good round 1 and good round 3 yesterday, but round 2 there was a lot of confusion. There was a lot of time spent in the tunnel looking around and trying to figure out what had gone wrong. I think Tim got a little bit lost, and Seb popped up and corked, and then it was just really hard for them to get back on track. So hopefully this round is going to be a bit more successful for them. We've got head down in face snake classic and head down in face circles.
So the head down in face snake is a nice basic snake for the 4-way. It's the one you learn the first, I guess, when you're learning the snake. So, and it's head down. So no mixing of head up and head down. The classic is a tricky one. And you have to go and do a kind of a 360 spin, come back on your back and go over. A bust there from I'm a Snake. And the head down, I think there's a head down. No, what have we got in this one? I go
head down in face circles. So those should be quite fast as well. It's the classic where the busts are more likely to happen on this in this draw. So 1 bust so far, but it's looking pretty good. It's looking pretty smooth. And they're nearly finished, Ray.
They are nearly finished.
So how are we looking for time?
Counting down, they've got that 1 bust, so let's see. Just finishing up on the classic, as you can see there. And another bust on the classic.
The classics are really difficult, especially with 4 people in the tunnel, into those in-face circles, which feel like a nice little do-si-do dance. And crossing that final line, and Ray, they're getting out the tunnel.
And I think that final time that's coming up now will be past that 79.538. So 2 guys, a girl and Harry have got that one.
Well, at the moment they've got a pretty clear lead anyway on I'm a Snake. So it doesn't look as though anything's really changed so much in the standings.
No, it's going to stay as it is. And just showing us a little bit of a replay there. We can see where the busts are. Just for all of you watching at home, the 4-way discipline, we have 2 judges sitting on the sideline there, which is on the right-hand side of your screen. So 1 on the ring and 1 on the sideline. And we'll also have a couple of judges that are looking at the centre line, which is generally on the left-hand side of your screen as you're looking at the videos, if you're watching the TV in front of you. And so that's really good. It gives you good visuals of what's going on in those replays, showing where those busts may actually be.
Yep, so I think next up we're going to be seeing some freestyle. We can just see a nice view of Emily there. She's been competing in freestyle in 4-way dynamic, her first time in 4-way dynamic, and she's brought us a really nice routine, currently sitting 4th in the rankings.
Yeah, it's going to be good to see them. Emily not even leaving the tunnel, I don't think, so that's good to see. And the freestyle, which is powered by Studio 34, making your marketing ideas perform.
So, Ray, we had some interesting results on the freestyle. Yesterday, for the majority of the day, Config was in 1st place, and he's now gone down to 2nd place. And Harry Sohn, with a very impressive 8.9 in his 3rd round yesterday, has taken 1st place, but only by 0.1.
I know, and it's interesting because their rounds are quite different in how they're flying it, and Connor did do some very good rounds yesterday. Unfortunately, that round 3 wasn't executed as well, I don't think, as round 2, although the judges seem to disagree with me. But you know, Harry definitely showed on round 3 yesterday that he had a little bit of an edge on Connor, and Connor flying pretty well, just a little bit of a hiccup there as well, but definitely using all of the tunnel, nice spins in there as well. And it really is what the judges are looking for right now, is execution of this routine, which they've already seen 3 times, so they'll know what to be looking for. And not holding the side position as well as he has done past Connor, so it'll be interesting to see how the judges score this one.
Yeah, I don't think it's looking quite as strong as it was yesterday, but that's still some pretty impressive routine. Had a few little wobbles, as we just saw there, but this is a scary exit.
Exactly. So, you know, and Connor going first there and Harry going last. So Harry would have seen some of that, so he knows he just needs to execute his routine very well to keep that very small edge he has on Connor, which is 0.1, as we've already mentioned.
I love that dive down, that hand dive down and then back up. And that's where he just had that bit of a wobble there, as we saw in the replay. So Connor will be giving it all on the final round 5, which will be coming up later.
So next in we've got Emily Watton. Emily, who's relatively new to freestyle. It's her first competition, right, Emma?
It certainly is. She's got beautiful entrance to the tunnel. She's been feeling really, really, really nervous about this. But whenever I see her, she's always smiling. She's got some brilliant moves in this routine. I'm looking forward to the one where she crosses her leg, crosses her feet. I can't even do that out of the tunnel, never mind in the tunnel. Lots of spins, head up and head down spins in this routine.
Nice work.
She looks very graceful. Before I spoke to Connor before the competition, and he was saying that Emily will be bringing all of the elegance and grace to this competition. She certainly is.
She's executing this round really well, I think. Really well. She's getting, just as I said that, she had a little bit pop up there, but I think she's really enjoying what she's doing and hopefully going strength to strength in each round. Well done, Emily.
Really nice exit there. I think Ray, maybe that was the best we've seen.
I think
from
so,
our
definitely.
humble opinions. But I really enjoyed watching that round from Emily Watton.
Thank you, Emily.
Who have we got next?
I think we've got Emily King next.
We have indeed. From one Emily to the next.
And Emily, who's just finished up a round of winning that 4-way dynamic round with her team, 2 guys, a girl and Harry, and just about to get into the tunnel now. Here she goes.
So Emily currently in 4th position, but very close in the points score to Emily Watton, with Emily King on a 21.9 and Emily Watton on 21.6. So it really is all still to play for. Beautiful control there.
You can see here that the flyers tend to put most of their spins and their control. They want to show it directly in front of the judges. So there's a judge that's looking directly in at the centre line. You can't see, probably right in front of you now, that will be watching that to see how much control they're showing on each of the moves.
And so that's it, Ray, isn't it? The routines are created around performing to where the judges are sitting, and it's almost like where, you know, you're on TV and you're choosing where to direct your action.
Exactly, it's how to frame it really for the judges watching. And Emily not having the best on that spin, but you know, really showing use of the tunnel well, full use of the tunnel as well, and showing a good mixture of strength moves and some spins as well. She seems happy with that.
And she should be. What a great round from Emily. She's showing so much more control and stability than she has in previous years. This girl we've literally seen grown up on our screens at these tunnel competitions. It's very impressive to watch.
Now we have Owen, who's he's currently in 3rd place and sticking to that as well. He's got 0.2 of a lead over Emily King at the moment, so it's all quite tight. But really showing us what he can do, and it's really nice to see one of our own iFLY instructors in here showing us their wares. Actually, there are 2, you know, with Harry coming in a little bit later, but it's nice to see Owen, who's kindly getting on with his stuff very slowly and surely and showing us what he can do.
And it's great seeing different flyers, and they've got different styles and they've got different techniques. And Owen's very tall, isn't he? And he fills up the tunnel a lot with his with his arms and legs. So, in that, flyers have to move differently, depending on what their body's like, or just what their personal style is, and especially when freestyle is flown to music.
Yeah, exactly. And one of the things that I really like about Owen's flying is it's very fluid. It moves from team to, and he really enjoyed that. A hug there, a rare hug from Owen. So good to see. But very fluid routine, and really nice to see. It flows, and as he gets technically more capable, and he throws in some more spins, and he manages to hold his body position, show that control, he's going to go from strength to strength.
Yeah, it's got some nice twists in there. And as you say, it was very fluid, and it flowed really nicely. So now we've got Harry Sohn, currently in first position. And he scored, on his last round, he scored an 8.9, which is the highest score given during this competition in freestyle so far. So I'm sure he'll be looking to beat that, but I'm sure he will have, he finished on a real high yesterday, Ray.
Yeah, he did. And that spin is actually really nice because he's managed to keep that spin on level. And for those of you watching, that's actually really quite difficult to do, because as soon as you lay yourself into a different body position, like lying on your side, it's really easy to pop up as you're showing more of your body to the airflow. So doing a really good job there, Harry. And the judges will really be looking for that. Oh, and losing a little bit on the level there.
He's got some great side flying in here, though. Very nice.
Nice side fly and a twist out of the tunnel. Well done, Harry.
We always love a good entrance and exit, don't we, Ray?
Do you very much so. So thank you very much, Harry. Really good effort there from all of the freestylers, and a nice view of his replay there as he's executing his side flying. And I think just on his way out of the tunnel as well, we're probably going to catch that as well in the replay. Oh no, maybe not. Really good work from the freestylers, Emma. And we got some interesting stuff coming up now, right? We have the two-way dynamic.
We certainly do. We've got the two-way dynamic coming up. And we're moving on, because we're in day 2, we're moving on to more of a battle format. So we've got our... Shall we talk about what the results were from yesterday?
Definitely. I love battles. This is where it all starts to heat up and speed up, and you can really get into it, and we can start cheering for our teams and watching those busts. How did they get on yesterday? Who's battling who, Emma?
In 5th position yesterday, we had Barely Competent, and then we had Buster Lines. Oh, a brilliant graphic here. So we've got Barely Competent and Martise, who were in 5th position and 1st position. They will be battling. Then we're going to have a 3-way battle, which you can see on the right-hand side of the screen, between A to Z, Enigma and Buster Lines. The winner of that will go to battle whoever the winner of Martise and Barely Competent will be. And the other 2 will battle to find out their place.
Fantastic. So we've got some battles coming up. What is the first round for the first battle, Emma?
The first round is, Ray, head-up switching snake, classic, and head-down in-face circles, so perhaps not such a fast round here.
No, not really. And just for everybody watching at home, just before this starts, the two-way dynamic category is sponsored proudly by CM Brand, the promotional product of specialists. Barely Competent are in the tunnel. Didn't have the best last 2 rounds yesterday, but they're hoping to keep it clean. As we said, Connor is flying. They're not flown together before, and so they're doing a really good job here.
Yeah, they are. And, they had some ups and downs yesterday, but for a team that's just come in and picked this up, they are doing such an amazing job. And it's been, yesterday we kept commenting on how nice they are to each other and how they've got this great communication, despite not being official team members, apart from this competition. It's just been really nice to watch that relationship. And they look like they're doing a great job now.
Yeah, good camaraderie. I think they'll be super pleased. Oh, just
that classic.
One bust. That classic, it gets them. It got the 4-way flyers in the last round, and that classic definitely gets you in this round. And the whole point of the classic is that you have to turn, and you do a turn above the ring. You have to bring it below the ring and then back through the ring as well. So you have to avoid the ring at all costs while doing it a blind turn effectively. So it can be quite disorientating in the tunnel. And that's why it can cause a little bit of a propensity for bustability.
And there we go. It's caught them out again. So now into the head down in face circles.
I've always struggled with head down in face circles. On a bit of another bust there. It's really unfortunate to see that being picked up because you don't want to fly them too fast. And they're out of the tunnel.
They are, and that was a good round. Some busts, but they are keeping on, Ray.
Exactly. It'd be really good to get those indicative times up. And that's a 90.664. Some wonderful person in my ear is telling me that. So that's a good round, I think, from Barely Competent.
Yeah. So they are now obviously are placed against the Maltese, who finished in first position yesterday. So the winner of this, we aren't 100% sure, but we assume it's going to be Maltese, will be going through, and whoever loses this battle will be finishing in 5th position.
Yeah, and that's how we work these battles. It's the top team versus the bottom teams to figure out who gets a slot in the final. So it's all hotting up now. Elise making sure she doesn't. She's concentrating, fully concentrating as well. They don't want to pick up any busts here, even though they are much faster from a raw flying perspective than Barely Competent. You know, if you start picking up busts, it all adds up, right? 5 seconds at a piece. It's not a nice thing to happen. So hopefully they'll keep it clean.
Yeah, so strategically here it would be sensible for them to go in and sort of slow it down a little bit, fly those bigger lines like we were talking about, and just try to avoid the busts. There's no need for them to really be pushing to get the absolute fastest score possible.
Nice work there on the classic. And moving on to those head down circles.
Looking good, Maltese. Into the second page. And they've got their head up switching snake, which is a combination of head up in face flying, crossing over to head up out face, and crossing back to head up in face.
So as you do the classic, the reason it is so difficult is you have to do a 360, but you have to do it above the ring, and you have to go through the tunnel as well. So it's not the easiest move to execute, but Maltese are executing exceptionally well at the moment.
Yeah, it is. This looks like a very comfortable, nicely paced round. And with it being a battle format, as we're in now, there's no need for them to keep pushing for it to be the fastest possible score. They just need to beat what, Ray?
They just need to be steady, slow.
Oh, no.
They just need to be, sorry, I caught that. They need to beat a time of 90.664. And I think 68.344 is their score with no bust at all. So I think we can safely say that Maltese are into the final, and Barely Competent have got that 5th place slot.
So next up we were going to be watching a 3-way battle between A to Z, Enigma and Buster Lines. Enigma were towards the bottom of the table yesterday, but they've slid their way up to 3rd place, which is very impressive, and I'm sure they're very, very pleased. But now this is the all-important round where it will decide whether they can go up to take on Maltese, or they will have another battle ahead of them to decide on 3rd or 4th position.
And of course, doing another battle means more headspace for another round, and things could go wrong as well. So, you want to make sure you're clean and you just go through straight from this one. So hopefully, let's see what A to Z can do here.
Right, A to Z looking like they're having a very confident round so far. These will be needing to do a combination of keeping it clean, not getting any of those 5-second penalties, but also wanting to fly as fast as possible. A to Z currently in 2nd position. Or they were yesterday in the standings. So they're really going to be pushing to get through to battle Maltese.
And they're playing this strategically. They're flying really big. They're making sure that they don't get those busts, so that they can, ensure that they get through on this, because they have the raw speed. I think they're slowing it down just a touch to make sure that they don't pick up any busts, especially on that classic that we saw picked up before from Barely Competent.
And they are almost finished. They get now the tunnel.
And the score for that, I will provide you with that in 1 second.
Oh, that's close.
65.776. So let's see how they get on with that one. Let's see the next few teams coming in. So that's good. The raw speed there, a little bit faster than Matisse that we saw, but they're not currently battling with Matisse. They are battling with Enigma and one other team, Buster Lines.
So it will be very interesting because their raw scores are so similar to Maltese. If they do get through, that would be a really interesting battle. And we love a battle off.
It's gonna be a battle off. Love battle offs.
So next up we've got Enigma, who finished yesterday in 3rd position. Oh, it looks like there's Oh no, it's fine. I thought something was happening with the instructor in the door, I think.
It's all good because they're all wearing red suits. But this head up, the mixed snakes are actually quite difficult to fly. Head up, as I like to call it, is nails. And everybody's always in a rush to learn head down, and we kind of forget about our head up flying. It's a first. They picked up 2 busts already. It's a real shame for Enigma. But let's see if they can fly the rest of these lines clean.
Yeah, so fingers crossed that they can keep going. They're going at quite a good pace speed-wise, but it might be worth just slowing it down a little just to make sure they don't get those busts. And that tricky classic.
There we go. Another bust on the classic.
Through the ring.
It's just making sure, and I think the previous team, the A to Z, really showed us how to keep that. Make sure you fly it fully, takes as much space as you can in the tunnel so there's no propensity for bustability. That's my new phrase. I'm going to use that all the time.
A great phrase. So this team Enigma, they are so keen. They absolutely love what they do. They're into skydiving, tunnel flying. Next year, they're really hoping to compete in some 4-way dynamic. And just keeping on improving each competition. But these guys' enthusiasm is just amazing. I love it.
They picked up a 5 bust there, so just give me a little bit of time to tell you what the score is there for Team Enigma. Okay, so they picked up 6 busts, and that's 116.180. So almost double the time of Team A to Z. So let's see what Buster Rhymes can put on the table. So a few busts there, many of them picked up on the classic. As we said, fly it big, people, and then less chance of you to get those busts.
Absolutely. So next up, we've got Buster Lines.
I'm hoping they don't bust too many lines.
Well, live up to their name.
Exactly.
Fingers crossed they don't.
In this round, in this love battle-offs, you don't want to be living up to your name, Buster Lines.
You do not. And so this is Matt and Dan. It's been really nice to watch these. It's their first competition. They're really excited by it. They learnt the dynamic lines about 18 months ago. So this is huge and very impressive progression. Mostly coached up in Manchester by Matty Mitchell and Josh Bennett.
There you go. I think about 18 months ago, or maybe about 2 years ago, is when I forgot the lines, to be honest. So I've got another 18 months to go before I can pick those up. Lorraine, if you're listening, I'm really sorry, but I'll get there. Yeah, so that's Team Buster Lines ready to get into the tunnel now.
So led by Matt Kite, followed by Dan Mills. They are in. This is Buster Lines. They are in the semi-final of the dynamic 2-way.
Really good work there in keeping that first snake, nice and close to the lines. But again, the classic gets you every time.
Well, so I came into this expecting that the new move, the crossing classic, was going to be causing some problems, but it's just the classic that's causing the issues. And we've had that on both the dynamic 4-way and the dynamic 2-way draws this afternoon, and it has caused problems for most of the teams.
And I think because a crossing classic actually gives you the opportunity to look to go somewhere across the tunnel. So it gives you a different visual. And I think it gives you some kind of, direction where I need to hit this spot, whereas you don't actually have that with the classic. So it can be quite disorientating. So I think the crossing classic may be easier.
Yeah. And I guess you can use more of that momentum in the crossing classic, whereas it's more static and therefore more difficult.
Yeah, and if anybody has any views on that or wants to get in touch, please come back to us personally on Instagram, Facebook, however else you want to do it, or please get online and go to #BISN 2022.
This is a very impressive round from Buster Lines. They're kind of keeping their calm. They're about to get out the tunnel, Ray. I'm impressed.
Yeah, it's very impressive. We'll give you that time in just 1 second. 94.887 with just 1 bust. They're super proud of that. So I think that means that A and Z, I imagine, will automatically qualify. Is that right, Emma?
That's what we think if we're going by our indicative scoring. So we'll have to wait for the official results. But it is looking as though A to Z are going to be joining Martise in the final.
But now we'll have another battle off soon, I believe, for that 3rd and 4th place between Buster Rhymes and
Barely Competent.
No, Buster Rhymes and Enigma, I think it is, yeah?
Yes, it will be.
So we'll be seeing that. So we're going to go straight across for an interview now. Steve, who have you got with you?
We
have Kev and Steve from the Foreigners with us today for an interview. So guys, first of all, how is the competition going? And where are you aiming to get?
We are currently in position 8. We are unlikely to get to position 7. We're also unlikely to get to position 9, so we were toying with the idea of getting on the M1 and skipping it.
Right, okay, fair enough. And what do you think we can expect to see from you a little bit more next year?
We're not sure. We've not had our team chat, so Foreigners has been going for 5 years in total. We haven't had the team chat to work out what everybody's goals and ambitions are for next year, so we'll do that, and we shall let everybody know. Tune in.
And what kind of training have you had for this competition? Someone told me that not much, should we say?
I think we've managed. Did we do an hour in the tunnel between Nationals and this? So yeah, we did the obviously Nationals at Hibblestow in August, and then not done a lot since then, have we?
We've got 3 out of our 4 have done no training, no jumping since Nationals. 1 out of our 4 became a tandem instructor and has been throwing drogues since the Nationals. So very underprepared, and one of us was wanting to climb on top of other people because they felt more comfortable that way.
And how many times have you reached for your drogue in this competition?
Only twice, only on rounds 3 and 4.
And one final thing, I heard of a little mishap that you had yesterday morning with a toast machine.
You had a bad day, didn't you, yesterday?
I'd had a bad day by 10 to 8 yesterday morning. It all started, we went into the hotel, into the restaurant next to the hotel, and they asked us, are you staying at the hotel? And we were, so we said, yes, we are. The lady then starts to look down a list of numbers and decides that she can't find our room numbers. Well, you won't, because we haven't booked anything. So we should have known then. We should have seen the sign. We should have turned and run.
Yeah.
With the toast incident, they have those industrial toast making machines. You put the bread in, it kind of goes, it gets cooked, it comes out the bottom, and if you like, you can put it through again. I was putting slices of bread in.
Like a toast post box.
It was like a Bermuda toast triangle of some description. The toast was like disappearing. So you kind of look behind the toast machine, and basically what was happening is the toast was going in the machine and throwing itself down the back of the table that the toaster was on. So you look behind the machine and there's all this pile of toast. The manager comes along and I'll sort this. He starts looking behind the machine, sorting out the toast. My plate is in front of me. He basically knocks the plate off. It falls on the floor and smashes. And this is all before 10 to 8 yesterday morning. Happy days.
You took that into the 19, didn't you? So like when we were turning 19, and I could tell he was still thinking about the toast.
Yes, toast
toast
was heavy on my mind. That much is true.
Yeah.
Did you actually get a piece of toast?
I don't even like toast, but I do like toasters.
All right, guys, this is the Foreigners. Thank you very much, Kev and Steve, and we're now going to a little break, and we'll see you back in a few minutes. Thank you.
Do your business systems make life easier or more complicated? Are your different departments using their own specialised systems that don't talk to each other, so you end up using spreadsheets, costly bespoke integrations and manual workarounds to see the full picture? Data gets duplicated, you get frustrated, and worst of all, it starts to affect your guests' experience. The Fuse Metrics system brings everything together. It's been designed from the ground up as one easy-to-use system with everything from finance to HR, ticketing, tills and your CRM. It's a smarter way of working, so your team can work more efficiently, with each team member just seeing the parts of the system they need to do their jobs. Fuse Metrics even integrates with your website to bring your online ticketing, retail, membership and other data all into the same system. Fuse Metrics is one system, so your staff will have a more consistent working environment and a single point of contact for technical support. Training staff becomes faster and easier with all departments trained in the same work environment. It just makes sense. So end the web of subscription costs, support calls and hair-pulling frustrations of multiple management systems for different jobs, and let Fuse Metrics streamline and simplify your leisure business, letting you focus on what's really important. Fuse Metrics.
And welcome back, and I am joined magically by my co-host for the FS, Laura Hampton.
Hello.
Welcome back.
Thank you.
we're going to head straight over to the tunnel to see the teams coming in, and we are going to be having a quick look at the AAA now. This is round 10, and it's brought to you by Fuse Matrix, suppliers of state-of-the-art
business
management systems.
Fuse Metrics, thank you very much for supporting the AAA. And here we have the scoreboard, the scores as it is at the moment. NFTO 9 points ahead of Meraki, which is where they were at the beginning of today, I believe. They were 9 points behind at that point as well, in spite of having picked up a few points. But then we've got a matching score on round 9, so it's still all to play for, really, at the top of the table. FCGB Weenby on 204. Apex currently 6 points behind. It's not looking likely that they're going to be able to pick that up, but fingers crossed for those guys. Hopefully they can put in a really strong round. And then R4MJ on 176 points behind there. We've also got a bit of a battle down at the bottom end. We've got Boom Entry and the Silver Linings fairly close together. And then I caught up with Greg from Omni Tummy Edition, and he was saying that their ambition in this last round is to pick up those extra 2 points and to come joint last.
Well done. Come on then, Omni Tummy Edition. You can do this, I believe you.
And the round that they will have to do for us is J11-16. So J, the donut should be fairly straightforward for these AAA teams. The 11, we've already talked about the challenges of the 11 and trying to balance those two uneven pieces and still get them timed and in sync with one another. And then 16, exciting. This is a slot switcher for the front and the back.
And I really like block 16. It's a really good block. It's a relatively short block as well. Timing is everything, but it's I almost think it's a boogie block, but and I do love it. Just to let you know, as the tunnel heats up and we're about to get in with the first set of teams, we've hit 1,000 views today. We hit 2,000 yesterday, so come on everybody, tune in, get everybody else. This is round 10 of the competition for the FS and the VFS. Everybody's going to be giving it all. Come in and see what all of these teams are actually doing today, and then we'll be following up with the battles in the dynamic and the last round of the freestyle.
So say it again but slowly, set up in the door. A big thank you once again to all of our sponsors, Studio 34, Fuse Metrics, Semantic and CM Brand. We really appreciate all of you guys. And say it again but slowly, kicking off the final round of AAA here at the British Indoor Skydiving Championships 2022.
Can see that Brian is still in his box, bringing us those wonderful indicative scores. Honestly, everybody, he didn't break the system at all. He's been doing a great job. Thank you very much, Brian Cumming. Let's see if Omni Tummy Edition can get those extra points, but this indicative scoring might give us a good indication of what's going on. Great to see the levels here on the 11 Photon from this camera angle.
Say it again but slowly then. This is the team where we did have Samrina was in the tunnel yesterday, replaced by Fleur today. So Fleur Jones has come in just to take up that slot while Samrina's not here with us, unfortunately. And another one of the Bradley twins trained teams, and a little hug. It's the end of the competition for this particular team. Of course, the Bradley twins will be continuing all through round 10 because they are in 8 teams today.
Wow. That's another 20 rounds I think they're going to be doing. That's crazy amount of rounds that they're doing.
Crazy. So here they are. Hello, Omni. Hello, you guys. I'm waving back, but you can't see me. But really, really great to see these guys in the belly configuration or the tummy configuration. Greg was in really good spirits when I saw him outside there, having a fantastic competition, both in the VFS but also in the FS.
Yeah, exactly. Really good to see, and there we go. Let's see if they can catch up with I've lost my words. Say it again but slowly.
So Omni, there they go with the block 11, where you do require some vertical distance. The front pair of the formation should be able to lift up to allow the back pair of the formation to go underneath them. So that can be really tricky. We can see it here on the level footage that they're perhaps not quite getting enough height to allow those legs of Tim to get through underneath them, but doing okay anyway.
Yeah, and it's good to see Tim Gaines with big eyes looking at it, and he should know better than anybody else. Putting your hand on the net really doesn't help you get anywhere apart from bring you down towards the net. So good footage there of Tim, and I love seeing his eyes really concentrating, really happy, and I'm pretty sure they're glad that's over with.
Indeed, and a really nice round 10 there, I think, for Omni, and hopefully fingers crossed they can pick up an extra couple of points so that they can achieve their goal of not last, but joint last would be good enough for them, they said. So here we've got the next round. The next team coming in is going to be Silver Linings. So Silver Linings, of course, were the winners of the AA category back in February of this year. We've got a slight change of lineup. We've got, instead of Nick, we've got Paul in the tail slot today. So also a change of category for these guys. They've moved up to AAA. So this will be the first time that they've seen Block 16 in a competition. Block 11, of course, they'll have done before and executing it quite nicely there. Here's the 16.
Some talk, sorry, Laura, I didn't want to talk over you there, but some talk on Block 11 of whether you vert it or not. Some of the less trained teams won't put too much of a vert into it, maybe a minimal amount, or might even take it on level.
Potentially.
So I'm just having a look here, and this is a good side view as well. I think that is the close of Block 16.
And then the J, and then we're going to go into the 11 again. The Block 16, of course, we mentioned is a slot switcher for the front and for the back, and what that means is that everybody in the team is swapping slots or swapping positions with their fellow teammate. A nice celebration for round 10 there. The complication, of course, of the double slot switch is that everything is unfamiliar, so at least when the front pair is the only pair to switch, you've got the familiarity in the back piece to give them a clear and solid reference, whereas Block 16, everybody's swapping, everyone's got to see new pictures.
Which is good, and then having just the front piece, for example, switching and switching slots on some of the blocks that we have, and the back piece means actually you're seeing different pictures. You're not seeing your same cross partner to a certain extent. So sometimes everybody slot switching actually makes things a little bit easier.
True.
As well.
True, it can do. So team 101 there, say it again but slowly, with the highest score so far on 11, and then 102 Omni and 103 Silver Linings both on 10, and here we've got the Peregrines leading a conga into the tunnel. So I actually saw those guys discussing that before they came in. Pete able to hug everyone in the team at the same time with those long old arms and getting ready for the final round of their competition as well. So in this set we will have the Peregrines, followed by Foreigners, followed by R4MJ. So as we go into this, the Peregrines on a total score of 135, unlikely to catch up with Jeanette Wienby, who are on 172, but you never know, fingers crossed. We've also got the Foreigners on 127. They would have to pick up 8 points to catch up with Peregrines at this point. And then third team that we'll see, R4MJ, currently on 176. They'll be looking to retain their lead on Jeanette Wienby. So here we have the Peregrines making their way in. There's the block 11. Nicely executed, of course. Kat and Paul, both in the back piece, have been the back piece together before in Team Nebula, so they will have some familiarity. Pete and Alice haven't flown together in a team before at all, but managing to make it look like they're actually a pretty well-trained team, even though we know we've done minimal prep.
Yeah, and this is looking really well, and it's really nice. They're looking nice and calm, oh, just as I say that, a little bit of... I'm just going to stop speaking.
The Rageinks.
The Rageinks. They should make that a word, Rageinks.
And it's nice to see that angle as well, because we can see all of the leg movements and the inputs that these flyers are making using their... a bit of carving. Using their booties. So we've talked about the different outfits that people are wearing at this competition, and the use of those foot covers that create a sail on the bottom of the leg means that people have got a bit more power to be able to use the wind and move around. And it's nice on that side angle to be able to see how they're making use of those.
Yeah, be very good to see that. And next up we should have Team Foreigners. We had an interview with Foreigners earlier as well, getting to a little bit of an update on where they are and where they're going. And great to see that indicative score back up and running. And
nice first move into that J. They were quick on that entry and straight into that first point.
And if we could get a view of that side camera as well, we can get a view of these levels that we're talking about and what you need to put in for the input from the booties.
So there's the 11. You can see the back piece there making a bit of effort to get themselves under, as well as the front piece going up a bit. And really nice round for the Foreigners. It almost feels like going into round 10, they've just decided to, let's just give it all we've got. Let's see how quickly we can go. And it looks nice.
Yeah, and the dynamism of Block 11, especially from the back piece, and with the tail flyer having to flow through and under, it's actually very difficult to go down and under. You got a little bit stuck there, and it's actually quite difficult to do and quite hard to fly, and it's a technique that takes some effort to get there.
Very nice last round though for the Foreigners, and some high fives for their fellow competitors. And we've got R4 MJ making their way into the tunnel next. They will be hoping to retain their lead against Jeanette Weenby. Currently, R4 MJ on 176 in total, Jeanette Weenby on 172.
So this view, this campside view, is actually a really good one as it zooms out to see, like, you know, the block technique that we're talking about. Really good. I'm expecting R4 MJ really to step it up here. You can see there Renata doing the hard work as that tail flyer to get that back piece under and through for the 11.
Really nice flying by these guys, and as we can see from the scoring over on the right hand side, they've really just been getting stronger and stronger. And I think one of our first comments about this team yesterday was that they were all very strong individual flyers but struggling to see each other as a cohesive team, whereas this round, this looks again really nice and smooth. They're on and off the grips together. They're really finding their flow. They
have, and it's as if they had a chat with themselves yesterday but have found their team speed just off there. I'm not sure if there'll be a bus there, but they've really found their rhythm, and really good to see. So team R4 MJ, whatever pep talk you gave yourself yesterday or this morning, it's working. It's a shame we don't have another 10 rounds, but look at them, they look happy and really pleased with that.
And they're not sure yet on their plans for next year, but I would love to see this team continue. I think such a solid foundation of just a huge amount of flying experience, some fantastic coaching has gone into helping each one of these individual flyers get stronger and stronger. And if you can bring all that together into a cohesive four-way environment, I think they've got a huge amount of potential.
Yeah, I'd agree with you as well. And I think, you know, it's amazing over 2 days how different a team can be, and you know, how important mindset is as well. But it's as if they're finding each other. They were looking for what that team speed actually was yesterday, and pretty much had a word with themselves and found it today. And really great 5 rounds from R4 MJ, and, you know, really good role models and examples of how to perform and how to excel during a competition, you know, how to reset and say, okay, this is what we can do. So super impressive.
Absolutely, and here are some indicative scores. First, the unofficial scores coming in for round 10, our final round of the AAA, and it's Team 106, who are R4 MJ, with an indicative score of 19, putting them at the top of the pack at the moment for this particular round. Team 105, which is Team Foreigners, on 14 points, and 104, which is the Peregrines, on 13.
So next up, the tunnel, we should have Team Apex, followed by FCGB, Wimby, and then Meraki. So Apex just getting themselves ready in the door, Laura. See what they've got to give us.
So Apex coming into this round on 198 points overall. They will be looking to make up a 6-point difference between them and the Wimby team. Let's see how they can get on. Of course, everyone here well trained in opposite positions, so they're going to have to be getting their head around this front and back piece slot switcher, and they're doing a really nice job of it. I think what's very clear amongst this team is that they really understand how these blocks work, and even if they're not super comfortable together, they do know what targets they're aiming for, and they're making it happen.
Yeah, I mean, we talk a lot about Block 11, Photon, and being on a team where we struggled, the back piece would struggle with that 11, the front piece would often struggle with the 11. We talk about the struggles of the 11. As a team, you talk about it, you discuss it, so they will have appreciation of how hard that is to fly in both pieces. So great job there from Team Apex.
I think they'll be pretty happy, but I think also, unfortunately, we saw a bit of a head shake from Chris there. I think there was just a little bit of a brain lock, and it is difficult. I mean, Chris coming from the back piece, he's done a lot of tail slot in Chimera previously, in lower booster as well. He's been on the back of these formations, and to come in and have to do a slot switch, sometimes it's just not something you're used to. So a nice round, some really nice flying, but I think they'll be disappointed with a couple of glitches there.
It's all done now, round 10 for them, and next in the tunnel we have Team FCGB Wimby.
Yeah, so here is Apex's coach, Julien. So he will be looking to show them how it's done, but also he'll be super proud of how Apex have performed. And we can see here, currently on an average of 18.55 after 9 rounds. Some really high scoring, really fast rounds. Clearly a team that knows what they're doing.
Yeah, and they've also improved on day 2. You know, I think they had a few getting to know each other with Hari joining them in the first few rounds yesterday, and really made some improvements. And then performance has improved as the competition's progressed. Look at that, the action of the 16 from Julien on the front, from Julien on the back, really good. No, it's Julien on the front. I think so. Sorry, I'm getting confused. Juliana's on the front.
Easily done, easily done. And that's the end of their round 10. So fantastic job by this team. And of course, they are a French team, which means that they will not be able to receive a medal for their work here today. But of course, amazing work by them and a massive well done. That's going to be quite a good score, I think, on that round for them.
Very much so. So the indicative scoring, thank you, Brian, for keeping that up and running. And next in we have Team Meraki. I hope they go out with a really good, solid round that they're going to be really happy with. I want to see loads of high fives because we've seen loads of that from the last couple of rounds.
Indeed. So Meraki we've seen come in today to round 6. They were 5 points behind NFTO on round 6. NFTO 29, Meraki 24. Round 7 they matched them. Round 8 they picked up an extra 7 points on NFTO, and then round 9 matched them with 32. So let's see how this round works out for them. They can really, I think, just give it all they've got on this round 10.
They have that first 11 was a little bit big, but they brought it back together now, and not as how do I say it, together as I've seen them in previous rounds. It is round 10. They're trying to push as much as they can to make sure that they can make any points if they can with an FTO. But here we can see, look at their faces, full of concentration. Really, seeing how well they can put things together. Nice high fives and smiles. Fantastic.
And what I love as well is that we can see the spectators outside of the tunnel. Everyone's watching this team. Everyone's looking at these top-level AAA teams as inspiration, I think, for what they can achieve if they put some time and training into it. So fantastic job by Meraki. I think they should be pleased with that one.
They should be very happy with that. Super pleased. And a great team. Really good role models in that team from all of the flyers.
Super, super nice. So coming in, the next set of 3 teams that we will have, Jeanette Wimby, NFTO, and then of course Boom Entry will be there as the final one of our AAA teams in this, the British Indoor Nationals, the final round of AAA.
Yeah, if anybody's got any comments or wise words of wisdom or want to contact us in any way, please contact us on hashtag BISN 2022. Here you have some of the indicative scores here up on the board. So Team 109, that'll be a Team Meraki with 23 points. Team 108, that'll be FCGB Wimby with 22 points, and a Team 107, which is Apex, on 21 points. And then you have R4MJ on 19, and the Team 104 Peregrines with 13, and a from foreigners, they Pit Peregrines on that round with a 14. So some really good scores on the board, a wide-ranging set of scores, which is really good. And we said this at the beginning of the competition. We have a variety of different teams in the AAA. Those that have just formed a scratch team, or those that are just finding their feet, and some very experienced teams as well.
How do you think the teams are feeling right now then, going into the final round?
I think they're feeling that they just want to get this round done, and that it doesn't have a random sprint in it. And I'm feeling it for them. I'm glad this doesn't have a random sprint in it. It's a working dive. You have to work through this dive, and it gives you some time to focus. You get a little bit of a heartbeat in between the end of the block, so it's a working dive, and I think the teams will be appreciative of it. And when it's finished, they'll breathe a sigh of relief and go, competition done.
So here we have Jeanette Wimby working their way through. There's the block 11. They're moving into the 16 here. So the 16 is a block that we tend to perform on a level. There's really no benefit in putting a vertical move in there, but again, it requires that being in sync with one another. Each member of the compress that we see has to perform their individual move, and then together the four-way have to arrive at the same time. Otherwise, it all goes a little bit skew-whiff, but really nicely executed there by Jeanette Wimby. And big rounds of applause as they come out.
Nice big hug there, a group hug from NFTO.
So these guys I imagine they'll be pretty happy with how they're doing here. So currently on an average of 25.6, a total of 230 points over 9 rounds. Definitely keeping an eye on Meraki. They need to make sure that they retain that lead. But I think it's probably pretty safe for them, providing they don't get anything wrong.
Yeah, that's true. I completely agree with you. They have proved that you can get things wrong on one round, but I'm sure they'll keep this together. It's round 10. They're a very experienced team. They'll know what they're doing.
Yeah, absolutely. I definitely think going into this last round, there's always going to be a temptation of just throwing it out as quickly as possible. But like you say, it's a working dive, and these girls will be looking to make sure that they just execute everything in a polished, clean way, as we can see they are doing here. Bit of a glitch moving into the J, but nice work on the 11. And as you can see from the indicative scoring on the right-hand side, they've been pretty consistent all the way through this competition.
Yeah, Libby really holding her own in this competition as well. She's doing a great job, new to the team, really throwing a lot at it. But most of the rounds that we looked at, we didn't actually realise that that Libby had replaced Kath in the formation. So doing a great job. So shout out to NFTO. They've really come back from their group hugs all around, but great effort. And I think that we can safely say they've probably retained that gold medal position. So good for you. Good on you, NFTO.
They'll be happy with that, and they'll also be looking at their average difference. So, of course, third place in the 2022 Indoor Nationals earlier this year in February. So, third place with an average of 22.9. Going into this final round, they were on an average of 25.6. So, it's a slower draw, I think, than it was earlier this year, if memory serves. But they will be looking, of course, at their average and how well they've managed to perform compared to how they were earlier this year. But a nice job by NFTO. And then Boom Entry making their way into the tunnel. So Boom Entry are good fun. They're a nice group of people. As we mentioned yesterday, they were actually intending to be called Woodfellas, but it was an autocorrect fail on the entry form that sees them competing here as Boom Entry.
So I think that's brilliant. And it's a really hard act to follow. If you're coming in after an FTO, for them watching, they would have also witnessed what's going on as well. So it's really good. I hope they put on a couple of glitches there, break in the 11s, but let's see if they can give a couple more rounds the last few seconds. Just a little bit too far on the rotation on the 16, but time's out. 8 points on the board from the indicative scores, and they'll be happy with that. Well done, Boom Entry. Been a tough slot to fly that last slot, but look, high fives. Last of the AAA teams. The AAA is done, and thanks again for our sponsor of the AAA category. It's brought to you by Fuse Metrics, suppliers of state-of-the-art business management systems.
Business. So thank you to all of our sponsors for today. It's so important for us to have the support of these different businesses, and we really appreciate you getting involved and helping to promote the sport of skydiving, which we love so much, and we hope that all of the coverage over this weekend has inspired you to love it more if you already loved it, and if you've never tried it before, get yourself down to your local iFLY, come and have a go.
Exactly. So the AA category now is in association with Semantic, websites that mean business. A good theme here, and Laura, you can take us through the scoreboard for the AA.
Excellent. You're going to need to join me for this one though, Ray, because the first team on the board is the Winged Hussars, who are doing spectacularly on the day 2 of this competition. 125 points in total against 116 with Grenade, so they've really managed to open up that lead. Round 9 was a brilliant round for the Winged Hussars. We've then also got the Birds of Paradise down in 3rd place. Round 10, of course, is going to be a little bit trickier than round 9 because we have Block 20, Pivot Viper, which is, whilst it's not a slot switcher, it's not the easiest one to execute. It requires 2 members of the team to fly solo pieces, while the central 2 members are flying an attached piece, a solid piece together, and they need to make sure that they leave enough space for everybody, even in this smaller tunnel.
I think it's a pretty hard round actually for your round 10 of the AA, 2 blocks, and as you said, the 20 not the easiest in the world, and slightly different technique here. I think you can take this, the 20, the point flyer going underneath and cogging rather than going over and cogging, and that can be advantageous in depending upon what your orientation is or your continuity is of the draw. But I think maybe they've taken it for height reasons or for length reasons, who knows, but different orientation there of the 20.
I've really enjoyed watching these guys fly, and what I really enjoy about what we call them, IBME.
Yes.
I kept on thinking of their real name. What I really enjoy about them is that I remember them being around when I started, and whilst it hasn't been the same lineup the whole way through, they've kept the team name and they've kept the team ethos of just, let's go and have fun. Let's go and put something out there, and we probably won't be the fastest, but we'll definitely have a good time, and it's great to see those guys back for this competition. Now we've got Grenade currently in the silver medal position, all-female team. Coming into this meet, hoping to improve on their previous scores. They've not been together for that long though, only formed back in 2020, and of course we had the pandemic getting in the way of a lot of their training, so really heading into what's hopefully going to be a really good year for them in 2023. Grenade then, here is the block 18, so this particular draw in the AA we've got 20 P18. These girls performing that 18 with the vertical. And there's the block 20, and you can see from this sideways angle, we can see how they're having to hop over the top of one another to make this work. And that's it for this round for Grenade, and that's it for the competition. So great flying by those girls, I think.
They look really happy, really pleased. Smiles on their faces. They know that they're done. They're going to go enjoy a nice bit of food, bit of relaxation for a little bit. Come and watch some dynamic. They'll be really pleased.
Fantastic. And then the next set of teams that we will be bringing into the tunnel will be... in fact, no, we've got Grenade on our schedule twice, presumably not going to fly again for us. So usually the next team after that would be Quadruplane, but we'll see who comes in. Here we are at the British Indoor National Skydiving Championships 2022, and we are into round 10.
I know. Somebody on the scheduling system is trying to catch myself and Laura out there, but she caught that one in time. So unless we are seeing a Grenade again, I expect to see Quadruplane first into the tunnel, followed by Birds of Paradise and potentially Squad Game.
So we'll see what pans out. But it's been awesome watching this competition. I think there's been a big kind of split. I think most of the teams here today have told us that it's their first competition of the season, so not particularly well trained. Some teams moving up into a new category, some brand new teams being formed, but the quality of skydiving that we've seen this weekend has just been brilliant.
Yeah, it's good to see. So in the tunnel, I believe we should be seeing, and I don't...
Sora,
that's the team that's missing.
So it's going to be Sora followed by Quadruplane for this one. So Sora making their way into the tunnel now. Coming into this round, Team Sora, let's see where they are on the leaderboard. So they've had quite a close battle down with Vortex and the Chili's as well. They were closer to Birds of Paradise coming into today, but Sora currently on a total of 101 points, Chili's on 100 and Vortex on 103. So executing that block 18 on a level using the cog. And then the block 20, a little bit of a squash for this team, but the central pair doing a good job of turning their piece in place, which is definitely going to help. There we see the block 18 being cogged, being turned on a level, and then block 20 also doing that on a level, which is making it tricky for their point flyer, the person in the pink helmet, just to find their space. But nicely done. I think Sora should be happy with that round. Good execution on what is not an easy jump.
Oh yeah, not hard. And you know that flat and level 18 working well for them.
Indeed. So the next team that we're going to see is Team Quadruplane, who are going to be making their way into the tunnel for their final round. Team Quadruplane currently on a total of 90 points overall. So they are 9th in our set of 9 AA teams, and they make their way in. And building the 20, waiting for tail. There we go. So tailors on, and then really clear discipline. Really nice to see that they're all waiting until everybody's in place, and then they can give the key to move on.
20, I've always found one of the harder blocks to learn, especially for the point flyer as well, and actually for all people trying to fly this slot, because you're building a piece in the middle, and you need to. Point flyer needs to move across, translate a little bit to provide their legs and a bit of a hop as well.
The hardest thing about the block 20, I think, is the fact that that central pair has to turn in place, because both the point and the tail flyer, the people on the outside of the formation, are reliant on that happening. As soon as that central piece moves, they're going to take out either one of the point or tail, and that can make it really, really difficult. But well done by Quadruplane. They look happy, and they make their way out of the tunnel.
Yeah, and talking about that 20 again, it's really like it also turns into a battle sometimes between inside and outside centre, depending upon which orientation you fly that 20, because you can fly it the other way. To be equal moves, really. You know, you want a little bit of an input potentially from the inside centre if the outside centre is turning the formation, but you don't want the outside centre to overturn it, because it can make that piece translate to a certain extent. So
yeah, absolutely.
Really interesting things to look out for, Laura.
So some unofficial scores for us. Thank you very much, Brian Cumming. You are a hero. Team 202, which is Grenade, currently on 10 points. 201, which is IBME, on 9, as is 203, which is Quadruplane. And then we've got Team 204 on 8 points. That is also Quadruplane. I don't know which one's which anymore, Ray.
I don't know either.
Some teams have scored some points, and we're pleased.
Exactly.
We're pleased
really
to see
happy. It's not been a long day at all.
If like us, as we need to, you need to learn more about FS, you can go to iFlyworld.co.uk, and you can find some beginner introduction videos teaching you everything that you need to know about formation skydiving. You can also find those videos over on the iFly YouTube channel, so go and check them out. I think Ray and I are going to do that after this.
we're going to educate ourselves, and then we'll try and coach a few people at the end of the competition. I think that's a way forward. We're going to be seeing the last of the
Birds of Paradise.
Not quite the last of the AA teams. And just so you know, a quick reminder that the AA category is an association with Semantic, websites that mean business.
Oh, it's a silly job we're doing, isn't it? So here we are, Birds of Paradise. We've got the two Bradley sisters in the middle. I hope and I expect to see the middle of this 20 should be very solid with the two Bradleys in the middle together. Block 18, we're doing that on a level, so cogging the block 18. And here we go on the block 20. Getting some balance between the twins there so that we can turn it in place. Birds of Paradise, of course, coming into this round in third place with a score of 112 points overall. The Wing Two Stars on 125 at the top of the table. Sorry, Ray, I did that without you.
I know, you did that without, how dare you.
So the Birds of Paradise will be looking to retain that lead as much as possible, and I think they had a nice round. They should be happy with that.
Yeah, and next in the tunnel we should have a squad game. Super excited to see what these guys put in. They've had some ups and downs squad game, and I really hope that they send us off for their round 10 with a nice solid score. Come on, squad game. You got this. Show us what you're made of.
So squad game, of course, features Jason Fox and Patricia Fox, who are married now. They met together in the Satori team that they did back in 2012, I believe it was. And now they are back again in this team. Just trying to do the best that they can do here with squad game. So there we go with the moving into the 18. A little bit of confusion. Cogging the 18 though, that's nice.
Yeah.
It's going to be a nice close there. Good catch at the back from the pink helmet, catching in the tail slot. We've had a little bit of a fall over on the point slot there on the 20. But squad game doing a really nice job. They have been together since the beginning of this year. They competed at the Indoor Nationals where they got an average of 8.2. And coming into this competition, into this round, sorry, they're on an average of 12.4. So they should be happy with the progress they've made.
Yeah, they should be. And Paddy showing there just how difficult it is to hop over the outside centre for the 20, not going too far and just sliding off a little bit on those 20s. But they're going to be super happy with their scores. Next into the tunnel, we have the wonderful Winged Hussars.
Oh, that's good. I think we peaked on the last round, didn't we, with the singing? But here they are, one of our favourite teams.
Yes, very much so. Very happy team.
What we love about them is they bring so much happy energy, and I'm also very much enjoying watching James try and keep them under control. So Coach James Woods will have encouraged this team not to let their first place standing get in their heads. They've got a good lead at the moment against Grenade. So they're doing very, very well at the moment. All they need to do on this round is to score 2 points, and that will get them a draw for the top. If they score 3, that will get them the win. And at the moment, the indicative scoring suggesting that they should be on 7, maybe 8 points. I think these guys are going to be happy.
They are super happy. I think they're going to run away with the competition, and they're going to be very happy that they're on top of that leaderboard. So to remind everybody out there that indoor skydiving is for all ages and abilities, and anyone can take part. And iFLY caters routinely for flyers with additional needs, including working closely with veteran charities such as BLESMA, which is a British Limbless Ex-Servicemen's Association, and Pilgrims Bandits, as well as flying groups for MS Society, Sportability, and many, many more.
Awesome stuff. And that's the end of that section of these teams. We'll be opening up the doors again to welcome in the last 2 of our AA teams, which is going to be Chili's and Vortex. And then we will be moving into the single A with Children of the Corn. So single A, their round 10 will be 4-8. Of course, we've seen 8 previously in this competition for the single A team, so they get another go at it. Block 4 is the 3-person piece, the monopod, so 3 people with 1 on the outside going around the circumference of the tunnel. And then block 8 is the one that we've recognised as quite a tricky one, especially in a 14-foot tunnel.
Yeah, very much so. Very important that the front piece fly that block 8 quite close to the tunnel wall, but also that they fly that piece together. hip to hip, as we mentioned before, and it means that piece doesn't translate too much, and it gives a nice easy catch for the inside centre as they come at the end of their cat piece rotation.
I am loving the energy that we can feel in the studio here. I'm not sure how much of it is coming through on the live transmission, but I certainly just heard a lot of cheering from outside. It's weird being here in this back room and not being able to get a sense of the atmosphere out there, but it feels like round 10, everyone's pretty excited.
Exactly, I've wandered around the competition floor when I've got a few breaks, and everyone's been like, "Hey, where have you been? What are you doing here?" I'm like, "I've been doing some talking in the background," and it's surprising for people that this live commentary is going on, because obviously the focus on the tunnel is what's going on in the tunnel right now. So, really good. A bit of a confusion at the beginning of that entry for Chili's, but they're getting going now.
So here they are on the 20. So of course we're still on the double A at the moment, 20p18.
Yes, that's right. Just building the 18 now. And yep, they're also cogging that 18. A lot of the AAA teams choosing to cog the 18 just for it's what they're used to, what they're trained, and maybe not getting into the training the vertical method or technique yet.
The Chilis coming into this round were in 8th position with a total score of 100. They had a really good round 9, so 19 points on round 9. It was really nice. That will have given them a good boost in confidence, and that's translated into what looks like a really nice, confident, solid round for them.
It does. So Zoe Edwards just looking a little bit pensive as she gets into the door. This is the final round for Team Vortex. This is your round 10. Go and enjoy it. Guys and girls, hope it's a good round for you.
There's always a bittersweet feeling, isn't there, at the end of the competition, because whilst you do want to get it done and you want to go and be able to celebrate, it's also so much fun, and these guys know that it's over potentially for another year until there's another indoor meet like this.
Exactly, and this is one of those things where you don't have the benefit of getting in and out of a plane and landing in parachute as you would do outdoor skydiving. And it just happens super quickly. You don't have to worry about rigs and weather conditions or anything else like that. You just have to worry about the mechanics of a tunnel. So you can run through a competition super quickly, and iFLY have done a great job. It's been super efficient, and we've been running to schedule. So big shout out to everybody at iFLY for managing to get this to work well. Just watching Vortex on the close of those 20s.
So the tail just having to chase that around the corner a little bit there. Little bit of confusion on the block 20, but we've got an indicative score already of 7. So coming into this, those guys will have been looking to hopefully catch up with Sora and Vortex. Also squad game as well. There wasn't much of a difference between them. Chili's on 100, Sora on 101, Vortex 103, and squad game on 104. So no doubt they will have been trying to pick up a point or two to be able to move slightly up the rankings. But I think, again, a solid round 10. Everyone dealing well with the pressures of this final round.
Yeah, very much so. So now we're coming up into the single A category, and I think we will have children of the headcorn that will be first into the tunnel. Big shout out to the judges from across the globe. We named them personally earlier today. I think they're doing a great effort to bring us those official scores to our screens, through the in-time scoring system, to us as quickly as possible, so all of the competitors know where they're at for this final round. So good job, judges.
Absolutely. It makes such a difference coming into round 10, knowing what your scores are, knowing how your placings are looking, and sometimes you have got enough of a lead that you can almost go a little bit more, a little bit out there, so that you can try and push the best score possible. But sometimes you know that you're playing to protect a lead or protect a position. So fantastic that we're able to see those scores. And Children of the Corn were keen to let me know that their team name is Children of the Corn. They are just from Headcorn, but a nice solid round 10 for them. Joe just needs to learn to arch, doesn't he? He's on his back again.
Yeah, but I think he likes being on his back, so just let him be there.
I think he does as well. And lots of high fives. Everyone looking really, really chuffed with that final round for Children of the Corn. The doors will open and we will welcome in our next set of single A competitors. And before we do, let's just have a look at the indicative score for that one. We've got a 9 for Children of the Corn. Of course, Nemesis at the moment still quite a way ahead. Nemesis team 305 and 203 points overall. Triple Trouble in second place on 153. And then we've got the Wind Kickers on 113 at the moment. So it'll be really interesting to see how this final round pans out. But I think Nemesis have got it.
I do. This is nice to see some battles there on the board between a team with no name and Wing Kickers, and also between Rapsol One Trick Ponies and Fornado. so many battles across the different leaderboards as well. It's good to see. And also between Live, Laugh, Low Turns and Team Tilstock as well. Only 2 points in it. So there's something to be gained, you know, for the single A teams that are working on this last round. So I'm sure they've all got the enthusiasm, they've all got the energy, and we can see there that we have a team, I believe that's Team A Team with no name, and then we'll have Fornado and Rasper One Trick Ponies.
I was speaking to Fab just before this, so Fab, who we see getting into the tunnel there on the left side of the screen, he is also in Team Silver Linings up in AAA. He was looking tired. He was having a little snooze in the corner, and being in multiple teams at a competition like this, it is hard work, it is strenuous, so brilliant that he's been able to do that.
He wasn't playing Human Jenga yesterday, was he?
I don't think so. I don't think so. But here they are. So there's the block 8.
Nice work on the front piece.
Very nice indeed. And the back piece as well, managing to navigate what is a tricky formation to fly in the enclosed area of a wind tunnel, but doing it really nicely. Block 4 there as well. Nice move in the piece. A little bit of a level discrepancy. So you can see that wobble in the back piece coming from the different levels between each individual. That's just something that comes with experience though, right?
It does, isn't it? It's just learning to keep it solid, and the most important thing about flying that cat piece is to make sure you fly it as intact as possible.
Indeed. And there they are, going for a team hug just before they get out of the tunnel. And it really doesn't matter where you are on the league tables, you know, if you're winning the whole competition or if you're somewhere down towards the bottom, you've given it your absolute all. And that round 10, that moment to just celebrate it with your teammates is really special.
Very important, and good to see. You know, all the commitment that goes into it, you know, even if you're a scratch team coming into it, there's effort and energy and brain time that goes into competing in a 10-round competition. So good effort to all of the teams out there.
And here we have Team Fornado making their way into the tunnel. So Fornado, player coach Bex Bradley, Maggie, Paul and Martin making their way into the tunnel, and a little bit of confusion moving into that 8, but nice discipline. Passing that piece through the middle. The front piece there, as Ray mentioned, keeping their hips nice and close together, which just makes it a bit easier to spin the piece. Bex there giving a little push to the point flyer just to move them out of the way. Bit of a clash, bit of an argument with the door as well. But this is actually a really tricky round 10 for these guys, because it is a long block 8 and a fairly long block 4 as well.
I like that. Argument with the door or a discussion with the door. I like to call it a discussion with the door.
A discussion. They had words. They did.
Hey.
This team hug thing seems to have become a bit of a tradition now, doesn't it? Everyone's gathering for a hug in the middle of the tunnel. Lots of high fives. Everyone looking really happy with that. And we will see the third of the teams in this set, Rasper One Trick Ponies. So the One Trick Ponies coming into this round. They've had a pretty nice meet as well, I think. They've been fairly consistent. They've got a close battle with Team Tilstock. Also, Live, Laugh, Low Turns just 4 points ahead of them. One Trick Ponies on 98 right now. And Live, Laugh, Low Turns 2 positions above and only 2 points in it. So Rasper One Trick Ponies will be looking to gain a couple of points, maybe gain a couple of positions on the table as well. Here's the block 8. And a lost grip, unfortunately, on the back piece there means that they will bust that point. But the block 4, let's have a look at this one. And a lost grip on that one as well, unfortunately. It looks like there's a little bit of confusion as to what's happening. Just settle it down. Everyone's locking it all down, resetting. They've got caught on the back, but what what a trooper trying to make it through. These guys have had some ups and downs through the competition. They've had some really nice rounds. So that round 6 score of 18 points, of course, round 6 in single A was EFH, a nice random round which really played to their strengths. A couple of shaken heads, a few claps from the team. These things happen, don't they?
They do, and it does happen. And you know what? All you can do is shake it off and laugh. You know, they've had ups and downs, as you've said, Laura. We just need to learn from those, I think.
Our coach always said to us, you're going to have a couple of really great rounds, you're going to have a couple of really bad rounds, and everything else will be in between. And if you can achieve that, happy days. Here we have the indicative scores though. Team 301, which is Children of the Corn, on a score of 9. Team 302, which is a team with no name, on an indicative score of 7. And Team 303, which is Fornado, on a score of 6. And then 304 there, the One Trick Ponies, an indicative score of 5 for those guys.
Yeah, so next in the tunnel, We have another set of single A flyers. So we should have Nemesis, Shock and Awesome, and Team Tilstock. And each of these teams have had some interesting rounds. Nemesis definitely out there in front. Shock and Awesome, ups and downs again, as we just discussed, that Rasper one-trick ponies have experienced. And I think Team Tilstock also finding their feet, but as we said, and I think we met with them yesterday as well in an interview that Steve took, that it would be really good to see them continue and see how they get on going forward.
Absolutely. So Nemesis, of course, heading into this final round with a significant lead. It's very likely that these guys are going to be taking home the gold medal, which will be a step up from where they were back in February of this year. Also in single A, but they did come 5th. And they are hoping to improve on that, and they definitely will do, won't they, Ray?
Yes, they will. Very much so. And Nemesis is just doing such a good job. You can see some of the scores on the right-hand side from the rounds that they've done, and it's been not the best draw, if I'm honest, for single A. I think it's been a bit sticky and slow in places, and lots of interesting all-random rounds, which are not the nicest randoms to put together as well. But Nemesis showing that, when they're on it, they're really on it with some really high scores over 25s and 23s. But taking it down slowly, really respecting the rounds that are working dives that need that respect, and showing us what they can do.
You can see the influence, though, can't you, of those all-random rounds? So round 6, a score of 35 for this team on an average currently of 20. So a random round or a few more randoms in the draw can really make a difference to how many points the team can score. And that's what we mean when we talk about what might be a slow draw versus what might be a quicker draw. On this occasion, lots of block-heavy rounds, lots of engineering options means that it's a fairly slow draw.
Yeah, very much so. Shock and Awesome. Not had the best meets. There definitely some up and downs in there, but they're learning, and you learn from every round that you go through. You learn about levels, getting a good view of levels, not reaching for grips here. You can see that back piece is just trying to get through and under the front piece. They're fighting with each other a little bit here.
Just having a laugh there at the front, which they told me zero training, absolutely zero training in this team. So they'll be happy enough, I think, just to have got through it. But really nice to see these guys just having a fun time. I was chatting with Chris at the beginning of the meet. He was telling me about his daughter's dog. He has a street dog from China. I think he said that the dog's name was Arlo. I could be wrong, but he helped to import a street dog from China who now still lives with him and is a very precious member of his family. So that was a really sweet story and a nice round 10 for those guys.
Yeah, that's nice to know. I mean, like pets, cats, dogs, they're really super important. They are members of family. So nice to hear that story. I've got 2 dogs at home, so and I'm missing them as well a lot. So good to hear. And Team Tilstock in the tunnel, ready to go.
Here we go. So final round for Team Tilstock, and they are building. There's the block 4. We've got a solo spinner there whose job it is to go about 90 degrees, maybe just under, around the formation. And we see, I think it's Julia there who did that for us. The front piece here on the 8, doing a good job of timing with the back piece. A nice turn as well from the back piece, allowing them to pass that cat piece, or that one person in front of the other, through the gap of the front piece without too much difficulty. If we watch that again, really nice job. So potential discussion there with the door, but managed to avoid it.
No, really good work on those block 8s. And a big shout out to Sarah Ashworth, your teammate from Chimera, who says, great commentary again today, Laura and Ray, and well done to all competitors. Very impressive flying all round. So Sarah's been watching. And Susan Manicum as well. Love watching from home. Great viewing and commentary. A big heart. Thank you very much, Susan.
Oh, wonderful. Thank you guys for getting in touch. And remember, you can keep on talking to us. We are using hashtag BISN 2022. You can also just drop your comments into underneath where you're watching us here in the comments on YouTube. Just send us your comments. Let us know what you think of what's happening. And here we have some unofficial scores. Team 305 there, Nemesis, on a score of 13. Then we've got Team 301, which is Children of the Corn, on 9. And Team 302, a team with no name, on 7.
I can't believe it's almost over. 10 rounds, Laura. We're almost getting through it. How do you feel? I hope you've enjoyed the competition and the commentary and being here. I've really enjoyed working with you today. It's been a fantastic event. And seeing all those teams outside. And we got a conga going on inside the tunnel. which is great to see. There you go.
Love it. Lots and lots of fun. Shout out to Sazzle there, Sarah Ashworth, who has just been in touch via the comments to say hello and has also been in touch with me directly. God, this is terrible. Loz, I feel it's my duty to tell you that the 16 only switches the front pair.
I did say that.
Oh, it's been such a long day.
I did have that conversation with Laura.
7 years I've been in Chimera.
Yeah.
7 years where I thought that they were swapping at the back. Yeah. But thank you very much, Sarah. She's certainly the one with the brains. Brains, beauty, flying skill.
Has it all, right? Wing
She
kickers
really
are
does. I was just there to make up the numbers.
Exactly. But to be fair, we're commentating right now. It's been long days for us. We're allowed to make mistakes, Laura, so you're forgiven.
Oh, I appreciate that. So here we have the wind kickers who are not allowed to make mistakes, flying in the tunnel, doing the block 4. So missed the beginning of the 4, but and then potentially missed the end of that as well. I think they maybe released the grips a little early. And a lost grip, I think, on the front of the 8 there as well. Unfortunate for the wind kickers in this one, who coming into this round, we had the wind kickers in 3rd place on a score of 113. Closest competition to them was Children of the Corn on 108. So the wind kickers, a couple of glitches already in this round, but smiley faces. And there they go, rotating that star around the tunnel as a round 10 celebration.
Well done, wind kickers. Another team coming in now, Fort Arch. So in memory of one of the team members, Kat, has unfortunately passed away. Archie, another great human cat story. So great to hear. And here they go, Fort Arch. They've had a good competition. I think Fort Arch will be happy. Kind of gone under the radar to a certain extent, but looking to put on a really good, decent round 10. Sorry, definitely very tired.
So here they are, 4 Arch, which is Sally, Holly, Maddie and Mike. They did a scratch team earlier this year. They've never flown as a 4-way before, but they've flown in various combinations in the sky with others. Sarah was in an iFLY rookie scratch team last year, put together by the Bradley sisters. So I wanted to move up to A this year.
Yeah, and nice work on the front piece on those 8s, really keeping those hip to hips. Unfortunately, the back piece are having a little bit of a mare with the cat piece on the back, but you learn, you're learning what you need to do, and these guys would have learned a lot during this competition and seem really happy. High fives all round, good effort, and they're out the door. Lots of clapping. Lots of camaraderie during this competition, lots of support for each other as you're getting in and out of the tunnel, and that's the joy of an indoor competition. You get that instant feedback, that instant camaraderie.
Absolutely.
You can really feel it. You don't always get it when you're competing in outdoor competitions, because obviously you've got to get in and out of a plane, you've got to land your canopies and stuff, but it's really good to see here.
Maddie as well from the team 4 Arch. So Maddie, known as the Queen of Dialysis, self-proclaimed Queen of Dialysis. She's a former trustee of the Kidney Research UK programme, and over the years has raised thousands of pounds for them. And she also became the first woman on dialysis to complete the London Marathon in 2018. So she has no kidneys, but has been an advocate for home dialysis and has put in a fantastic performance here with 4 Arch alongside her teammates.
Well done, Maddie. That's super impressive. I did not know that, and thank you very much, Laura, for sharing that with myself and everybody else that's listening in. In the tunnel at the moment, we have Triple Trouble. Really watching to see how this youngish team with Marcus are getting on here, and really flinging that 8 around, I think you could say, on the back piece there, which is
shout out as well to Sally Beck, who is Cole's mum. Cole was telling me that Sally's been having a lot of fun listening to our commentary.
Really?
And they've done really well there. So spinning that star around, a little celebration with the team. Not much experience. None of them have been in skydiving for particularly long, apart from Marcus, who has actually just had 10 years out. But great to see this young team, loads of enthusiasm, loads of potential, and hopefully we'll be seeing them back for many years to come. Team 305, their nemesis, on an indicative top score of 13. Team 301, which is Children of the Corn, on 9. And then Team 302, which is a team with no name, on 7, as well as Team 309. 4 Arch, also a 7 for them.
So next in, we will have the last of the single A teams. So that's Redland Harpies and Live, Laugh and Low Turns. And then we'll be moving on to the rookie category for round 10, and then the final VFS round for round 10. And I should shout out to Rebellion, the VFS team, that they have actually done no training whatsoever. I alluded to the fact that they might have done a little bit, but no, they have done no training at all. So Rebellion, you are doing a fantastic job. Show us what you can do from the training you've done over the last 9 rounds on round 10. That is my challenge to you.
Same as Triple Trouble, actually. They've done 0 training.
0. So it's gone from 2 hours to an hour to 45 minutes to 0.
They actually didn't know what a tunnel was until yesterday morning. Yeah, they'd never heard of it. So incredible skill.
So they just walked through the door, somebody put some suits on them, gave them helmets and said, just get on in there.
They thought they were here for the indoor skiing.
Wow.
Yeah, fantastic.
Amazing.
Phenomenal work by them. And here we have the Redlands Harpies, team 311, into their final round in the single A competition here at the British National Indoor Skydiving Championship. So Redlands Harpies, indicative score so far of 2. A little bit of a slow pickup. This is where those booties would really help though, isn't it?
Do you think by the end of this competition he might have got the message? I think so. Or a little bit back flying for us.
This is the thing with the Block 8 in the tunnel environment. It really does show where those pieces are moving a little bit, and whilst it's definitely easier to make it work in the sky when you've got more space, often we use the tunnel on a Block 8 just to make sure that we're being as efficient as possible in our moves. If you can fit it into this tunnel, you could do a good job of it in the sky as well.
Yeah, it's really good. At least there's smiles all around.
I want to go in and spin a star around. I wonder what our celebration should be, Ray, when we finished our commentary for today.
I don't know. I think it should be a unicorn outfit and some wind. Let's see what happens later on today.
Hi Hillary, hi Dan. So these guys, huge respect for what they did on the previous round. They are a single A team who forced a slot switch on themselves with the short 19, which absolutely brilliant. Loved that. And here we go with the launching of the star, and now they are moving to find that block 4. Very nice move there. Clear key from the outside centre, so they've agreed there that's going to be the last grip between the outside centre and the point, and it means that they can just key it and move on, get on with the next point, and this is looking nice and clean so far.
Looking really good. Nice work, and very, very respectful Laura Hampton for taking that slot switcher on the 19.
Oh yeah, all the respect. So nice job by this team over the whole meet. A little bit of a lost grip there on the block 4, but you can see they're all having a laugh about it. Here we are in round 10. You really just give it your best shot, don't you? But these guys will be looking forward to getting out of the tunnel, going and celebrating together. Going into this round, they were 6th in the competition on 102 points, trying to catch up with a team with no name on 105 and trying to keep ahead of Team Tilstock, who were on 100. They look really happy with that. Lots of big high fives, thumbs up and a wave to the camera. I love how much these teams have gotten used to where the camera is over the course of the past 2 days.
It was just round 1 that nobody had a clue, but definitely know now. So now we're going to be moving into the rookie category, and we've got I think we have about 8 teams competing in the rookie category, and I think this round, if the graphics come up for us, will be NBD. That's definitely round 10. I haven't got it wrong this time. Round 10.
You've just wanted it to be NBD the whole time.
Exactly, the whole time. So the rookie scores coming up for you there. You can see Wavy Whackers out in front on 142 points. I think it's going to be pretty tricky for Kaleidoscope to catch them now.
You never know.
In second place on 108, and then second date, I think firmly also holding on to that third place with 97. And you can see some battles further down there with mini jets and fledglings. Mini jets seem to get a little bit further up the leaderboard, but just making sure that they keep ahead of fledglings and over the rainbow on 72 points. So there's all to fight for in this last round, and there's around 10. Laura, did you want to take us through it?
Of course. So NBD for the rookie teams. We've got N, which is the crank, the out-facing nature for the outside centre here may make it a little trickier for them. Moving back into the B though, which is a nice long formation just to allow them to reset. And then the D out-facing for the point slot, but a fairly round formation that should be fairly easy for these teams to get through. So a team with no name here. There's the D into the N. Keeping an eye on where those grips and where those keys are coming from. The B is nice. The D again. The N is definitely the tricky part of this dive, but they're executing it well. Indicative scores showing us here currently on 9, 10, and if we have a look at where the leaderboard was coming into this, so 404 team name not found in 4th place with an overall score of 84, with an additional 11 points that would give them 99 overall and an average of 9.9 if that indicative score is correct. So I think they'll be really pleased with that. Oh, careful on the celebration.
Oh, backing out the door, very impressive there.
Very, very snazzy. And of course, Luke Nicholson in this team, just getting out the tunnel there, thinks that he's taller than Will.
Really? Will not making an appearance, so maybe we should do some chalk measurements on a wall somewhere so we can prove it later. Or marker, permanent marker. Oh no, maybe we shouldn't say that on air. But Will finds a space, definitely.
So the fledglings making their way into the tunnel for their final round of this competition as well. We've got the fledglings coming into this on a total of 73, trying to catch up on this round with the mini jets, who are on a total of 74, and trying to retain their lead over the rainbow, who are on 72. Looking nice and calm so far. Nice build of that N. Everyone on a level, as we can see from this angle. Moving into that N again. N, a tricky move, because as outside centre you have to be completely out facing whilst also presenting both of your legs and your side to your teammates. It's not an easy one to do, but these guys doing a really good job. You can see Fleur there using her arm out to the side here on that point, just to keep herself as close as possible to the middle of the formation, and everyone cheering, lots of waves, lots of clapping. Great job by the fledglings.
Well done, fledglings. They look happy with their round. Super impressive to see what they're doing. I think next in we should have another Bradley team. This will be with Bex. This will be team Second Date, currently in 3rd place, and I think pretty much they're going to hold on to that 3rd place as well. Let's see what they do with this round. NBD.
And of course, as First Date, they came 3rd earlier this year in the rookie category. They came 3rd at the indoor meet, I believe, with an average of 10.3. At the moment, going into this round of the competition, Second Date on an average of 10.8. So we'll see if they can bring that average up at all. There's their first point. There's the B. And then into the D. There we go, nice and calm and collected, as we've come to expect from the Bradley twins and the teams that they've been coaching. A little bit of level though. It's amazing how much can be hidden by the top-down camera, isn't it?
I think we're going to take my hat off again to Vic and to Bex Bradley. They've done an amazing competition of competing in, like, I think they've done 20 rounds over the space of yesterday and today. And it has to be said, it's an enormous commitment and effort from them, and great role models. Thank you again, both Vic Bradley and Bex Bradley. Made a great job and bringing so many flyers and teams across the line.
Yeah, absolutely. So lots of high fives from them. Well done, Second Date. And the number of stickers on the top of that helmet, it's just, they're going to be tired after this weekend, but what an awesome way to spend a couple of days.
Exactly, just flying around the tunnel. It's really getting your money's worth out of the tunnel flying that you're doing.
Absolutely. It's funny, isn't it, that no one's noticed this camera, so we're managing to get a proper candid look at what everyone's up to.
Exactly.
Imagine if someone had pointed it out to them, we could have had all sorts going on. But there we can see everyone gathering to watch the final round for all of these teams in the FS category, and then we'll be moving into the artistics rounds as well. Looking at the rookie category at the moment then, team 402 fledglings on a score of 12, team 401 team name not found on 11, and then we've got Second Date there on 7. And of course we are here live from iFLY in Basingstoke. If you'd like to find out more about indoor skydiving, about the competition, or just about flying in a wind tunnel itself, just come over to iflyworld.co.uk and you can find lots and lots of information there.
Or please contact us directly on hashtag BISN 2022.
Indeed. So we've got the tunnel starting to ramp up for this next set of teams. So that will be the No Trick Ponies, Kaleidoscope and the Wavy Whackers.
Only 5 more rookie teams to go in this competition.
Oh, don't say it, breaking my heart. I'm going to be so sad when it's all over. So here we have the No Trick Ponies. Total score at the moment of 50. They're coming into this just having gone from strength to strength throughout the competition. Very tricky first round, but then just getting more and more confident with each other. And we're seeing a really nice, calm round 10 from these guys. What do you think? How would they be feeling going into this round? Bottom of the table?
Bottom of the table, got nothing to lose. I think just make it a nice, calm round, as you've just said, Laura, and just showing the world what you can do, you know, because it's as we keep saying, it's a goldfish bowl in there, and you can often be caught in your bubble. And I think they've just finished their round 10, had a good meet, give each other a high five, say, good job, a good effort, we made this commitment, we've done it, smiles all round, let's see what we can do next year.
Absolutely. So round of applause for those guys. Fantastic job. And the next team to come into the tunnel will be Kaleidoscope. The fun fact about Kaleidoscope is that not a single one of them in the team knows how to spell the team name.
Yeah,
it seems a shame, doesn't it?
Yeah. Pretty special. I think it's
started training as a team in just October, so only a couple of months of training. The two male members of the team, brand new skydivers who only got their formation skydiving qualification this year. The two female members, relatively new to skydiving in the last couple of years as well, and all of them jumped together up at Skydive Northwest, which is Cork. Beautiful area. Have you been up there?
Yeah, I remember going up there to compete many years ago, probably about 12 years ago in a competition. Not seeing too much of the ground for many days. Full cloud cover, and then one day it just went bling, and what a beautiful drop zone it actually is as well.
I've never actually jumped there.
Really? But you've been up there?
Yeah, I got sent up by British Skydiving to go coaching, but was told on no uncertain terms that I must not jump. I was just there to coach. Sad, isn't it? I'll have to go back up. But here they are, the team from Skydive Northwest, Kaleidoscope, looking calm and collected, big salutes, big waves to everybody outside. There's all of their supporters cheering them on. Lots of big kisses. And there'll be lots of people up at Cork, up at Skydive Northwest, really proud of those guys for flying their flag down here at Basingstoke.
Yeah, she did an amazing job. You've got Wavy Whackers coming in now for their final round, a team you really admire, Laura.
Indeed, it's the Wavy Whackers.
Oh, what a name, eh?
Wavy Whackers, very sad earlier when I caught up with them. They're sad to be disappointing you, Ray. But I think they're picking it up.
Yeah, they are, yeah.
These guys have been a really strong team throughout the competition. And what makes them strong and what we're really looking for here and what the judges will be looking at is that everyone is very clearly on the grips together, off the grips together, and that is not easy to do. Some people have got larger moves than others. Some people are going to be able to move more quickly to the next formation, and they're just making sure that everybody is seeing each other, everyone very calm, very clear on all of these movements. A little bit of level issue there, Keely there laughing to herself.
But still smiling.
They've just been so reliable and so consistent throughout. I think they can be really, really proud of what they've achieved here.
I do, and I think my disappointed comment was probably a little bit harsh. I love this team. They're one of my favourite teams, Wavy Whackers. Thank you for entertaining us. Thank you for putting up some really good scores on the board. Very much appreciated. And it's really good to see what you're doing. I'm looking forward to seeing what you do next year as well, whether you stay in this category or whether you move on. Thank you very much, Wavy Whackers.
Absolutely. And Wavy Whackers, of course, Keely, Sophie, B and Tom won the bronze medal at the ESL, and they will be going home unless something quite significant happens. They will be going home with the gold medal here at the Indoor Nationals.
So now we have the graphic for the round 10 of the VFS, and this should be, I'm not sure. So yeah, so this is a J, I believe 11 and 16. Yes, it's the same as the AAA draw. So this is a, let me just go, my glasses are going. So it's a random and 2 blocks. It's pretty much standard, I think, with the flock, with the start off the block. I don't think we've got a slot switcher in here at all. Lots of head down, some mixed flying again, so not the fastest of rounds that we're going to see. So it's going to be very interesting to see what the train team Omni do, and also the Pan 99 as well. Catching up a little bit to Omni as we go through the draw as well, and I'm hoping that Rebellion puts on a good score as well and does a little bit of catching up with Enigma. So that's coming up for us in the final round for the VFS, but we still have 2 rounds of the the rookie to go. So team over the rainbow, and the mini jets will be in next.
Indeed, it looks like there might be a helmet issue for the mini jets, but that's okay. Amy sorted it out for them, and we'll be going in as soon as the tunnel ramps up. It's going to be team over the rainbow, who have been really brilliant, great advocates for their home skydiving centre, which is Tilstock, Skydive Tilstock, and these guys getting ready, getting pumped for this final round 10 as they get into the tunnel. So over the rainbow, Currently 7th on the leaderboard, but very close behind the fledglings and also the mini jets. So over the rainbow, a total score at the moment of 72, fledglings on 73 and the mini jets on 74. They could catch this up. So there they go into the tunnel. There is the N build. Very clear communication from their inside centre, the person in the grey helmet giving that big nod to say, yes, we are complete and ready to move on to the next formation. And there we have the D. Now we're going to move into the N again. Just really calm, really clear communication. And it's quite a challenging slot to be in, that inside centre slot. You really have to be able to see everything, right, Ray?
Yeah, you do, very much so. And it's really important, and it's great to see that there is communication here as well, which is very, it's the basics that you need to learn in formation skydiving, and very much so with the rookie category. So I'm looking forward to seeing how they progress over the rainbow. It's been a fun team to watch, some ups and downs, but good effort on your last round. Well done over the rainbow.
Really nice flying, and some very inexperienced flyers here, showing that you don't have to have put loads and loads of training in. You don't have to be a really experienced skydiver to get involved in this competition. So hopefully we will see even more rookie teams next time we are here for the British Indoor Skydiving Championships. And our final team of the rookie FS, and our final team indeed of all of the belly formation skydiving, it is the mini jets.
Yeah, here we go, little flyers.
So here they are, making their way into the tunnel now. The mini jets, of course, being coached by the reigning female outdoor world champions NFTO, and making their way in. I was actually watching these guys dirt diving earlier with their coach Sean. Really interesting, the approach that they're having to take to discussing the formations and the shapes that they're going to be making, and just keeping the excitement levels high but not too high. Here we go with the N, then going into the next formation there, and then there's the D for them as well. So NBD, the final one, the round 10 here at the British Indoor National Skydiving Championships, and we've got the mini jets coming into this round, 74 points against fledglings 73, and over the rainbow 72. They will be hoping to just keep that lead, and they've done really, really well. Big cheers. Varna from NFTO there giving them a big round of applause. Really, really impressive stuff, and hopefully it's inspired some of our younger viewers out there to maybe come down to iFLY, come and have a go at this for yourselves.
Oh, lots of high fives do that. They're super happy. It's really good, really encouraging to see how they're flying. So thank you very much, Mini Jets, for showing us what you've got. Next in we have Omni, who will be competing in the last round of the VFS. So this is J1116, so it's a random flock, all head down, and then it's fun buddies where you have 2 head up, 2 head down, and you change partners, stop or what, you change your buddy, and then you have Chimmy Chimmy, which is also not too, it's a pretty quick block as well, but you have both the rotation as well as the outside flyers moving, transition from head up to head down. So here we go.
I think you were being too professional there to see it, but Martin there from Omni giving everyone a nice big wave on the way into the tunnel. And here they go, round 10. This is the reigning VFS national champions. Omni coming into this, likely to be the national champions again. Their score at the moment, 153 over 9 rounds. The next team behind them, Pan 99 on 107. They should be happy with this.
They should be super happy with this, and it's a nice round to finish on this as well. This would be well trained for them. Fun Buddies is a really good block to fly in the tunnel. Really like a boogie block for VFS. So this will be really good fun for them. Chimmy Chimmy not so much so, but they're executing it really well. So good effort, Omni. They would definitely win this competition. Tim going up to say hello where the diffuser is at the top.
There they go. Martin back on his belly. Tummy time for him.
Tummy time.
An awesome job. Absolutely brilliant. And it really can't be said enough. These guys are absolutely awesome advocates for the sport all round. They've been doing the VFS, they've been doing the 4-way FS, and also the 2-way dynamic.
Oh no, they've been doing it all. Members of them are doing it all. I can't keep up with who's doing what at the moment. So here you go. You've got the VFS scoreboard after 9 rounds. Omni out there way in front on 138 points. Pan 99, eking up, getting some scores that are, can show if they do a little bit more training, they're going to get close to Omni with 95, firmly set in second place. And Enigma on 63, and Rebellion there in 4th place with 36. So Rebellion hoping to see what they can do on this last round. It's a nice round to finish on for all of the teams, and they're coming into the tunnel now with Enigma and Pan 99. Let's see what they've got for the final round of the VFS.
What an awesome competition it's been to watch as well. We've mentioned how there are obviously fewer teams in the VFS than there are in the main FS competition or in the belly-to-earth orientation FS, but that's because this is such a difficult discipline. There's so much training, so much personal skill that has to be worked on before you can get started in VFS. So awesome to see 4 fantastic teams here today.
Wow, here we go. Ready, so we've got, I believe, team... which team we got? Pan 99 in first. Yeah, there they go, getting ready. Remember that the time starts for them as soon as their feet leave the tunnel floor. They go into that first round and into the chimmy. Fun buddies. Into that chimmy. This is actually quite a decent round. I mean, it's hard to figure out and puzzle out, but it's suiting the teams. Again, similar to Team Omni, Pan 99 flying it relatively well in the tunnel, i.e. in the glass area that you can see. So, you know, no potential to pop up too much, and flying it very nice and close together. So good effort from Pan 99. They'll be super pleased with that.
Absolutely, and a few kicks of the legs by Elise there. She seems pleased. Obviously, this is a discipline where you're having to change orientation. You're having to go from being the right way up to being upside down. You've done it, Ray. How disorientating is it?
It can be quite disorientating. I find that the vertical flying is it's the nice thing about vertical flying. It is static. It takes a lot of energy out of you. The difference with the dynamic flying is you're moving a lot across the tunnel walls, it's just a different discipline, and I think that you can enjoy and do both, as Elise is showing at the end of the day. But vertical flying is just tough. It can be very disorientating when you're on your head, and when you get lost in the formation, it can also be pretty tricky. So Enigma here doing a really good job. It's as if they're listening. They're bringing it down a little bit in the tunnel. Come on, guys, you've got this. There you go. There's the fun buddies where you change buddies, and then you move into the chimmy. You go some levels here. It's really important that the levels are built in, so the outside flyers can do that move from head up to head down, or head down to head up. Fun buddies again. Back into the chimmy. There you go. See you move, flick from head up to head down, and a nice close there. So really good effort from Team Enigma. This is a nice round. It looks to finish on for round 10, and yeah, really good stuff. Great to see. I hope Rebellion come in, this team with absolutely no training, similar to Triple Trouble that have also had no training. I hope Rebellion come in and show us how it's done.
Absolutely. And Enigma there, Saul, James, Max and Rob, a new team for this year. They've put in a bit of training ahead of this competition, but it'll be great to see what they can achieve over the next couple of years. And here we are, the last of the formation skydiving, Ray. So sad.
It's very sad, but here we go. Keep it low in the tunnel, guys. Good first points. Let's bring these fun buddies. This is a fun block. Okay, even I can fly this block. It's pretty so it's a fun block, honestly. It's really nice to fly it. Teaches the basics, communication and levels within the VFS dive pool, and I really enjoy it. So that's the close of the chimmy. Fun buddies. Sorry, that was the close of the flock. Getting very confused at the end of the day. But Rebellion, they're scoring indicatively an 8-9 points. I'll be really pleased with this. Their highest scoring round, I think, and just showing what it's like to fly head up when you're quite a slim human, fully extended. Nice work, Rebellion. Super pleased with what you're doing. Happy for you. Good effort. Finished on a high.
Really nice stuff for them.
Thank you very much to all of the VFS teams that have competed. And I think we're heading over to Steve with a final interview with the Winged Hussars.
Oh, no, Ray, we've not nailed that at all. Hi, Steve.
What an
Over to you,
absolute
Steve.
symphony that was.
Did you enjoy that?
They're both in the studio singing your names out at the same time, by the way.
Perhaps they would sing it for us. Ask the Winged Hussars to sing for us, Steve.
Sing for us. Sing your team name for us.
Winged Hussars!
Well done, guys. So first of all, I think a huge congratulations goes out to you guys. You have won the FS AA competition here at iFLY Basingstoke in the Nationals. So well done. How does it feel?
Unexpected, because we thought we're going to be somewhere in the middle of the table, maybe fourth, fifth, but not the first one. So it's still getting slowly to us.
And of course, extremely, extremely happy.
I'm not happy. No, it could be better.
But you always can be better.
More first. Could be more first.
So are we celebrating tonight then? Are we going to have a couple of drinks and linger around?
Possibly.
Yeah. Maybe we don't know.
Have we started already, or are we still sober at the moment?
Okay, fair enough.
All right, so just a couple of serious questions then, Sri. So first of all, what sort of experience have we got? How long have we been a team? What's a little bit of our background, just to let the viewers know where we've come from, really?
So team has 3 years. 3 years. We fly in for 3 years. We managed to win rookie from the plane.
Nice.
Then we actually had the first silver medal in World Challenge. Yeah. Then we won rookie. Yeah. Few mishaps, few silver medals, few bronze medals between rookie and A. Now obviously God.
Finally.
Well, congratulations.
But
and what do we?
This lineup flies for about 1 season.
Say that again.
This lineup flies. We fly together for 1 season.
Right. Okay. Well, congratulations. Getting AA already after 1 season is a tremendous achievement. What do we think we're going to see from you next year, maybe?
Possibly rookie.
Do you think you can win that one?
Maybe, we don't know. We need to work on randoms. If we're lucky. No, we're gonna touch AAA definitely. We're having a camp booked in Empuria for 8 days solid. So we're gonna try nail AA and start touching AAA from the sky. But next tunnel, I think we're gonna do the AAA anyway.
And is there anything you want to say to any of your fans or people at home before we leave you?
We definitely wanted to thank Karina, our coach from Poland. Kierowniczko, jak nas kierowniczko ogląda? Sorry for our Polish, no swearing here. Dziękujemy, kierowniczko. And then we wanted to thank all our coaches from here in UK. Jadili over there, Matt, James from Chimera. Thanks to iFLY for having us. Anything else?
And we'll hopefully see you again, I'm sure.
Definitely.
Beautiful. All right, guys. Well, well done, guys. Well done. Okay, and that's it from us. We're going to leave the Winged Hussars here, and we're going to go to a short break, and then we'll be back with some of the final rounds.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. Bye-bye, guys.
Do your business systems make life easier or more complicated? Are your different departments using their own specialised systems that don't talk to each other, so you end up using spreadsheets, costly bespoke integrations and manual workarounds to see the full picture? Data gets duplicated, you get frustrated, and worst of all, it starts to affect your guests' experience. The Fuse Metrics system brings everything together. It's been designed from the ground up as one easy-to-use system with everything from finance to HR, ticketing, tills, and your CRM. It's a smarter way of working, so your team can work more efficiently, with each team member just seeing the parts of the system they need to do their jobs. Fuse Metrics even integrates with your website to bring your online ticketing, retail, membership and other data all into the same system. Fuse Metrics is one system, so your staff will have a more consistent working environment and a single point of contact for technical support. Training staff becomes faster and easier with all departments trained in the same work environment. It just makes sense. So end the web of subscription costs, support calls, and hair-pulling frustrations of multiple management systems for different jobs, and let Fuse Metrics streamline and simplify your leisure business, letting you focus on what's really important. Fuse Metrics.
And we're back, and I'm here with Emma Maticola. We're moving into the final round of the two-way dynamic, the four-way dynamic, and the freestyle. Emma, it's good to have you back.
It's good to be back, Ray.
Oh, I can't believe it. I can't believe the competition's gone through so quickly. So we're going to head back now. I think the first round we're going to do is going to be the final for the four-way dynamic. And we're going back to the tunnel now. And we can see that the tunnel's thinned out a bit following the FS competition and the VFS competition. I think people have just gone to take a little bit of stock, grab some food, maybe grab a drink, and then coming back to watch what's going on in the tunnel now. Because to me, this is probably one of the most exciting competitions. If I'm very honest with you, I love to watch the dynamic flying, and the freestyle is pretty good as well. So it's going to be a great competition.
It certainly is. It's when all the freestyle and the dynamic gets to the final rounds, and it's really close in those points, and we start to have the battle offs, Ray.
The battle offs! We love battle offs!
We do.
So yeah, this is going to be really good fun to see. We'll can see the tunnels actually building up. The teams are getting ready outside. I don't know if we have any scores from the last round for the four-way dynamic, which is what we're going to be kicking off with. And I think we knew it at the beginning. I think that the team, two guys, a girl and Harry, did actually outscore the I'm a Snake.
I'm a Snake, yeah,
yes.
and they are significantly in the lead now.
Yeah.
I'm not sure there's any bringing it back unless there is an absolute disaster for two guys, a girl and Harry, which we're hoping not.
Yeah. So just to be clear for everybody, if they're wondering at home what's actually going on with these battle offs that we're talking about, is that if you've got teams, a number of teams that in the two-way dynamic that we have, we've got 5 teams, so you can actually have a battle off between the teams. Because we only have the 2 teams in the four-way dynamic, we can't unfortunately have a battle off. So I guess every round is a battle off. So they're just going to do the last round, which is, I believe, for the two-way, the four-way dynamic, Emma, I think is
head-up switching snake, butterfly and head-up shuffler. So this could be a slow one and probably quite a confusing one for the four-way. So it'll be very interesting to watch.
Exactly. And we're going to show you a little bit of video of that coming up, I believe, shortly. So you can see how the four-way have to fly around the tunnel and to get that in. So head-up switching snake, butterfly, head-up shuffler. Yeah, you're right. Here we go.
So there's a lot of head-up flying, which we've discussed before, can be a lot slower. It can sort of take up more room in the tunnel. It can be less fluid than flying head down. Then we've got the butterfly, where the flies are crossing over and it's mixing up in the tunnel. And then head-up shuffler, which again is crossing over the tunnel in a head-up orientation. So it all can be quite slow, and there's quite a lot of arms involved. With 4 people in the tunnel, that can lead to a bit of confusion. Wow.
That is an effort that they put in there, this team. So is that I'm a Snake? No, this is two guys, a girl and Harry, wanting to go blind because they think that's going to be advantageous for that, wearing sunglasses in this final round. I think they need as much help as they can get. I would ditch those sunglasses. They look cool, but I'm not sure it's going to help them on this round. So let's see what they've got. They're way out in the lead at the moment.
They certainly are. Then they are going to be even further out in the lead with those sunglasses and this performance. I did just pass them on my way in here, Ray, and they were very proudly showing off the sunglasses. It doesn't seem to be affecting their performance. Is it making it better?
Maybe. Not being able to see where you're going is a great idea. Haven't got lost yet. This is a good sign. Oh, first bust.
During the butterfly and now into the head-up shuffler. Let's see how this goes.
They could potentially get completely lost, in this round, and let's see what happens. If I'm a Snake can catch it back. So 1 bust so far.
It looks like it's going pretty well for 2 guys, a girl and Harry, though. And starting off on that next page into the head-up switching snake.
You can see for everybody watching at home that this really isn't the fastest of rounds. Unfortunately, it's very, very slow. But, it means that you get the most amount of your flying time and another bust.
It's on those butterflies, isn't it? And doing a butterfly with 4 people is a lot harder. But they've rescued it, bringing it into that head-up shuffler.
I mean, Emily King doing such a great job here. She's really enjoying flying the dynamic flying. And actually, I think she prefers it to the freestyle. She openly admitted that earlier. It's a new discipline for her, and it's great to be. It's a team effort, right?
Yeah.
And that's probably the difference between that and the freestyle.
Yeah, and it's exciting to have those teammates to bounce off and to get excited with, and to do things like put a pair of sunglasses on before you fly. It's great fun, and she is just having the best time ever. And finishing off with that shuffler, they've got one more bust there. It looks like a total of 3 busts.
Oh, and a 4th bust.
And they're about to get out of the tunnel. Nice clean exit. So it sounds like they got 4 busts.
And a total time of 129.663 for 2 guys, a girl, and Harry. Couple of shout outs. Dan Crawford, Ray is my hero. Of course, Dan, you are also my hero. Thank you. Babylon, well done. Sorry, Babian, well done for all team. David Flood, loving the commentary. Well done, boys, again for Babian. And Emma Bagnall, good luck to 2 guys, a girl, and Harry. They didn't need your luck there. They've come in with a total of 129.663 for that round. Let's see if, by some miracle, Team I'm a Snake can make this up.
Come on, I'm a Snake. They've chosen for no sunglasses.
Just skill.
Just skill, visors, and luck. Come on, I'm a Snake. Starting with the head-up switching snake. Looking at an alright speed. They've got a fair few busts in the past.
Looks like Tim's struggling a little bit with the fall rate at the moment. Here we go. There's one bust there.
And into the shuffler.
It's also busy if anybody's watching at home and looking at that right-hand screen on the sideline on the ring. Yeah, pretty difficult to figure out what's going on, to be honest, with all these bodies coming through the lines.
Yeah, so we've got 4 judges. 2 are watching the sideline and 2 are watching the centre line.
Go, just 1 bust so far. It's not bad.
It's not too bad at all, Ray. I think they're looking all right on time compared to the other 4-way team.
So yeah, they definitely have a much better raw time than 2. Well, I don't know, 2 guys, a girl, and Harry. Maybe a bit similar. I think, as I said, I think maybe just struggling a little bit with fall rate. Tim on the front there, but you know, we'll see. Oh, no, think they got it back. Yes, they have.
Oh, it's always tense to watch those moments.
I do love it. Oh, somebody's just corked out there. I think we just lost Elise, and she's back. Superhero ninja that she is.
Slotted right in there.
Just balancing her head there in the tunnel. Not crying at all. She's really getting on with it.
And they are nearly finished, Ray.
I think they are going to beat, potentially if they don't pick up any more busts, they are definitely going to beat 2 guys, a girl, and Harry. So that's final score for the final round for Team 4-Way Dynamic is 115.739, and that includes 1 bust. So good job, I'm a Snake. You got 1 round on team 2 guys, a girl, and Harry, but I think actually 2 guys, a girl, and Harry are probably in the lead. I don't think there's enough time for them to make up there. But, you know, that's maths, and it's been a long day, and it's probably not my strength at the moment. So I'm sure with the official scores coming in, we'll figure it out. But good effort to get 2 4-way dynamic teams into the tunnel. Thanks very much, guys, for coming and bringing 4-way dynamic back to the tunnel. I hope next year we see more teams, because it is a really good, fun discipline to watch.
It is. We've definitely got some of the 2-way teams who are here at the moment who are really interested in doing 4-way. So have a chat amongst yourselves, see if you can find some teammates for next year's Nationals.
Exactly. So now we have the freestyle category coming up, which is powered by Studio 34, making your marketing ideas perform. Thank you very much to all of our sponsors here that have come in and sponsored all the different categories we've had in the competition. We couldn't be anywhere without you, so thank you again. But especially now for the freestyle category, their final round, again, powered by Studio 34, making your marketing ideas perform.
So we are about to start the freestyle again. We've got just a quick rundown of scores. We've got Emily Watton in 5th, Emily King in 4th position, Owen in 3rd position, Connor, who we're about to watch, in 2nd position, and Harry Sohn currently in 1st position with 1 more round to go. Scores looking quite tight at the top of the table, with Connor and a score of 34.1 and Harry with a score of 34.8. So 0.7 of a difference there.
I know, and I think we really saw it in that last round, Emma, that, you know, Connor really fell off some of his moves in there and wasn't as clean as we've seen him. He didn't execute nearly as well as we have seen in rounds 2 and 3. And Harry, not as crisp but as his round 3, but definitely put something on to keep that level that he's had consistently across all 4 rounds. So let's see if Connor can execute as well as he has done earlier on in this competition, not have too many of those glitches that we've seen.
Well, it's a beautiful start, Ray. As we said in the last round, he had a few little wobbles. It looked like he had a bit of a wobble earlier on, and then it sort of threw him off, and he had a few mishaps. But this is looking very strong, very clean.
Nice, a little bit off centre there for that spin, that tumble spin. I'm not sure what it's called. I'm sure somebody's going to correct me and tell me what it's called. But looking a little bit better so far for me than his previous round. But let's see how he executes going forward. So here you go, nice.
Wow. For me, Connor's a very exciting flyer. He's a strong, powerful flyer, and I love seeing what he comes up with at each competition.
He does, and it's very nice to see. And I think there's a whole load more potential. I'm not sure how much training Connor has done since the last competition he's competed in, so it'll be good to see what he brings in next year, really.
Yeah.
Well done, Connor. Yes, he's happy with that one, Emma.
That was a beautiful exit, and that was a really nice, clean round. If I was a judge, I would score that very highly.
There you go.
But especially after that previous round, that's got to be a real buzz to finish on that high for Connor.
Yeah. So, next in, we should have Emily Watton, I believe. Emily showing us her new skill set, new beans in the bag, as Laura likes to put it. Loads of tools in her toolkit, showing us how to fly the freestyle. It's really good to see. And she showed us she had a fantastic round in round 4. I thought it was really good. Pretty much on par with her round 3, and I hope she continues to execute well here today.
Yeah, I had a little chat with Emily just before this, and she said she's really happy. This is her first competition. And I think she's maybe going to try something a little bit new, a little bit different in this one, in her final round. She said there was an element in her routine that just wasn't quite working, so she was going to have a little bit of a switch up. And why not? That beautiful head down spin into the head up spin.
Wow.
That must be very disorientating. And this, we love this.
Yeah, it's very nice. Very nice, unique move.
And a good sock game as well, Ray.
Very good, yeah. I like the sock game and the shoe game. It's very good to see. For those of you wondering what that means, great job, Emily. Thank you so much for giving us those moves, sharing your routine with us. Nice big hug there from Connor. Anybody watching wondering what the sock and the shoe game is, we've watched a whole bunch of FS and some VFS, but mainly the FS. You can't see any of the socks that people are wearing because they're all covered in booties. So the freestyle and the dynamic, to a certain extent, you can really pull out your sock collection. You can really get to see it and really see how those feet are performing. So here we go. Emily King in the tunnel, Emma.
Here she is on her final flight of the Nationals in freestyle. This is Emily King, who has developed so much as a flyer and as a competitor over these years. Still very young, only aged 14. She's competing in the 4-way dynamic as well as this freestyle routine. And this is the 5th time she's performed this, and it just seems to be going from strength to strength.
Oh, Emily, she's looking really strong. She just finished up the 4-way dynamic and now just stayed in the tunnel to get on with the freestyle. Really good, executing her routine quite well. She's been pretty consistent across all of the rounds so far, anywhere between 7.2 to 7.4. So that's good to see that she has that consistency. And just as I said that, she just fell off one of her moves there, so won't be quite as strong as a 7.4, I imagine, but let's see what the judges come back with. And she's out of the tunnel. Good effort, Emily. Super happy with that.
Very nice one, Emily. She looked really pleased with that little star jump in the door. And a great replay here.
Ooh, a replay of where you're placing your hand. Just a little bit of a, probably just trying to find the air there with her hand, but good effort, Emily. Really good to see you competing in 2 disciplines now. So next in we have Owen, who's been showing us some really fluid moves. What do you think about Owen's moves, Emma? Pretty good, eh?
Yeah, I really like his routine. I think, as we said before, I think it flows really nicely. There's never any hesitation. It all just flows from one move to the next. Good amount of variation, using lots of the space in the tunnel, and I think it's now to work on the technicality of some of those bigger moves. But he's really showing us what he's got. And from the previous competition where he couldn't even do outface, this is spectacular.
I know, pretty impressive. I remember being here while Owen was learning his outface, actually. This is pretty cool.
That's really, it's really inspiring as well when you see somebody who's made such big progress in such a short amount of time. He's an instructor who works here, and he uses every sort of bit of his time that he gets to train these moves and to improve his skills, using the knowledge of his other instructors that he works with.
Good job, Owen. Well, really nice work, nice routine, really good to see. Final freestyle competitor that we have is going to be Harry Sowen. Harry, like, leading the way at the moment, sitting there in first place. Let's see what he brings for this competition. But honestly, Owen, I'm really looking forward to what he brings in future competitions, and hope he improves over the next year. Put some more moves, his distinctive moves in there as well, into the flow, as we like to call it.
Yes, and here we've got Harry Sowen in the tunnel in the final round of the freestyle competition. And he's currently in the gold medal position, but can he retain it? Connor's just had a really good final round. Harry's highest score being 8.9, which is the highest of the competition.
Well, not quite as good on his spins. There's some level issues there. Not quite as good as the round 3 that we saw from Harry so far. There you go, keeping that nice low in the tunnel. Really hard to do for people watching at home.
Yeah, he maintains that control, doesn't he? He's good at keeping on level, keeping his heading.
Oh, just lost it a little bit there.
Transitioning from those big moves into more big moves.
Interesting, you know, there's not too much in it, but you know, with Connor scoring, doing a really good last round execution, and Harry's a little bit off there. Let's see what the final scores are, but good job, Harry. Well done. Applause all round. Really good effort from all the freestylers, Emma.
That was beautiful flying from all 5 of our competitors there. It's been a really close competition, which is the scoreboard has mainly stayed kind of around the same throughout the competition. But those top 2 positions, Harry and Connor, what will happen?
Let's see. Hopefully the judges will tell us pretty soon. It's pretty instant feedback that we will get from that. But next up we have the two-way dynamic, which is sponsored very proudly by CM Brand, the promotional product specialists. So thank you very much, CM Brand, for bringing us the two-way dynamic, helping us. It's great to have our sponsors here to be able to see this competition go out. Let's see what we've got. The two-way teams are getting ready into the tunnel. You can see there that they're got their game faces on. So first off, I think we have the battle. We'll probably have the battle for 3rd and 4th place, for the ordering of 3rd and 4th place, which will be, I believe, Buster Lines and Enigma will be battling, sorting out the placings, I guess you could say. So who comes 3rd and who comes 4th. And then we will have that wonderful battle off between Matisse and A to Z, which should be really exciting. I'm very excited about seeing that.
These are the things that we love, Ray. We love these battle-offs. We love these tense moments. So next up, we're going to have the battle for... Now, one of these teams is going to win the bronze medal, and the other team will come forth. So it will be a close battle. Here we've got Matt and Dan from Buster Lines, and we've got Saul and James from Enigma, who it looks like Enigma are going to be flying first.
And this round that we have is...
head up in face snake, back layout, and head up in face circle. So again, Ray, a lot of head up.
I mean, I think the interesting thing is with a head up, you do have to flick in between, from head down to head up, in between the different parts of the round. The back layout makes it a little bit easier as well, because it's just a simple back layout. So let's see. I mean, this is definitely going to suit those the flyers that are more experienced, especially with the head up. I don't know, too close to call. So first up, as you said, Emma, it is team
Buster lines.
Buster lines.
Hopefully not busting any lines. This is Matt and Dan. Straight in to their head up in face snake. So they go around the tunnel all in head up in face, which is the position that they're in now. Into a back layout, which is coming over. They'll go underneath the ring on their belly, up, and finally into head up in face circles. So it's a small circle on each side of the tunnel. And then they can start page 2. So they've got to do the whole thing all over again. 3 times, Ray. 3 times.
3 times. And sometimes when you get it wrong, it can seem like an eternity.
It certainly can.
But the pictures are different. You know, page 1 and 3 are the same. Page 2, you're going the opposite way around the tunnel. And that can be really confusing, especially for when you're starting out in dynamic flying. It can be very confusing. So it's like you have to learn. It's a different set of pictures, and you have to learn those pictures as well. But Buster line showing us flying it clean, taking it nice and slow. They've got nothing to lose, flying it big, making sure they go through the ring. Not through the ring, through the lines, making sure they're making nice and big, making full use of the tunnel, so they won't have that ability to bust. So really nice work from Buster line so far.
Oh, I am really impressed. I've just spoken to them, and they were saying that they're really pleased with how they've done in this competition. It's their first competition. This is some brilliant flying from these two. Really nice guys. They absolutely deserve all the success. Come on, Buster lines. They're nearly finished. They're going to cross that line and exit the tunnel.
Oh, one bust on the door. The second flyer didn't cross the line before he got out of the tunnel. He's really going to kick himself for that one. Yeah, so as I said, a bust just on the exit there, but a time of 110.304. So for everybody watching at home, as you get out the tunnel, you have to cross that line before you get out the tunnel. And I think it's Dan, isn't it, as the second flyer?
Yep.
He didn't cross that centre line before he got out the tunnel.
And that will have just been rushing, and that will have been one of those silly mistakes in the heat of the moment. Very, very frustrating.
Very much so. They did so well to get to that point. Oh, Buster Rhymes, I might bet Dan. Don't kick yourself too hard. Let's see what we've got now. With Team Enigma getting in there, they know what time approximately. Got to go try and fly clean. There's only one bust in there. I imagine their raw time is probably a little bit faster than Buster Rhymes. Do you think, Emma? So let's see.
It might well be. I mean, they finished yesterday in third place. But this is where the tension, the pressure can get to you. Silly mistakes can be made, as we've just seen on the previous team. So these guys are just needing to keep it big, clean, maybe slow it down a fraction. So far it's looking good, Ray.
It is. They're not flying quite as big as Buster Rhymes, so taking a few more risks. So let's see. I hope they fly it clean. No, they can only really afford one bust, if at all. So let's see how they got on.
Come on, Enigma. Again, these are two really nice guys. They just love what they do. They love the tunnel. They love skydiving. They've got big plans for coaching and load organising in the future. Plans for four-way dynamic as well.
That's great. I'm sure we're going to come back next year. We're going to see they're completely ninja all over the tunnel. They'll probably be vying for like gold medals in four-way dynamic as well. So this is a great learning curve as well. Really good to see how you fly as a team, just as a two-way, so you can build it up into the four-way, which is a bit more of a party. And one bust there.
One bust.
We did say they needed to fly it a little bit bigger, so they were taking a risk there.
They will be gutted to have seen that. So that at the moment is one bust apiece for these two teams fighting it out for the bronze medal. Enigma currently in the tunnel. Need to not let that pressure get to them. It's very tense here in the studio.
Yes, we're watching. I mean, this is just, it's all a mental game, right? You need to fly big. Fly it big, guys. Bring it home. It's slightly faster than Team Buster Line, so you cannot afford another bust. They're out the door. Oh no, they're going to get another bust as the second flyer didn't cross the line. And we have a final score at the moment of 108.105 with one bust, but I'm sure I saw another bust there right at the end. So I'm going to leave it to see what the judges come back with. But currently, as we have it with the indicative scores, potentially, I think that we can say that Enigma might have had that bronze medal position, but I don't know. I'm going to wait. I think I definitely saw a bust on that last exit out the tunnel. So again, with the second flyer not crossing that centre line, I could be wrong. Let's see what comes. I'm not going to say anything right now.
So next up, we are going to have Martise and A to Z.
It's a battle off.
It's a battle off, Ray. So Martise have been keeping the gold medal position throughout a lot of this competition, but A to Z have been hot on their heels, and now it is all down to if anyone makes any mistakes and who can fly the fastest, Ray.
Oh, I know. This is it. They know. Look at that game face from Elise.
Elise Sharp and Martin Roberson with the clever name of Martise.
Martise, very clever. And they're in.
Right, this is head up in face snake.
We know that the raw scores, there's not too much in it. You know, I think A to Z are probably very much the fast flyers. So Martise are going to want to try and fly a little bit faster, but they need to keep it clean. It's super important that they keep it clean. Let's see how they get on. Flying very well together. Oh, at least almost losing it there.
Little bit of a hesitation there, but very well rescued. These two are flying fast, and you can see the difference, Ray, in the speed that these guys are flying versus the previous two teams that we've seen, and that is just down to experience. Lots of practice.
Very much so. So let's have a look now. We go, looking really good. At least flying, you know, she's really pushing herself as well at the moment.
Yeah, you can see that. You can see they are both giving it everything that they've got. And starting that next snake, head up in face snake.
Looking good so far.
Into the back layout.
Nice work.
And into head up in face circles. A really nice smooth transition from them both there.
Really nice head up in circles. Something I'm going to aspire to, I think.
Absolutely, you can do that, Ray.
Not as well as that.
Cross that line and they're out.
Oh, and out the door. And I think the time for them was 79.264 plus 0 bus. Let's see. Team A to Z, I think they fly. Their raw time is going to be a little bit faster. They know that there's no bus so far. No bus so far, so yeah, let's see what we're going to have. So, Emma, what have we got coming into the tunnel now?
So, next up, we have got Team A to Z. This is Zach Nicholas and Harry Sohn. They're getting ready to fly the final A to Z. And the draw for this is head up in face, back layout, and head up in face circles. And they're in. These two, as we said before, they're very fast flyers. And they are making it look easy.
This is really good, right?
This is looking faster than the previous team. But the worry is they just need to keep it clean. They do not want to incur any of those 5-second time penalties. Come on, Harry and Zach. Giving everything they've got in the final. Can they get that gold medal? Bit of a hesitation there. Nice rescue into the layout. And head up circles on their respective sides of the tunnel. You can see how hard they're pushing. Come on. Into that last snake. Into the layout. Into that head up in face circle. This is looking so good, Ray.
This is looking really good so far. It's super exciting. They can't push it too hard.
Come on, nice clean exit, no busts.
And let's see, we're gonna see what's going on. Oh, it looks. So let's have a look. I think we're gonna get we're gonna be seeing it in the tunnel, right, from the scores.
I believe so.
We're going to have our wind girl that's coming into the tunnel now, and I think the lights are going to go. What are we going to see, Emma? We're going to see...
So we will see the teams coming into the tunnel with our lovely wind girl, Laura Hampton. We're going to see lights on either side of the tunnel, and Laura will be raising the hand of the team that is the winner, but we'll see the lights, the green lights means the winner.
Awesome. This is exciting, right? Tense, because I think those times were exceptionally close.
They really were, and no busts.
No busts. Really good.
So we can see Harry about to go into the tunnel. They're just checking what to do. So they're going to go in with Laura Hampton, Elise and Martin in there as well.
Always exciting.
So this is to find out who the winner of the Nationals 2022 for Dynamic Two-Way is. Drum roll. Martin feeling the wind in his hair.
All that hair that Martin's got. Elise letting it go.
So, our winners, Ray.
It's so exciting. Put some lights up.
So we've got A to Z on the left and we've got Martise on the right.
Oh, dance up.
It's
Martise! Awesome effort!
A little bit of hesitation there when we all went, is it really? But they've done it. Exceptional flying from Martise.
Really good work. I mean, it was really tight, and I could see it from the scores that we listed as well, that it was a 79.264. I think it was just marginal. It was like 0.6 of a second. So pretty cool final. That is some effort. Wow. What a competition. Brilliant competition, and what a way to end it. It has been a fantastic competition. I'm lost for words. I didn't think that was actually possible as I've been talking all day. But no, it's been really good. Emma, have you enjoyed this competition?
I've loved it, Ray.
Freestyle's been fantastic. It's great to see 2 teams in the 4-way dynamic and to see 5 teams in the 2 teams in the 4-way dynamic and 5 teams in the 2-way dynamic, and what a jump off.
That was a great final. That was it. And those are the finals that we like, where it's clean and it's fast. And I mean, that was some exceptional flying from all of the teams. And we've loved watching them battle.
We have indeed. And you know what, watching the FS as well, there's been some great battles on the FS across the different categories as well. It's been great to see 4 teams competing in the VFS as well, and seeing really what we're going to have going forward as well. And let's not forget that this is a qualification for the World Championships in Tatranlandia next year. So some of these teams will be seeing them. Watch this space or another space. We'll definitely be watching how these teams get on in Tatranlandia in April, I think, in 2023. An amazing competition. Thank you all for joining us, listening in, and for all of our sponsors who've taken part and sponsored this competition in general. To iFLY as well. It's been a pleasure working with this team, and to everybody that's been part of this team and bringing this live stream out to you. We have prize giving back at 6:30 today, so come back, join us, come and see what's going on with the prize giving, see where those teams are finally rostered. We weren't clear on that 3rd and 4th place, I don't think, for the 4-way dynamic. So let's see. And it's been a real pleasure. And Laura I want to say big thanks to Laura and to Emma for joining me and holding my hand and my knee in some cases to get me through this. So it's been a fantastic event. Really enjoyed it. Thank you, everybody. See you back at 6:30 for prize giving.
Do your business systems make life easier or more complicated? Are your different departments using their own specialised systems that don't talk to each other, so you end up using spreadsheets, costly bespoke integrations and manual workarounds to see the full picture? Data gets duplicated, you get frustrated, and worst of all, it starts to affect your guests' experience. The Fuse Metrics system brings everything together. It's been designed from the ground up as one easy-to-use system with everything from finance to HR, ticketing, tills and your CRM. It's a smarter way of working, so your team can work more efficiently, with each team member just seeing the parts of the system they need to do their jobs. Fuse Metrics even integrates with your website to bring your online ticketing, retail, membership and other data all into the same system. Fuse Metrics is one system, so your staff will have a more consistent working environment and a single point of contact for technical support. Training staff becomes faster and easier with all departments trained in the same work environment. It just makes sense. So end the web of subscription costs, support calls and hair-pulling frustrations of multiple management systems for different jobs and let Fuse Metrics streamline and simplify your leisure business, letting you focus on what's really important. Fuse Metrics. Do your business systems make life easier or more complicated? Are your different departments using their own specialised systems that don't talk to each other, so you end up using spreadsheets, costly bespoke integrations and manual workarounds to see the full picture? Data gets duplicated, you get frustrated, and worst of all, it starts to affect your guests' experience. The Fuse Metrics system brings everything together. It's been designed from the ground up as one easy-to-use system with everything from finance to HR, ticketing, tills and your CRM. It's a smarter way of working, so your team can work more efficiently, with each team member just seeing the parts of the system they need to do their jobs. FuseMetrics even integrates with your website to bring your online ticketing, retail, membership and other data all into the same system. FuseMetrics is one system, so your staff will have a more consistent working environment and a single point of contact for technical support. Training staff becomes faster and easier with all departments trained in the same work environment. It just makes sense. So end the web of subscription costs, support calls and hair-pulling frustrations of multiple management systems for different jobs and let FuseMetrics streamline and simplify your leisure business, letting you focus on what's really important. FuseMetrics. Do your business systems make life easier or more complicated? Are your different departments using their own specialised systems that don't talk to each other, so you end up using spreadsheets, costly bespoke integrations and manual workarounds to see the full picture? Data gets duplicated, you get frustrated, and worst of all, it starts to affect your guests' experience. The FuseMetrics system brings everything together. It's been designed from the ground up as one easy-to-use system with everything from finance to HR, ticketing, tills and your CRM. It's a smarter way of working, so your team can work more efficiently, with each team member just seeing the parts of the system they need to do their jobs. FuseMetrics even integrates with your website to bring your online ticketing, retail, membership and other data all into the same system. FuseMetrics is one system, so your staff will have a more consistent working environment and a single point of contact for technical support. Training staff becomes faster and easier with all departments trained in the same work environment. It just makes sense. So end the web of subscription costs, support calls, and hair-pulling frustrations of multiple management systems for different jobs, and let Fuse Metrics streamline and simplify your leisure business, letting you focus on what's really important. Fuse Metrics. Do your business systems make life easier or more complicated? Are your different departments using their own specialised systems that don't talk to each other, so you end up using spreadsheets, costly bespoke integrations and manual workarounds to see the full picture? Data gets duplicated, you get frustrated, and worst of all, it starts to affect your guests' experience. The Fuse Metrics system brings everything together. It's been designed from the ground up as one easy-to-use system with everything from finance to HR, ticketing, tills and your CRM. It's a smarter way of working, so your team can work more efficiently, with each team member just seeing the parts of the system they need to do their jobs. Fuse Metrics even integrates with your website to bring your online ticketing, retail, membership and other data all into the same system. Fuse Metrics is one system, so your staff will have a more consistent working environment and a single point of contact for technical support. Training staff becomes faster and easier with all departments trained in the same work environment. It just makes sense. So end the web of subscription costs, support calls and hair-pulling frustrations of multiple management systems for different jobs, and let Fuse Metrics streamline and simplify your leisure business, letting you focus on what's really important. Fuse Metrics. Do your business systems make life easier or more complicated? Are your different departments using their own specialised systems that don't talk to each other, so you end up using spreadsheets, costly bespoke integrations and manual workarounds to see the full picture? Data gets duplicated, you get frustrated, and worst of all, it starts to affect your guests' experience. The Fuse Metrics system brings everything together. It's been designed from the ground up as one easy-to-use system with everything from finance to HR, ticketing, tills and your CRM. It's a smarter way of working, so your team can work more efficiently, with each team member just seeing the parts of the system they need to do their jobs. Fuse Metrics even integrates with your website to bring your online ticketing, retail, membership and other data all into the same system. Fuse Metrics is one system, so your staff will have a more consistent working environment and a single point of contact for technical support. Training staff becomes faster and easier with all departments trained in the same work environment. It just makes sense. So end the web of subscription costs, support calls and hair-pulling frustrations of multiple management systems for different jobs and let Fuse Metrics streamline and simplify your leisure business, letting you focus on what's really important. Fuse Metrics. Do your business systems make life easier or more complicated? Are your different departments using their own specialised systems that don't talk to each other, so you end up using spreadsheets, costly bespoke integrations and manual workarounds to see the full picture? Data gets duplicated, you get frustrated, and worst of all, it starts to affect your guests' experience. The Fuse Metrics system brings everything together. It's been designed from the ground up as one easy-to-use system with everything from finance to HR, ticketing, tills and your CRM. It's a smarter way of working, so your team can work more efficiently, with each team member just seeing the parts of the system they need to do their jobs. Fusemetrics even integrates with your website to bring your online ticketing, retail, membership and other data all into the same system. Fusemetrics is one system, so your staff will have a more consistent working environment and a single point of contact for technical support. Training staff becomes faster and easier with all departments trained in the same work environment. It just makes sense. So end the web of subscription costs, support calls and hair-pulling frustrations of multiple management systems for different jobs and let Fusemetrics streamline and simplify your leisure business, letting you focus on what's really important. Fusemetrics. Do your business systems make life easier or more complicated? Are your different departments using their own specialised systems that don't talk to each other, so you end up using spreadsheets, costly bespoke integrations and manual workarounds to see the full picture? Data gets duplicated, you get frustrated, and worst of all, it starts to affect your guests' experience. The Fusemetrics system brings everything together. It's been designed from the ground up as one easy-to-use system with everything from finance to HR, ticketing, tills and your CRM. It's a smarter way of working, so your team can work more efficiently, with each team member just seeing the parts of the system they need to do their jobs. Fusemetrics even integrates with your website to bring your online ticketing, retail, membership and other data all into the same system. Fusemetrics is one system, so your staff will have a more consistent working environment and a single point of contact for technical support. Training staff becomes faster and easier with all departments trained in the same work environment. It just makes sense. So end the web of subscription costs, support calls, and hair-pulling frustrations of multiple management systems for different jobs, and let Fuse Metrics streamline and simplify your leisure business, letting you focus on what's really important. Fuse Metrics. Do your business systems make life easier or more complicated? Are your different departments using their own specialised systems that don't talk to each other, so you end up using spreadsheets, costly bespoke integrations and manual workarounds to see the full picture? Data gets duplicated, you get frustrated, and worst of all, it starts to affect your guests' experience. The Fuse Metrics system brings everything together. It's been designed from the ground up as one easy-to-use system with everything from finance to HR, ticketing, tills and your CRM. It's a smarter way of working, so your team can work more efficiently, with each team member just seeing the parts of the system they need to do their jobs. Fuse Metrics even integrates with your website to bring your online ticketing, retail, membership and other data all into the same system. Fuse Metrics is one system, so your staff will have a more consistent working environment and a single point of contact for technical support. Training staff becomes faster and easier with all departments trained in the same work environment. It just makes sense. So end the web of subscription costs, support calls and hair-pulling frustrations of multiple management systems for different jobs, and let Fuse Metrics streamline and simplify your leisure business, letting you focus on what's really important. Fuse Metrics. Do your business systems make life easier or more complicated? Are your different departments using their own specialised systems that don't talk to each other, so you end up using spreadsheets, costly bespoke integrations and manual workarounds to see the full picture? Data gets duplicated, you get frustrated, and worst of all, it starts to affect your guests' experience. The Fuse Metrics system brings everything together. It's been designed from the ground up as one easy-to-use system with everything from finance to HR, ticketing, tills and your CRM. It's a smarter way of working, so your team can work more efficiently, with each team member just seeing the parts of the system they need to do their jobs. Fuse Metrics even integrates with your website to bring your online ticketing, retail, membership and other data all into the same system. Fuse Metrics is one system, so your staff will have a more consistent working environment and a single point of contact for technical support. Training staff becomes faster and easier with all departments trained in the same work environment. It just makes sense. So end the web of subscription costs, support calls and hair-pulling frustrations of multiple management systems for different jobs, and let Fuse Metrics streamline and simplify your leisure business, letting you focus on what's really important. Fuse Metrics. Do your business systems make life easier or more complicated? Are your different departments using their own specialised systems that don't talk to each other, so you end up using spreadsheets, costly bespoke integrations and manual workarounds to see the full picture? Data gets duplicated, you get frustrated, and worst of all, it starts to affect your guests' experience. The Fuse Metrics system brings everything together. It's been designed from the ground up as one easy-to-use system with everything from finance to HR, ticketing, tills and your CRM. It's a smarter way of working, so your team can work more efficiently, with each team member just seeing the parts of the system they need to do their jobs. FuseMetrics even integrates with your website to bring your online ticketing, retail, membership and other data all into the same system. FuseMetrics is one system, so your staff will have a more consistent working environment and a single point of contact for technical support. Training staff becomes faster and easier with all departments trained in the same work environment. It just makes sense. So end the web of subscription costs, support calls and hair-pulling frustrations of multiple management systems for different jobs and let FuseMetrics streamline and simplify your leisure business, letting you focus on what's really important. FuseMetrics. Do your business systems make life easier or more complicated? Are your different departments using their own specialised systems that don't talk to each other, so you end up using spreadsheets, costly bespoke integrations and manual workarounds to see the full picture? Data gets duplicated, you get frustrated, and worst of all, it starts to affect your guests' experience. The FuseMetrics system brings everything together. It's been designed from the ground up as one easy-to-use system with everything from finance to HR, ticketing, tills and your CRM. It's a smarter way of working, so your team can work more efficiently, with each team member just seeing the parts of the system they need to do their jobs. FuseMetrics even integrates with your website to bring your online ticketing, retail, membership and other data all into the same system. FuseMetrics is one system, so your staff will have a more consistent working environment and a single point of contact for technical support. Training staff becomes faster and easier with all departments trained in the same work environment. It just makes sense. So end the web of subscription costs, support calls and hair-pulling frustrations of multiple management systems for different jobs and let FuseMetrics streamline and simplify your leisure business, letting you focus on what's really important. FuseMetrics. Do your business systems make life easier or more complicated? Are your different departments using their own specialised systems that don't talk to each other, so you end up using spreadsheets, costly bespoke integrations and manual workarounds to see the full picture? Data gets duplicated, you get frustrated, and worst of all, it starts to affect your guests' experience. The FuseMetrics system brings everything together. It's been designed from the ground up as one easy-to-use system with everything from finance to HR, ticketing, tills and your CRM. It's a smarter way of working, so your team can work more efficiently, with each team member just seeing the parts of the system they need to do their jobs. FuseMetrics even integrates with your website to bring your online ticketing, retail, membership and other data all into the same system. FuseMetrics is one system, so your staff will have a more consistent working environment and a single point of contact for technical support. Training staff becomes faster and easier with all departments trained in the same work environment. It just makes sense. So end the web of subscription costs, support calls and hair-pulling frustrations of multiple management systems for different jobs and let FuseMetrics streamline and simplify your leisure business, letting you focus on what's really important. FuseMetrics. Do your business systems make life easier or more complicated? Are your different departments using their own specialised systems that don't talk to each other, so you end up using spreadsheets, costly bespoke integrations and manual workarounds to see the full picture? Data gets duplicated, you get frustrated, and worst of all, it starts to affect your guests' experience. The Fuse Metrics system brings everything together. It's been designed from the ground up as one easy-to-use system with everything from finance to HR, ticketing, tills and your CRM. It's a smarter way of working, so your team can work more efficiently, with each team member just seeing the parts of the system they need to do their jobs. Fuse Metrics even integrates with your website to bring your online ticketing, retail, membership and other data all into the same system. Fuse Metrics is one system, so your staff will have a more consistent working environment and a single point of contact for technical support. Training staff becomes faster and easier with all departments trained in the same work environment. It just makes sense. So end the web of subscription costs, support calls and hair-pulling frustrations of multiple management systems for different jobs and let Fuse Metrics streamline and simplify your leisure business, letting you focus on what's really important. Fuse Metrics. Do your business systems make life easier or more complicated? Are your different departments using their own specialised systems that don't talk to each other, so you end up using spreadsheets, costly bespoke integrations and manual workarounds to see the full picture? Data gets duplicated, you get frustrated, and worst of all, it starts to affect your guests' experience. The Fuse Metrics system brings everything together. It's been designed from the ground up as one easy-to-use system with everything from finance to HR, ticketing, tills and your CRM. It's a smarter way of working, so your team can work more efficiently, with each team member just seeing the parts of the system they need to do their jobs. FuseMetrics even integrates with your website to bring your online ticketing, retail, membership and other data all into the same system. FuseMetrics is one system, so your staff will have a more consistent working environment and a single point of contact for technical support. Training staff becomes faster and easier with all departments trained in the same work environment. It just makes sense. So end the web of subscription costs, support calls and hair-pulling frustrations of multiple management systems for different jobs and let FuseMetrics streamline and simplify your leisure business, letting you focus on what's really important. FuseMetrics. Do your business systems make life easier or more complicated? Are your different departments using their own specialised systems that don't talk to each other, so you end up using spreadsheets, costly bespoke integrations and manual workarounds to see the full picture? Data gets duplicated, you get frustrated, and worst of all, it starts to affect your guests' experience. The FuseMetrics system brings everything together. It's been designed from the ground up as one easy-to-use system with everything from finance to HR, ticketing, tills and your CRM. It's a smarter way of working, so your team can work more efficiently, with each team member just seeing the parts of the system they need to do their jobs. FuseMetrics even integrates with your website to bring your online ticketing, retail, membership and other data all into the same system. FuseMetrics is one system, so your staff will have a more consistent working environment and a single point of contact for technical support. Training staff becomes faster and easier with all departments trained in the same work environment. It just makes sense. So end the web of subscription costs, support calls, and hair-pulling frustrations of multiple management systems for different jobs, and let Fuse Metrics streamline and simplify your leisure business, letting you focus on what's really important. Fuse Metrics. Do your business systems make life easier or more complicated? Are your different departments using their own specialised systems that don't talk to each other, so you end up using spreadsheets, costly bespoke integrations and manual workarounds to see the full picture? Data gets duplicated, you get frustrated, and worst of all, it starts to affect your guests' experience. The Fuse Metrics system brings everything together. It's been designed from the ground up as one easy-to-use system with everything from finance to HR, ticketing, tills and your CRM. It's a smarter way of working, so your team can work more efficiently, with each team member just seeing the parts of the system they need to do their jobs. Fuse Metrics even integrates with your website to bring your online ticketing, retail, membership and other data all into the same system. Fuse Metrics is one system, so your staff will have a more consistent working environment and a single point of contact for technical support. Training staff becomes faster and easier with all departments trained in the same work environment. It just makes sense. So end the web of subscription costs, support calls and hair-pulling frustrations of multiple management systems for different jobs, and let Fuse Metrics streamline and simplify your leisure business, letting you focus on what's really important. Fuse Metrics.
I'm acutely aware, by the way, that myself, Adam, and this award ceremony are pretty much the only thing standing between you guys and a bucket load more booze. So I'm going to keep this nice and short and sweet. Now, there are, of course, a ton of people that deserve a huge amount of thanks at this event. And I'm going to leave the legend that is Adam Matacola to take care of that very shortly. Legend. But just before I hand over, I just want to take a moment to acknowledge that today we're in the company of a world champion outdoor skydiving team. And we here at iFLY want to recognize the tremendous achievements of a group of women who sacrificed so much in pursuit of their ultimate goal, and they achieved it. Now, there was some adversity along the way. There normally is. But we're so proud to be associated with this team as sponsors. So there really is no higher honor for me than to invite everybody in this room to join me in congratulating the four-way female formation skydiving world champions, our champions, ladies and gentlemen, from Great Britain, Team NFTO. Ladies, come forward. Come forward. I thought it was a four-way team.
Yeah! We've lost the blonde on
I'll be the ringer. Where are the others? We'll do it later, shall we? Where are you? Give it up, ladies and gentlemen, Team NFTO, world champions. Please do. Say a few words.
So Kath Anderson is our fourth of the females, and unfortunately she does a job in the NHS, so she's now doing a proper job in the NHS. So she's not carrying on in the indoor format. And Simon, our cameraman, is also obviously not involved in the indoor project, but we love them all, and it's a great lineup. And we thank iFLY for your massive support, and we want to make you proud now in the indoor project with Libby. Yay!
Good luck with that, guys. Thank you very much indeed, Team NFTO. Well done. Oh, one more photo. Okay, thank you, ladies. Thank you. Well done. Congrats. Are you all right? Okay, so next up, I'm sure this is a moment many of you have been waiting for. It's the prize draw for the iFLY Gold Rush. Now, just a bit of background on the Gold Rush, ladies and gents. Several years ago, we invited Brian Mills, Glenn Mills, and Al Hodgson, who sadly can't be with us today. We invited them to become iFLY Inclusivity Ambassadors, and they do a tremendous amount of incredible work in our communities to promote our sport to people of all ages and all abilities. Just speaking of ages, by the way, how cool were the iFLY mini jets today? Amazing. It's definitely not past their bedtime. Well done. Absolutely incredible. Absolutely incredible. So through the iFLY Gold Rush, we just wanted to give a little bit back. And, you know, we wanted to make a contribution, really, to charities chosen by our inclusivity ambassadors. And that's why all of the proceeds from the ticket sales today will go to three tremendous causes, which are the MS Society, Dementia UK, and Pilgrims Bandits. And I've totally forgotten how much we raised in the end. £718 today. So thank you very much for everybody that contributed. Okay, now just before we get on to the prize draw, obviously you can see we've invited Brian and Glenn along to assist us with the prize draw. And I just want to say a few words on Glenn, and I'm sure she won't mind me saying this. Glenn's 88, ladies and gents. She has MS. She rocks it in a wheelchair. She has a pacemaker, a spot of dementia, and she's blind in her left eye. But we still cannot keep this lady away from the wind tunnel. Even as recently as Tuesday, she was flying at iFLY Manchester, and she's amassed a staggering 11 hours and 52 minutes of wind tunnel time. available for selection next year, definitely. But really, I think one of the biggest accolades I can give to Glenn is that 46 years ago, she managed to bag herself an absolute badass of a husband, and that's Brian, who's with her every single step of the way. So you guys really are an absolutely astonishing, energetic couple, and it's our absolute pleasure and privilege to have you as guests here today. So thank you very much for joining us. So, I'm almost done. It is time for us to make the prize draw. What I would say, ladies and gents, is we've had a lot of interest in the tickets from people within the local Basingstoke community have contributed. We're also aware that a number of people have had to shoot off due to other responsibilities. So we'll draw a ticket today, and that person will win, even if they're not in the room, okay? So hopefully they will be. So take it away, Brian. And by the way, I've just bigged you up, so don't mess this up. You cannot screw this up. You can do it. Three, 6, 5. Do we? Barry Marshall? Yes! Hey! Well done, Barry. So congratulations. What we'll do, Barry, you have won an absolute plethora of prizes. Over 1,200 quid's worth of goodies there. What we'll do, if you see us after the ceremony, we'll make sure you get all that in the boot of your car, all right? Congratulations, well done. Are you the dad of one of the mini jets? Oh, honestly, never a more worthy winner. The father of one of the mini jets, so absolutely brilliant. So that's enough from me. I'll shut up now. I'm going to hand you over to that legend, Mr. Matacola. Well done,
Okay, so yes, I mean, what an amazing competition. Such a pleasure to watch. I'm going to say a few thanks to people. So I'm going to first say thanks to the sponsors, Studio 34, Semantic, CM Brand and Fuse Metrics. Thanks to the British Indoor Skydiving Association for making it all official. Epitech live stream, and of course the commentators for making this come to life and making people feel at home, and you should all check it out. All the dynamic and freestyle judges. Thierry and all the remote FS judges. Yes, a very, very well applauded there. They've done a very fast turnaround and the results come out fast. That's well. Thank you very much. Awesome job. Of course, all the iFLY staff individually, they all put this together and made this work smooth. The iFLY team also want to do a special token of appreciation for Jonathan, Georgina and Liam. What an amazing team. Liam, come here. Yep. Small gift. Awesome job.
I'll open it later.
Yeah.
Thank you very much.
Of course, iFLY, the facility for holding this competition in this venue and making it an overall great event. Thank you, iFLY. Of course, the biggest thanks, though, for sure, is to all of you competitors for making this happen without you. What a great vibe. You're all amazing. Thank you. Okay, so we're going to move on to some medals. We do have a guest of honor. This sport has come a long way. Okay, so I remember back in 2005 for the first UK wind tunnel was built. I was working there, and Simon Ward was there running it basically. Basically, he's the person who made this industry come alive. He's the one who gave birth to this industry in the UK, and he continued to make it go around all of the world. And I think it's amazing. So it'd be really good if you can come and say a few words and just tell us about your journey from the first wind tunnel to where you are now and running amazing competitions like this. Simon Ward.
Thanks, Adam. And thank you, everybody, for turning up and doing such an amazing job. And I remember hiring Adam as an electrician. He was a shit electrician, but he turned out pretty good and helped to reinvent the sport and did an amazing job and runs events like this. So thank you. At the same time, I hired a postman. His name was Trevor Haynes. And Trevor his most famous thing at the time was that he'd reinvented some route for postal delivery. And that was basically how he got the job. And now he's ended up running the whole of the UK for us. So it's been a really exciting industry to be part of and to get going. We've built 95 tunnels around the world now. And more to come. London opening in January or February, right at the O2. So that's going nicely. Brexit and COVID and logistics notwithstanding, but going pretty well. But it's been an amazing thing, and I started this in 2005 at Air Kicks in MK, where we sponsored the first women's world champion team from the UK. And how fitting is that to have NFTO take it 17 years later? So congratulations to both NFTO and Team Air Kicks for that heritage. For me, the most exciting thing that comes out of this is how we're going to build a sport and how we're going to keep improving what we're doing and to build a legacy of, we mentioned Adam and Trevor, but all the instructors and the people around the world that have come out of Air Kicks and iFLY. That's the most exciting thing for me. And then to see all the flyers that have come out. British skydiving could not be as good without the wind tunnel industry. So that's a great symbiotic relationship. But the next generation, mini jets, that's where it's going to go to build our sport. It's people who are coming through the indoor skydiving from the very beginning. And that's what we'd love to build. And so good to have you guys around and contributing that way. But also our coaches who are all coming out of skydiving, who are actually taking these people through and becoming a great thing. So we look forward to seeing you in London, if not at the other tunnels. It's been an absolute privilege to be part of this and to see such an amazing gathering. And thank you all for turning up. Please don't forget to give us the feedback afterwards. It's actually from the feedback that we learn to get better. And I think this is a way better event than even the one that we ran at the beginning of the year. So thank you for all your input. Thank you for everything you do. And we look forward to the next event. But medal time.
Thank you, Simon. Okay, so first up, we're going to do rookie. In third place, we have second date. Yeah. Come on to the podium, wherever you are. In second place, I'm not even sure how to say that word. What? Kaleidoscope. Kaleidoscope. And in first place, Wavy Whackers. Okay, nice one, guys. Well done. Thank you. Okay, so next up, we're going to do single A category. In third place, we have Wind Kickers. Well done, guys. In second place, Triple Trouble. And in first place, Nemesis.
I'm gonna grab Saul and James's medal.
Okay, well done, guys. Congratulations. Beautiful. Well done, guys. Well done. Okay, so next one for double A. In third place, we have IBME. Okay, sorry, guys. It's okay. I see what's happened. We got Birds of Paradise. Apologise for that. Sneaky cheat. Okay, in second place, Grenade. And in first place, we have Winged Hussars. Well done, guys. Congratulations. Well done. Okay, so group up. All right, guys, so for the next group of disciplines, the winner of these disciplines get invited to represent the UK in international FIA competitions. So that's the winner of these podiums will have that chance. So this next discipline is vertical formation skydiving. In third place is Rebellion. No, yeah, okay. It's the way it's...
You're doing great. You're doing great.
It's okay. It's okay. It's okay. Everyone, relax. All right, I'm going to work my maths out now. In third place is Nigma. Third place. So let me just tell you what's happened, right? So this is the UK Nationals. We have open teams. So I was going to mention about the open teams, the guest teams. So we have a ranking for the British Nationals, and the British Nationals will have a first, second, and third. And what's happened is the guest teams have been put at the bottom of the list, but they're actually in there. So we're still recognising it. We're still giving them the medals, but that's just what's happened, okay? So I apologise for that. However, it's sorted now. So it's Nigma, yes. Third place. Yes. Nigma. Nigma have 80 points. Okay. And then it's in second place is Pan XCIX. I'm sure that's a Roman number. I'm not sure what it is. With 126 points. And in first place is Omni with 174. Damn, this. Well done. Congratulations, guys. Well done. Well done, guys. Okay, so for the next category, we're going to do freestyle. In third place for freestyle, we have Owen. In second place, we have Connor. And in first place, we have Harry. Awesome stuff. Awesome stuff. Well done. Okay, next up we're going to do dynamic four-way. In second place we have I'm a Snake. No, two ways out. And in first place we got two guys, a girl and Harry. Don't trip. Well done, guys. Okay, next up we're going to do a dynamic two-way. In third place is Enigma. Aren't you a judge, mate? Okay. As you know, in dynamic two-way, we have a head-to-head battle at the end. And I just want to stress how close this actually was. All right? So, just to let you all know, the team who won they only won by 0.035 of a second. Okay, so yes, it was a good one. Good job we got the lasers. Okay, so in second place, A to Z. Jimmy. And in first place, Martis. Well done, guys. Okay, so next up we're going to do AAA. I do want to just say we just want to recognise and thank these guest teams. Okay, the guest teams who come over, we really appreciate you coming over. You're giving the UK teams a really good battle, and I just want a bit of recognition for that. We hope to keep seeing you come and bring more teams. In third place, though, this one is right. In third place is Apex.
Congratulations, Adam. Thank you.
In second place, we have Meraki.
Well done, darling. That's the first high five you've had all week.
And in first place, we have NFTO. Well done, guys. Woo! Well done, guys. Thank you. Come on, you love it. Oh, wait. Oh, no. Okay. Rachel. Come on, you future champion. Yeah. It's okay. Well done. Awesome stuff. I'm sure we're going to be seeing them on that podium. Ain't going to be long. All right, guys, we all know you love attention. Come on. So, yes, guys, again, it was an amazing competition, and thank you all. You are absolutely amazing. Of course, we're going to be looking at hosting another competition next year, and we definitely intend to hope we all see you there for a bigger and better competition. Okay? Please stick around. There are drinks available in the tent at the reception, and we're going to have a party with an amazing DJ here. And again, thank you, guys. You are amazing. Have a good time. All right. Thank you.